But I don't know, I've never said that before, right? I've never gone, this is my show. It's not our show. There's no our show about it. It's so American, isn't it? This is my show. My show. It's got my name on it. My show. It says the Steve Allen Show. It doesn't say the Thomas what's-his-face's show, does it? It says the Steve Allen Show. And it can't, well, sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, and it starts here. I always wanted to work for one of those stations where you're listening to KW65, live from Cincinnati. It's always 4 letters. Nothing worse than working with a pedantic person, is there really, this time of the morning? Who cares? Who cares? It's Friday. Nothing is going to wipe the smile off my face this morning. Unless it's more stories about people's pets dying, in which case I'm going to be very depressed for 3 hours. So I thought we'd lighten the mood and tell you that, what was my best story this morning? I don't know, actually. Oh, the student bar that's closed. You remember they wouldn't serve beef burgers or something in one of those restaurants because the Students' Union said they were trying to sort out. Now they've actually closed the Student Union bar, and it was packed because students drink, and now it serves lattes. And I'm sort of thinking, who wants to drink latte? They're students. They're supposed to be, the best time of their life. You're going out there, you're getting drunk and having sex and things like that. Some people not having sex. And those people drink more. But who wants to drink a latte? Vastly overpriced, as far as I'm concerned. A bit of frothy milk. It's rubbish. Students don't want it. They're not interested. Avocados as well. Oh, that's the most pretentious thing ever. Avocados. In Patisserie Valerie in Marylebone High Street, they started doing avocado on toast. They've never done it before, and all of a sudden, avocado on toast. What a piece of pretentious twaddle. It really is. It's just rubbish. And they go, ooh, we're having avocado. And I used to think, oh dear. Strangely enough, Matt Goss went on Tinder trying to find somebody, poor soul, honestly, and people didn't believe it was him. Isn't Tinder just a dating app for sex? That's what on earth's Matt Goss. God, I mean, to be honest with you, I should imagine, having seen some of his interviews, he's so boring. He can't find anybody, I don't think. You're only going on Tinder if you're looking for instant gratification. In which case, I say to people, don't bother with Tinder, just turn on the radio, listen to LBC. You get roughly the same effect. Same effect, you just don't, well, obviously not. And that he'd just been given an award in Vegas. And I thought, that's nice. Is it for his singing? Is it for his stage shows? No, for his charity work. Obviously, I mean, it's not the same at all, is it? Not the same at all. Happy birthday, Sue, to Sir Trevor McDonagh. Yes, Trevor McDonagh is 80, I believe, today. 80, which is fantastic. And Mike Tyson has confessed in a podcast that he spends £36,000 a month... £36,000 a month on cannabis. Cannabis. He must be off his proverbial trolley. Must he not? What sort of conversations can you have with him? Poor soul. Louise Redknapp in her underwear again. Give it up, darling, please. It's embarrassing, your 15-year-old son. Not my mother. I mean, can you imagine how embarrassing? That's my mother posing in her underwear again. Also, a doctor reckons that Mr. Epstein, his injuries... are very similar to somebody who'd been murdered, as opposed to somebody who had taken their own life. There were broken bones and things like that, which would not be consistent with the way that he ended his life. So I told you this one's going to run. I told you it's going to run. Sainsbury's have sparked anger in Cornwall after showing a cream tea made the Devon way, because they're having a bit of a Queenie spat over this one. The people in Cornwall do it, I think, jam, on this particular one, it's got the picture of cream with the jam on the top of it, which is the way that they do it, I think, in Devon. In Cornwall, it's the jam on and then the cream on the top, because if you put jam on top of the cream, it's going to go all over the place, isn't it? And surely the idea is you do a layer, like you're doing a sandwich. You don't, if you're doing, a salad sandwich, you don't put the salad on and then the meat. You put the meat on first because it lies flat, then you put the salad on the top of it. I mean, obviously, they're a bit sad down there because, quite clearly, the best way forward is jam, and it has to be strawberry. No good putting, because I quite like and was partial many years ago to apricot jam. I used to like apricot jam. My mother used to make apricot jam, and she made strawberry jam, and then we discovered it was cheaper to go and buy the stuff. And so that was quite nice. But then you put the cream on the top of the jam. That's how it's supposed to be. You don't do it the other way around. That's just being stupid. talking to my driver Thomas this morning, who I know is going to be listening to the programme, and we were talking about all sorts of things, actually, price of property, how his mortgage is finishing. I think it finishes in, did he say this year or next year? And I said, mine finishes too. And years ago, it was a big deal when you had a mortgage, and God knows, for years we suffered. The worst thing I ever did, not anything to do with the mortgage, was I took out a hire purchase agreement on a car, and I took it out on the strength of working on the forerunner television series to Sky, which was BSB, and then Sky took over and it became B-Sky B and all the rest of it. But we had a show broadcast from LBC, and we did the news. And I was employed as a newsreader. Without realising, nobody told you which channels you were going out on BSB. So I used to sit there in a Hawaiian shirt, going into like a serious news programme, and nobody told me. We did it, and it was a proper studio built. They reinforced the floor in Hammersmith. It was diamond hard to move the cameras over it. There was a backdrop, and we had the theme music, and there was a big glass window similar to this one but bigger, where you could see all the newsroom. And the moment the news started, they'd all stand up and start moving around to make it look like it was that Drop the Dead Donkey. It was fabulous. It really was. It was really good fun. But it was a bit of baptism of fire. But on the strength of getting that job and the money that it paid, I took out HP on a brand new car. And then it only lasted about a year, this job, because it got taken over by Sky, and so we all found ourselves unemployed, which actually didn't bother me because I was doing the radio at the same time. I've always done that. I've always done the radio and then added something else on top of it. And then all of a sudden I'm saddled with this. It was like 250 quid a month, and it was money I could ill afford to pay out, and it was a 4-year deal. 4-year deal. I vowed after that, never, ever, ever to take out a hire purchase agreement or whatever they call them now. I would always make sure if I wanted something, I'll pay for it. So if I need to change the car, I'll trade mine in and add money to it. I don't want any to be tied in with any of these things at ludicrous rates of interest. Definitely not. Were you saddened by the demise of Deal or No Deal? Not particularly, no. I quite liked it, but it was based on people's greed. That's what I quite like. You said here, and now you've got this amount of money, and they go, no. And then the next box would take out the 250,000 and then whatever it was. And I remember thinking, oh dear, you see, you should have taken that money. Because you've actually gone there on Deal or No Deal with nothing. And somebody offers you £10,000, 20. I mean, you're never going to make that much in a day, are you? Why they don't take it, I've got no idea. I quite liked it. I think there's another one on the shelf. Pretty certain, which showed you like the most besides Eddie Mayer, because of the Steve Allen soundbite. No, we didn't know anything about the Steve Allen soundbite. We had no idea about that until a few months ago. I had no idea. I'm always in bed by these times, so I don't. Which show do I like the most? I mean, I like everybody's show. They've all got something going for. I have to be honest with you. If I'm being totally truthful, I like it when the presenter gets into an argument with the caller. I like those ones because sometimes the presenter, well, in fact, all the times, the presenter wipes the floor with the caller. They think that they're well armed for it, and they just get annihilated. I mean, I find it absolutely amazing. But they're the ones that I like. They're the ones I like. And who actually does it the best? Probably Majid. I mean, Ian Dale's been on sparkling form of late, which is quite good. Eddie Mayer, I mean, it goes without saying, he comes with track record. All of it. I don't think we have a bad show. I've thought of one. You're now going to wonder which one it is. No, it's not sort of a bad show. It's just that what would I listen to and what would I not listen to? And because I have the radio on in the bathroom, it has to be on at a time. I don't specifically go to the bathroom to listen to the radio. I have it on in the car, so I went out yesterday to go and buy a bottle of Prosecco. Well, 5. And that's all I could fit in the boot of the car. I couldn't fit any more in the car. There's literally, I've sort of wedged them in all over the place, which was quite nice. So I had a lovely evening, climbed into bed, gone, out for the count. And again, I'm eating vegetables. I had loads of veggies yesterday. Like broccoli. It's supposed to be very good for you. I think it's the... What are you looking at me for? What's the matter with you today? Have you switched off? You're doing your job? What are you doing? Which is what? What is your job? Observing. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? We've had a cock-up this morning on the programme already. Sorry? Yeah. All of a sudden, well, we have Sam in, who is APing. Sam, who needs to pull his trousers up a little bit higher. But anyway, that's another story. No, I mean, it's obviously a student thing, isn't it, where your trousers are halfway down your bum. And his belt got confiscated. He's only got the one belt. I didn't know what size belt. I nearly bought a belt the other day in Costco, but I didn't know what size I was. I know what my waist size is, but do you buy a belt the same as the waist size of your jeans? I don't know. Well, that's what I thought, a bit larger, so you could, to account for it. Anyway, so we had Sam in, and then I'm just going out to get a cup of tea as the news is on. Nip down there, cup in one hand, tea bag in the other. And up pops Corey. I thought, well, he's very early for breakfast if he's doing breakfast. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I'm coming on your show. And I don't think so. Anyway, he is. And so Sam's gone home, bless it. He must be delighted. 4:15, he's going home. That must be the best news he's ever had, poor soul. Is he back on tonight? Oh, right. Did somebody misread the... Oh, right. Did Sam misread the thing? Oh, no. Did he? You misread. Well, how can we blame it on you if he's gone and you're here? Was it him? Did he misread it? Oh, bless him. Well, it was all of you read it. How was it your fault, then? Explain that one to me, because I think you're now fibbing. It wasn't your fault. Why would it be your fault? You should have checked the schedule, not schedule. Okay, we're not Americans here. This is not Manhattan. Yeah, all right, so you're wearing that same sweatshirt that you seem to love so much. I've never seen anybody wear a shirt so much. Literally every single day you've worn that sweatshirt. Do you not have any other clothes? Oh, is it West Virginia? Is that... What was that song? Almost Heaven, West Virginia. And who was the singer of that? Go on, I bet you don't know. I tell you now, he died in a plane crash. He died... Come on, you're nearly there. You're nearly there. D. You're not going to get it. Here we go. No, there's no cheat. There's no good cheating. Yeah, John Denver. Who told you? Yeah, somebody told you. But, yeah, John Denver. He did Hi Calypso, the places we've been to. He did that about Jacques Cousteau's, but I loved John Denver. I thought he was great. And of course he did Annie's song, which was about him splitting up from his wife, Annie. You filled up my senses like a night in the forest. He did some really good stuff, John Denver, didn't he? And he looked good as well, but he died in a plane crash. The good, they die young. See ya. Oh dear. Can you believe? Elvis Presley died 42 years ago. That's well over half of our lives, says Noreen. That's all we need, isn't it? 42 years ago, Elvis Presley died. And I remember distinctly, he was found on his bathroom floor by his girlfriend, Ginger. She wrote a book about it only a few years ago. And he'd taken lots of drugs, drugs to go to sleep, drugs to wake up, drugs to keep him going. It was just, he had lots of pills available to him. But 42 years ago, Elvis Presley went to the bathroom and died falling off the toilet. I don't think he died falling off the toilet, but I think he had a heart attack and then fell off. And the strange thing was that his body discoloured so quickly that when the paramedics came to remove him, they thought he was a black guy. They thought it was a black guy because when you die, without putting too fine a point on it, obviously all the blood that makes you look pinky or whatever colour you are dries because it's not moving anymore. And as it dries, you change colour. And he changed colour quite dramatically. So, and also lots of love to Sally. She's had surgery, but it's on the end, says Noreen. On the mend. Good Lord, honestly. Yeah. Have a great weekend. Sounds like you're going to have a good one. I hope so, actually. I hope so. I'm out with friends for lunch today. And then tomorrow, Godchildren. And then Sunday, something interesting. Graham says, I'm Scottish. And for some reason, he seems to think that Darren has got an English voice. Good God, he certainly hasn't. He's not as Scottish as my one. My one's... No, Graham's not a smart... That's not very nice, is it, Graham? Because he probably thinks you've actually got a girly voice, which is probably even worse. But it's a lovely... Don't you think it's a lovely voice? I love the Scottish burr. They call it the burr, don't they? You haven't got it. No, you haven't. You haven't. If you heard what he sounds like, Thomas, poor soul. Thank God it's 4 a.m. I've been waiting a whole hour for you to come on. Yes, please, says Bunny. No pets. I can't do pets. I got too sad thinking about pets. But garden, looking good. Looking good. Mine is more support stakes than flowers. No, I'm still... I took some pictures the other day. I don't know how to put them up. You'll have to show me. I've taken these pictures, but I don't know how to put them onto my Twitter. I'm not leaving my phone with you at all. I know what you're like. But I've got some lovely pictures. Some lovely pictures of my begonias, which are really quite big and impressive. And I did about... Yeah, my begonias, they're bigger than the baskets. Seriously. So I've taken... Yeah, I've got about... They're huge. When I look at these pictures, and they're still the same size. I only took these a couple of days ago, but I don't know how to uplift them to you, or whatever they call it. What's that, man? How do I send them so people can see my photos? Upload them. Yes, I want to upload them to what I normally upload. I'm not leaving the phone because you changed the voice of the woman who talks to me on there. The next one we have is South African, I should imagine, because was that we had the first time? I quite like that as well. Now we've got an Irish voice, which is very good. But actually, is there a Scottish one? Is there a Scottish one? We haven't had a Scottish voice, have we? Your weather today, Steve. You're going to drown. It's going to be a lot of... Actually, this weekend there's going to be a lot of water. A lot of water. But it doesn't matter. All you have to do is go and stand in the garden, in your swimwear, take a sponge and a bar of soap, and then just stand there and wash yourself. What could be... There's no Nessie. There's no Nessie. Don't go down the Nessie route. That shows ignorance. Shows ignorance. You know, there's no Nessie or anything like that, or Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever it was, or the Beast of Bodmin Moor. They don't exist. No flying saucers, okay? No flying saucers that come down and do crop circles, okay? Students from a university. They do that, they go out, they have a few bevies, they're all within a certain radius, and they've taught other students how to... It's not difficult. You need a piece of rope and a broom handle, and that creates crop circles. Very sweet to want to believe in the fact that it's little green men. What are they doing? Transmitting something to us? To be company, welcome to Friday. Freitag. It's the best day of the week, because it means you can go and enjoy yourself, so we're all going out partying. Well, not together, obviously, we're all going out separately. You know... Yeah, big up partying. Woo, big up the Aston. And are they playing this weekend? Will they be playing? Yep, they are playing. There you go. That's good news, isn't it? I'm glad I found out about that. Steve, when we were youngsters, my brother decided to give my brand new hamster, Sammy the hamster, a bath in the kitchen sink. My mum and next door neighbour had to bring him back to life with a hairdryer. I know, I don't think they swim, do they, hamsters? I'm not sure, actually. I'm trying to think whether ours swam or not. I know that we kept him. We must have kept him for a good 2 years. And then we knew that he was on his way out, because when we took him out of his cage, he started shaking and wobbling. And then he expired, poor little soul. Honestly. Steve, talking about pets, how is Thomas's Loch Ness Monster, says Shane? Well, because it doesn't exist, we don't actually enter into things like that. But Thomas says he's good, because he goes to talk to Nessie on a regular basis. That's why he's down here. His mother's basically banned him for... I sat him this morning. You know, he was talking about, the house up in Aberdeen. And I said, we've seen it. And he looked and he went, no, you haven't. I went, yes, we have. Yes, we went on Google Earth and we found your house. We drove down and we saw the house and we saw the interior pictures as well. We could see the sitting room. You can see right into the sitting room. We know... That's the whole advantage of Google Earth. And... It's not a living room, it's a sitting room. Because you sit in it. You don't live in it. Living room is where you lived in one room. I hate to bring you back to basics. That's why it was called a living room, because the cattle lived in there as well, and you had an open fire. Well, if you had an open fire in your house, it would have been burnt to cinders by now. That's why it's called a sitting room, because you sit on your lounge, your settee and stuff like that. We've seen it. We've had a look in. We zoomed in into the window. We could see the ornaments that your mother has. Mrs. Woman has put out ornaments. We saw them. All of it. We've bought the house next door. Na, 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 na. So you're going to come out into the garden and go, oh, it's great to be back in Aberdeen. And I'm going to open my back door and go, hello. That'll freak you out, won't it? That'll freak you out, Poppet. Aretha Franklin died a year ago. Same day as the King of Rock and Roll. Same date as the King of Rock and Roll. It's amazing, isn't it, really? 42 years Elvis died. I remember it so well. So well. What plant feed do you use, Lee? Everybody knows I only use Tomorite. because it's got the most potassium in it. And that's an old one from Pete Murray. And all you do is you fill up your watering can with water and then do a splash of Tomerite if you're feeling a bit, like sort of like that. And that will then mix and then just pour it into your plants. You can use it for everything. Not just tomatoes. It'll make your baskets bigger than anybody else's. And my baskets are still very impressive. Seriously, I mean, they really are. And once the producer has told me how to do these pictures, then I'll send you one of them, and you can see it on the on my. Sorry, darling. I'm not leaving the phone with you. You have to come and do it in here, okay? So I can keep an eye on you, because I wouldn't trust you, because you'll be downloading all my celebrity phone numbers. I know what you like, and I've got lots of celebrities, including Princess Anne. In here, I've got Princess Anne's phone number. How did I get it? I nicked it from somebody else's phone. Yeah. I've got Stephen Mulhern's number. I've got loads of people's number. Would he be the first number you take? What for? Why would you want to do that? He is funny, yeah. He doesn't want to know you. He doesn't care about you. Nobody cares about you. Nobody. I've already sorted out what I'm going to buy him for Christmas. Oh, we've sorted out the magicians for my brother's wedding. I've got one because he was with my show at the Magic Circle the other week, and he's recommended somebody else as well. So I'm going to book two because there's 42 people there. I want to make sure that everybody gets a good sort of look at some close-up magic, which is good news. So it's what my brother wanted for his birthday. He wanted magic. So there you go. They've been to the Magic Circle shows, and my Christmas. They're not going to my Christmas show at all, because we haven't got any tickets left for it. Do you record your little bit extra before or after the main show, says Noah? We record it. I can't tell you. It's a secret. It's a secret. It's like, actually, it's funny because sometimes when we do the links for In Conversation, people say, when did you do that interview? And sometimes I can't remember because we've been sort of sitting on them for a little while. Where's he going? He's going to get drinks. No, I'm all right. No, positive. No, I'm fine, thank you. I don't want a tea. I've got a tea. I've got a whole mug. I've got a full cup of tea. I don't want any, Corey, thank you. You're in a funny mood today, aren't you? Why are you in such a funny mood? Are you going to go home and sleep before you go out for your big meal tonight? They're all going out. Well, three of them. On a Friday night, what would they be doing? Going out. So Darren and Thomas and Ollie are going out for a steak dinner. Makes it sound like something out of a Charles Dickens novel, doesn't it? Or failing that always, when somebody says they're going out for a steak dinner, do you know what it reminds me of? That film, The £1 Million Note. This is Henry Adams, who is given a note by, it's an old film, by two rich gentlemen. They give him a note based on the premise that if he had £1 million note, and it was legal, £1 million note, you would never need to spend it. People would give you credit. So he arrives in London, and he hasn't got any money or anything else, and they see him going down the street. He's an American, and they give him the note, and they go, "Thank you very much indeed." Anyway, he doesn't look in the envelope till he goes outside, and they said, "Don't open it till whenever." And he opens it, and he goes, "Oh, £1 million note." And bearing in mind, he's arrived in London, and he's very hungry, because he hasn't got any money. But he's got £1 million note. But he then decides to go back to the house to see the two old gentlemen, and say to, when he goes back there, the place is boarded up. They've actually gone away to make sure that in a year he will have to present them back with the £1 million note, but by that time he will be established in London society. And so it's the story of how Henry, it's only made up, but it was so clever because he goes into a restaurant, just a normal place in London, and because he's so hungry, he decides he has this £1 million note. Of course, bearing in mind in those days, people survived on about £1 a year, and he wants a steak dinner. So he goes in there and he's looking a bit scruffy, and he orders the steak. Anyway, so back to the story. This is the £1 million note. Film made in 1954. American, Henry Adams, comes to London, and he's walking down the street, and two elderly gentlemen in a big house, could have been Eaton Square or something like that, look out the window and go, him, let's just pick him. And so it's got everybody. Gregory Peck is Henry Adams. Wilfred Hyde-White is one half of the brothers, Roderick and Oliver, the other being Ronald Squire. Joyce Grenfell was the Duchess of Cromarty. Maurice Denham was Mr. Reed. I mean, it's an all-star cast. I mean, it really was fantastic. Brian Forbes was Todd. And it was adapted for British television in 1950, and then the producer, Daniel Angel, bought the film rights. So anyway, so Henry Adams has now got this note. He can't give it back to the two old gentlemen because they're having a little bet with themselves, but they've gone away on holiday. So he goes into this steak place, but he doesn't look smart enough for them. And the people in the steak place, and one of them I think is, I can't remember who it is actually, but anyway, you'll know her face. And they go, oh, put expensive thing on the menu. So he orders it with the potatoes, and he has a glass of wine, I think, to wash it. Well, of course, she's worried, because she thinks he's going to do a runner. Which reminds me, I've got a shoplifting story for you. But anyway, and so he eats it, and they come out, is that all right? And he goes, yes, that was very nice. He said, I'll have it again. He wants it again, said the husband. So the woman looks over and says, can we trust him? And so they decide to risk it. So they give him the second steak with all the trimmings and everything else, but they don't give him the best steak. They give him the second best steak. The best steak, is the same price, but they just want him out because they're not sure he's going to pay. Anyway, at the end of the meal, he goes, oh, that was absolutely lovely. And so she presents the bill, and there's the bill, and he says, I'm a little bit embarrassed. And so they then sort of take it, what do you mean a bit embarrassed? Not going to do a runner, are you, or tell us you haven't got any money? He said, no, I can afford to pay. Well, if you wouldn't mind paying, they say, without realising. So he goes, well, I don't know if you'll have change. And so he produces the note, and he gives it to the manager, the owner of this little restaurant, who sort of looks at it and shows it to the wife, and she goes, there's a lot of that going on. A lot of, and she, is it real? So they show it to a gentleman, client of theirs, a customer sitting in the window, who is a banker. And they go, is it genuine? And he goes, yes, it's genuine. And he said, there's only two in existence. She said, oh my God, he's a secret millionaire. She said, and you shoved him in that table out the back, and we gave him the not the best steak and all the way. And in the end, they're bowing and scraping like there's no tomorrow. We can't change it quite obviously, but any time, Mr. Adam, you are welcome in our humble restaurant and all. And they bow and scrape like there's no tomorrow. It's hilarious, but that's what happens everywhere he goes. He decides that based on the fact that you only have to show somebody the note to realise that your credit is good, he goes to get a suit. Well, they can't get him out fast enough. They can't get him out fast enough. They go in there and he says, I'm looking for a suit. So they palm him off with this ready-made thing on the shop, which is ghastly and horrible and cheap. He goes, oh, that fits. He says, I don't think it fits properly. It does. Oh, well, all right, I'll take it if that's what everybody's wearing. Presents them with the note. Immediately, the man who is the tailor slaps the assistant round the head and says, how dare you show him these clothes? This is the finest cloth over here. And immediately, he gets everything. And all he has to do is survive, I think, for a year in London. A month, is it? A month. With this £1 million note. And he does, and he becomes sort of in London society. And it's a really, really good film. If you find, it's not very expensive. I bet you can find that on Amazon. I bet you can find the £1 million note. I bet you, I'd be very surprised if it was very expensive, because it's such an old film and it's been out loads and loads of times. So here we go. Do you have a guess on how much it is? There you go, £3.99. I tell you, you'd be doing yourself a favour to buy it. I don't know how many they've got left, but it's a really good little film. If you're like me and you like those British films that were made years ago, you think, oh, I remember seeing that at the cinema. Go buy it for £3.99. You can't go wrong, can you? And then you could lend it out to friends of yours. He can live like a lord, and he does. Gregory Peck, who everybody fell in love with, and it's really good. A nice little sparkling comedy. Oh, hello, goes Joyce Grenfell to Mr. Henry Adams. And he was welcomed into London society. I just wanted to be one of those wealthy brothers, living in that huge big house surrounded by... They were showing us some of the Queen's palaces on the television. Anyway, going back to the shoplifting, I've now started spotting shoplifters. Sometimes they look as if they've got drink problems, okay? Other times they look... If you see somebody with what looks like... And these two women had it the other day. They had bags over their shoulders, like carrier bag type things. And so what they can do is they can pick something off the shelf and just drop it in the bag. And they were thieving from Iceland. That's like nicking from the pound shop. nicking from the pound shop, but they were doing it from Iceland. And I knew that they were doing it. You could tell by the fact that they went round the back, they were looking at different sort of things that they could nick. I find it absolutely amazing nowadays that it's so blatant. But what shop's going to take somebody to court for 10 quid's worth of stuff that they've nicked? Me, I'd chop their hands off, I'm afraid. Oh, dear. Steve, talking about pets. Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Any chance for mention from my new wife? How do we pronounce this one? Aoife. We think it's Aoife, who apparently is on the final leg of a trip home to London on the ferry. Oh, God. I wouldn't worry about all that water. You're going to be deluged in the stuff over here. We've been in Cork for the past 2 weeks where we got married. She'll be mortified and it'll be hilarious, says Matt. Matt and Aoife. Aoife. We don't know where that name comes from. We think it sounds quite nice, actually. Very nice. A lot of people are interested in my Little Bit Extra. Do you know, it's in fact, it is the most popular download on LBC out of all the podcasts. I always say that to annoy Dave O'Brien. He gets really angry about that. I think you'll find mine's more popular. I think it's not. More people are downloading mine. And I've got 4 downloads. I've got Steve Allen, the main show. I've got Steve Allen 3. I've got In Conversation, a Little Bit Extra. Don't I have the Best Of as a download? Oh, Best Of's part of the whole show. Yeah, I know, but it was at one time, it was being downloaded separately as well. Oh, not at the moment, so I've just got 3. It's very disappointing, isn't it? I should have 4. Perhaps I'll have to have another one over something. Can we throw another one together? It'll be a lot more work for you. Oh, pop it. Yeah, let's do it. What the heck? Listen, you're only young once, as I said to you last year. And, Corey needs another haircut again. We're going back into that one. It's this, what is it with you and your hair? I mean, honestly, it looks like one of those toys you find in one of those cheap shops in London that goes, get your London souvenirs here. And it won't stop growing. It's bizarre, isn't it? When you have it cut, and I remember when you had it cut last time, what do you ask them for? Do you have specifics when you go in? Do you go, just give it a trim? And then do you go, too much? Because I had mine cut yesterday, just to keep it sort of, because I'm out today for lunch and I'm out tomorrow as well. So you feel better when you've had a haircut. Well, I do anyway. And Kasia always cuts my hair, so she always does it. It doesn't take too long, but I just feel better having it done. What are you worried about now? Are you sort of rearranging it or something? When you wake up in the morning, I shouldn't imagine you've seen a comb or a brush for years, have you? You just sort of run your fingers through it. Do you put product in? Do you have... Oh, nothing. Thomas. Shampoo and condition. Oh, that's quite nice. Thomas. Yeah, Thomas uses... he's got so many different things. To sort of make the hair go further kind of stuff. Don't you? You've got products in your bathroom. I bet if we looked in your shower, we'd see cheap shower gel. I've just got this feeling it would be cheap shower gel. Oh, it would be expensive shower gel, would it? Like what shower gel? What sort of shower gel are you using at the moment? I bet you don't even know what it's called, do you? It's called what? Alpecin? What's that? That's a shower gel, is it? Oh, it's a cafe. Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah. And you have Head and Shoulders as well. Is that for that dandruff? Strengthen and nourish. But it's not doing that. If you want to get what he's getting, have what he's having. Look at his hair grows. His hair grows faster than anybody's. I think length is very important. I don't think we need to go down that route, do we, for goodness sake? Yeah. Well, you need another haircut as well, don't you? Starting to look a little bit as though you let yourself go. I'm using Joe Malone shampoo at the moment, which I quite like. Lime, basil and mandarin. That's very exotic. Not that I think it makes any difference, but I just quite like a nice shower gel. I tried some Gucci the other day. That's very thick. Seriously, and they said you can use it as a shampoo, so I, kind of... Kerry says the full movie, The £1 Million Note, is on YouTube. I shall watch it tomorrow. You'll love it. It's really nice, actually. Noah, who's now becoming a real stalker, says, which London tourist attractions are the most overrated? I don't think there are. Well, Big Ben, because it's covered up with scaffolding, but you can still take a picture of it. I don't think it's overrated, but I'm trying to think, actually. What do most people do in London? A lot of people do these bus tours, which, did you not like the Shard? Oh, right. See, I like the London Eye. I've done a programme on the London Eye. I've done a programme on the London Eye. I'm constantly being reminded... Oh, the Tower... What do you mean, the Tower of London? The Tower of London is fantastic. Hampton Court Palace is fantastic. In fact, if you are a tourist and you're coming over, my advice is to buy Historic Royal Palaces card, because if you're paying each and every time for doing all the main things like the banqueting house down at Whitehall and Kew Palace and stuff like that, it's cheaper to buy that card for your stay here, because you can go as many times as you want. Aoife. It's Irish. Like me, says Joe. It's pronounced... What did we say? Aoife. We said Aoife. We said Aoife as well. So there you are. You are right, Joe. It's a lovely name, isn't it? I wouldn't have known how to pronounce it if somebody hadn't told me. Him next door. You have to sort of ask people sometimes. If you don't know something, ask. But I bet you anything they get more downloads of the £1 Million Note now because we've mentioned it on the programme, because it's such a good movie and I sold it really well because this is my show. Just telling you that now. I think actually should be a jingle. Steve Allen. It's his show at this time of the morning, which is great, actually. Everybody's listening. Everybody's listening to this programme. I mean, it's not to say that there aren't people listening to other radio stations, but more people are listening to LBC, which is great. I spoke to somebody the other day, you know, Sonny, who works on the Capital Breakfast show, and I did say, I said, I've seen a picture of Roman Kemp. I said, is that really his body? And he said yes. And I thought, wow, because Roman Kemp he's had this trainer, and he's ended up with a six-pack. I mean, it's like a body transformation. I suppose he was in danger. He'd obviously seen the way Thomas is going and decided he'd do something about it and didn't want to look like that. And so he started, because you could do the same. What did I say to you yesterday? You could, yeah, but you could do this. Well, it's not a case of Roman pays attention to you, but, you know, you're a representative of the Steve Allen programme. We've got a standard to maintain, and the standard is washboard stomachs, okay? So by the time, because by the time, yeah, I know, not for you. No, it doesn't necessarily matter, Corey. Six-pack of lager. The trouble is, I said to Thomas, you know, because he's got a little bit of a paunch going on, and he goes, no, I haven't. And I go, well, you have, and you're at that age now, 25, where you can put it on and not lose it. You know, and I'm just concerned. Don't you end up looking like me? God, that would be dreadful. Imagine if we had two of us looking like this. Wouldn't be good at all, would it? At the moment, I'm trying to get a room in the hotel where my brother's getting married, but apparently it's getting really booked up, because I've decided I want to stay down there for a couple of nights, which will make a bit of a holiday. I might actually take the Sunday off. Well, in fact, actually, if I do that, then I will be taking the Sunday off. But I'm hoping. I've said to him. He said, "I'll try and get you a room." I thought, well, you know, perhaps we'll have to find somewhere else. But anyway, so I said to him, a double room or a suite. I'm not really bothered, actually. It's only for a couple of nights, and I don't do holidays, so not like I'm going to be particularly worried. And then I thought, I wonder how much a suite is going to cost in this hotel. And I was going through my mind exactly what I would pay for a suite in this hotel, and I thought I would probably pay up to about 600 quid for a suite, because I'm only doing 2 nights, and I'm not going away on holiday, so I'm classing this really as a bit of a holiday. Oh, look, 14 minutes to... Kate says Madame Tussauds is quite overrated. Do you know, I didn't think it was. I thought it was good. The only problem with it, and also the great thing is you can go and stand next to all these things, and these sort of recreate, they look and make close up, you think they're going to turn around and say something to you. Madame Tussauds, London, not the Blackpool one, or there's another one somewhere where the people are totally unrecognisable. The one in London, you stand next to these people, you can see every hair, everything. You think they're going to turn around and speak to you. Seriously, I promise you. The only problem is that if you live in London, you will know, because you see on the Marylebone Road, Euston Road, the queue outside, and it will sometimes go all the way up to Regent's Park. And what these people don't realise is that if they bought a ticket in advance, you can jump the queue. Because this queue, you go down the road, you think you go in that door to Madame Tussauds, and you're then inside. No. Then you've got another queue inside which winds round a staircase. It's a bit deceptive, and it takes forever. My advice, buy a ticket, jump the queue. If you've got kids, you don't want to stand there in a queue. It's worthwhile buying the ticket in advance. Listening in Prague, says Patrick. Oh, you've obviously been for one of those stag do's. That's where everybody goes now, don't they? They go to Prague. And he says, going home this morning, I shall turn up the volume soon to wake up my 16-year-old daughter with a touch of attitude. And Ron says, when a presenter's on holiday, does he or she have a say who presents their show? No. No, of course not. No. So Dave O'Brien had David Lammy, but he also had Majid. I think David Lamb is doing it today as well. Yes, and then he's off next week. No, you don't have any say in that. And also, why would you be interested? It's up to the management to find somebody who's going to hold your audience. You know, so for my one, it's a little bit more specialised, because whoever sits in for me, and it's been Ian Payne most of the time. I think. I don't think anybody else has ever done it. And he just who's done it? Who? Oh, has Matt Stadland done it? Oh, has it? Oh, right. Because I never know these things. I try not to think about it. Because it's never the way... there's no point in trying to do something the way I do it. You have to do it your own way. That's you know, if I was doing somebody else's show, I'd be doing it in my style. Your hair does grow, Steve, just in the wrong places. I know, it's odd, isn't it? Isn't it odd that you can get somebody, you know, who sort of... I mean, poor little Corey's got all this hair on his head, this sort of bizarre look that... Hello? This is... It does. It's sort of like a slightly smaller Busby. You know, the sort of thing that the guards would be wearing at Buckingham Palace. That's the sort of thing, only it's a slightly... I mean, I suppose if you gelled it up, you could probably make it stand up, couldn't you, really? In fact, the thing to do is, if he really wanted lots more hair, you lean over, and then you blow dry it downwards, and then you throw your head backwards. That's what girls do, to give it a bit of volume, yeah. You can end up with a lot more hair. I bet you spend most of your time looking in mirrors to see what it looks like. You wait till it goes... Or failing that, till you go grey. You wait till it goes grey. You're going to be going, oh my God. You're going to have to put a rinse through. Not at the moment, but I mean, you know, not too far away. Olivia Newton-John's well. She says she's well. There's a lovely picture of her on the front page of the Mirror today. She says, I'm still here, doing great and living for every minute. She's 70. She's 70. And there's a lovely picture of her with Jane Seymour, who also looks fantastic. Also Mike Tyson, boxing legend. Sorry, convicted rapist. I do beg your pardon. I wasn't actually sure about boxing legend. He loves to roll with the blow. Admitted he burns through £36,000 worth of marijuana a month. I mean, I'm either tempted to say a fool, or failing that, I'm tempted to say, aren't you paying a bit too much, dear? Is somebody ripping you off? He's already blown 60 million quid, hasn't he? 60 million quid he's actually blown, but he told of his heavy use during his boxing podcast. What do we smoke a month? He said, is it $40,000? $40,000 worth of dope in the month. I think dope kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really? Another one here. China poised to put the boot in. Don't want to mess with China, do you? We all remember Tiananmen Square, and we all remember China's human rights track record, which is not particularly brilliant. In fact, it's not good at all. Slumped in the street, the exhausted Tikiri. This is this elephant surrounded by men unwilling or unable to help her. She has to walk miles in this religious march, which they do. I mean, because she has a coat on, nobody notices how thin she is. It's a great shame, actually. Great shame. Plus, today, everybody's doing the results. The other day, a lot of people did very well. Some people didn't do very well at all. We don't worry about those, do we? And poor old Cheryl, looking a bit sort of desperately sad and lonely now, actually. But she catches the eye of Curtis as she welcomes him to the greatest dancer in her own sultry way. I think I'd give it up now, dear. Give it up now. But she's 35 and he's 23. He was having his hair blow-dried, probably wearing more makeup just to upset those people who go, oh, what's he wearing makeup for? Is it because he's gay? Well, A, he's not gay, and secondly, everybody on television wears makeup. Everybody. Who was I looking at the other day thinking you've got a lot of makeup on? Mainly the Sky presenters. They seem to trowel it on, but that's okay. Epstein's jail death, more like murder than suicide. They say he died from injuries more consistent with murder. A post-mortem found Epstein, who died on Saturday, had a broken hyoid bone. A study conducted found, looking at suicides, found hyoid damage in just 16 out of 264 cases. They think it was more common in strangulation. Which is, I mean, I was slightly sceptical about this before. Speculation that he was killed to stop him revealing the secrets of his powerful friends is growing. Even Trump retweeted conspiracy theories. I just want to know what he was talking about with Prince Andrew in 2011. when they strolled through the bar. Both of them looked a bit stressed. You know, and I'm very good. I mean, I'm sure you could probably get an expert in like Judy James or something like that, and she'll tell you, well, the look on their face is sort of, it's inquiring, it's inquisitive. That's what, you know, we want to know things. I mean, there must be, I should imagine if they were that close as buddies, there must have been. They went out walking through the park together. To be honest with you, a bit of a foolish thing to do, especially as Epstein was a convicted paedophile and Prince Andrew is a member of the royal family. But there again, lots of members of the royal family have made big mistakes. Andrew's made more than most, it has to be said, but is still the most arrogant about it. All you want to do is sit down with him and just sort of say, well, I mean, what did he tell you? Did he give any indication whatsoever that these things were going on? And he's just going to go, no, I should imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll take as many of your texts and emails this morning as we possibly can. And we go through the papers. And we shall find out exactly... Oh, blimey. There's 45 small energy supplies. They could collapse, they reckon. Don't know why. All seem to make loads of money as far as I'm concerned. Waiting around takes up 6.7 years over a lifetime. Waiting for food to cook claims a total of 17 months. They always, you know, some company will sort of come up with something. Also, he's been a hit with ladies since the 1980s, although, you know, very rarely do you see him going out with anybody. Matt Goss. He was stunned to be banned from the dating app Tinder. Women had a hard time believing it was really Matt chatting to them. They thought the Bros hunk was a catfish posing as a celebrity. And so they reported him to administrators. I got reported because they thought it was fake, he laughs. Ha 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 ha. They said, Matt won't take kindly to you using his photos. It was quite funny. Fortunately, he says, I don't need online dating. I'm seeing somebody and I'm excited about it. But as usual, he's keeping it really quiet. He celebrated 10 years of his headline Las Vegas residency. He's in tiny rooms. Tiny rooms. In fact, can you find out which hotel he's in? I think he's in the Mirage. Matt Goss in the... But he doesn't do... You know, before, he was at the Gossy Room, which was Cleopatra's Barge. You know, there's the stadium inside Caesar's Palace, which is vast and huge and plays all the big stars. And then you've got the want a drink and some girls gyrating around, you know, themselves. Then you go to the Gossy Room, which used to be Cleopatra's Barge. And they then sort of stuck him in there. And he was sort of it's the hair that's the hilarious one. So here we go. Here's a picture of him live at the Mirage. And it's tiny. It really is tiny. I mean, I don't know. How many does it hold? Can we find out? Can we find out how many people it holds? See, he's only doing... See, look, he's doing dates and times. Or go back down. Dates and times. Wait a minute. Wait. Dates and times. He was doing... So he's doing August the 18th and the 25th and September the 1st. That's it. That's not a residency. That's not headline act at all. But anyway, he actually celebrated 10 years. He was presented with 2 awards for his charity work. Wasn't for anything else at all, actually. So they say here, there are seats available, 8 p.m. So he's got 3 dates booked in. Tickets start at $29.99. You've got to be 21 years. And they say seating is not assigned. Now, that means you buy a seat, you get there first, then you can have your pick of the seats. So that it's not like over here. Have you got any other dates coming up? Any other dates? And you get it's sort of a nightclub gig. He comes out and he does, you know, she gets too hungry for dinner. That's the actual date. No other dates. So hardly a residency. You know, hardly a residency at all. But ticket prices. But you can do a meet and greet, I think. So how many seats are there? Oh, the standing show. We should then have that stinger at Steve Allen. Always seems so strange, actually. You never get over the shock of somebody else. You know, they must... All over the world, there are voiceover people sitting at home in their studio, and somebody sends something down the line. OK, can you now say, Steve Allen on LBC? Steve Allen on LBC. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's Friday. Put your feet up. Well, not on bus seats or anything. I hate it when people put bus seat feet. Oh, drives me mad. But it's Friday, so we've got the weekend ahead of us, and it's going to be wet. It's going to be very, very miserable. Re-belts, says Ian. I got elastic ones from M&S. You just pull to size and put the pin in. Oh, I don't want a cheap-looking thing. At the moment, I'm wearing diesel belts, and then this one, I can't remember where I got this one from, but I think I have to keep putting extra holes in it as I lose weight, as the weight drops off me. Ollie's in Albania. Okay. How come you don't take calls? Haven't taken calls for 20 years. Don't really need to, actually. Got the biggest audience at this time. Nobody comes even close. Nobody comes close to her. The spike is so obvious, it's embarrassing. So, it would be a dream come true, says Matt, to be offered a slot at Glastonbury. Oh, God. They're not going to do that. I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. But Luke was in the crowd to cheer him on. An incredible night. I received some accolades, which blew me away, says Matt. And but he wants to work Glastonbury. It would be a dream come true and an honour. Well, he's only got 3 dates booked in at the Mirage, so they're not even working him 5 days a week. He's got 2 in this month, and then he's got 1st of September, and that's it. And there's nothing else booked in after that. I mean, they must be booking in after that. And also, how does he survive? I suppose it's coming back here. I suppose, having sold the DVD, which is where he was so rude to Luke. Luke just seemed to be incredibly calm, whereas Matt was doing the Queenie tantrums all over the place. And you start thinking, oh, for goodness sake. But I love it when he goes, oh, I'm sort of seeing somebody at the moment. He's got no spark of energy. There's no boosting around you. I'm older, and I've still got some energy. But, if you're doing something like that, it's all, he's a I don't know who he thinks he is. I really don't. I know he takes himself, and he's a bit precious. He takes himself a bit seriously. He needs to lighten up a bit. If people lightened up, you could have much more fun in the world. Much more fun. I'm pleased to note that the Beckenham Bandstand, where Bowie performed, has been Grade 2 listed. Good news. Well, it needs money spending on it. But they're going to put a plaque up there, aren't they? Which is good. I tell you what I couldn't believe about David Bowie. When David died, the family seemed to get rid of all his stuff, all his artworks. Got sold, everything. Almost like, I'm sure they must have kept certain things, but it was almost like he didn't exist. I'm looking at all these police vehicles. This isn't a football stadium and all the soldiers lining up. It looks like it's going to kick off in Hong Kong, doesn't it? That's what it looks like to me. The Chinese government are not going to put up with this kind of thing, because so far they've brought disruption to the airport, have done loads of things. And they seem to be very powerful. This lobby, but I've just got a feeling, because I think China's ambassador to the UK is basically saying, we will not be beaten by this at all. If anything, they'll probably do the same as Tiananmen Square. Here is a police detective. He was sacked the other day, and the only reason he was sacked is because there was a little story that they kept for secret. Him and the wife kept it secret till he fell out with the wife, and then she dropped him in it from a great height. He took a £1,000 bribe to halt an investigation. Okay, now, it's not the first time. I've got another story of a policeman who's just been sent to prison for 18 weeks because somebody handed in 200 quid and he trousered it. I mean, we're getting more bent coppers now than ever before. It's ridiculous. Anyway, this one, Detective Constable Mark Hopkins, has been ruled off to jail for perverting justice and committing gross misconduct. The corrupt officer was paid off for persuading a beaten-up boy to drop an allegation of assault. He was sentenced to 4 years last month after his ex-wife told a court she saw him hiding banknotes in a kitchen cupboard. Hopkins served 18 years with South Wales Police but was dismissed without notice for bringing the force into disrepute. Detective Chief Constable Richard Lewis says we expect our officers to act with honesty, not to engage in discreditable conduct. So he's destroyed the trust that we and the public had in him. His criminal offence strikes at the heart of policing. He pleaded not guilty at his trial, but the judge told him he was motivated by greed. They heard that his ex-wife, Tina, kept his secret for 7 years, but after they split up in 2015, she decided she was going to drop him in it. So she did. But they kept it secret for all that amount of time. And so off to prison he goes. I mean, for the sake of £1,000, for the sake of £1,000, why would you want to destroy your entire life? He had a promising career, and he destroys it because he's bent. A bent copper, not the best sort of copper, but unfortunately they do exist. But I mean, motivated, for £1,000, they said, he needed the money. I thought, £1,000, couldn't you have gone to the bank and borrowed it? Would that not be easy? Would that not be easier? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Richard Branson has boldly gone where nobody's gone before by unveiling the world's first commercial spaceport. Looks lovely, actually. The British entrepreneur's Virgin Galactic arm said it had transferred all activities to New Mexico as of yesterday. I wouldn't mind going. I'd like to go into space. When you want to go into space, I'd love it. I'd love it. They're also showing you the craft that the tourists will travel in. Looks lovely. It looks like a combination of sort of three. But they reckon that 700 people have signed up for this already. It's a 90-minute suborbital flight. Costs 200,000 quid. 200,000 quid. If I had 200,000 quid, I'm not sure whether I'd go to it. What would I want to do if I was given the choice? All right, just supposing you win the lottery tonight, and they go, right, you can do one of two things. Do you want to go on Virgin Galactic up into space, or do you want to go down to the Titanic? Which one would be the one that would tempt you? Do you want to go down to the Titanic and catch it before it just disintegrates and implodes on itself, or do you want to go up into space? Space. Both of them want to go to space. Well, that's good news, actually, because that's where I'm sending you both. And I'm going down to the Titanic. Yeah. I'd much rather see the Titanic. Admittedly, I might get a bit frightened at all those noises and also the compression, because it's 2 miles down, and that's kind of like a long way. 2 miles down, then all of a sudden, the craft comes to a shuddering halt. And they go, look out that front porthole. And they switch the floodlights on. And there's the Titanic. There is the Titanic resting at the bottom of the ocean. Amazing, isn't it? In space, you just go up there. You might as well go and get a DVD out. You know, Space, the Final Frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to boldly go where no man has gone before. Well, quite clearly, man had been there before. Because this is my show. And I'm going down to the Titanic. I don't care whether you want to go or not. Perhaps we should do a Steve Allen show raffle to see who actually wants to come down the Titanic with me. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it? I think so. Except the boys will be floating around in Virgin Galactic up there. You know, ooh, should we have an ice cream? I don't know. I wonder what Steve's doing at the moment. Steve's enjoying himself down by the Titanic. Very idea. Here she is, another pose picture for poor little Megan Barton, the woman who's got one of those faces where she looks permanently fed up. And unfortunately, she's on a beach with a photographer because she's wearing full makeup. Nobody in their right mind, if you only got half a brain cell, sits on a beach in full makeup. That's the whole idea. Whole idea. Plus, cat. Well, there's a cat story. I don't want to do it. It's not a good story at all. But Megan is flaunting her curves. She's only about 3 foot tall. You ever seen her without any makeup on? I have. Woo, scary. Traditional sweeties. We like traditional sweeties, such as jelly babies and sherbet lemons, are facing extinction over demands for massive reductions in sugar intake. The past 2 years have seen public health agencies set 220 goals to cut salt and sugar in popular treats. They'll have to cancel kebabs then, won't you? Take kebabs and fish and chips and all the rest of it. But you might lose fruit salads and blackjacks, pear drops, all of those sort of things. So they have to cut down. Do you know, honestly, I'm so glad I'm at this stage of my life. I'm so glad that we were able to, when I was younger, go out and buy all these sweets and not think anything about it. You couldn't beat a pear drop. Cough candy. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire. Also, the thief who looked like David Schwimmer. He's a thief. That's what he is, actually. But he was jailed for 9 months for theft and fraud. Abdullah Husseini was caught on CCTV carrying cans of beer to the till before walking out with them. And they sort of got the pic. Well, they got no end of people dobbing him in, which was great. He captioned the video, "Officers, I swear it wasn't me. As you can see, I was in New York." He's an Iranian national from Slough, guilty of 1 count of theft, 4 counts of fraud by false representation. He is a travelling, wandering, nomadic thief. He's a consistent thief with an affinity to steal alcohol. So, in prison for 9 months, obviously enjoys the company of men who haven't seen people for ages and ages. Conor McGregor, not a very pleasant person at all. He's sort of cage fighter, thinking he's a boxer, that he's not really. And he punched some man in the face who turned down a tipple of his proper 12 drink in a pub. It's his brand of whiskey or something. What a horrible piece of work he is. What a horrid, horrid man. Teetotal students have forced the closure... I've never heard of such a thing. You ever heard of that? Teetotal students. Where do they come from? Apparently, despite offering cut-price pints and shops, takings have sunk by 2/3. Apparently, bosses say students at Abertay University in Dundee, Abertay, have preferred a daytime cafe culture. So there's demands for alcohol-free uni events on the rise. God, they're letting students down. The whole idea of student culture is drink and drugs and sex. And now they want to go, are you coming out after your lecture? Eh? Latte? I don't think so. It's lunchtime. I'll have 2 Chardonnays. Large. A spokesman says, we recognise that student tastes have shifted from a bar setting and towards a daytime cafe culture. Last year, we opened a new library cafe as part of the refurbishment of the Bernard King Library, which has been a success with students and staff. The National Union of Students says it was the first bar closure they'd heard of, saying it does not represent the national picture. Thank God for that. I got quite worried then that students might be going teetotal and going, should we all go for a run? Sorry, go for a run and then we'll have a salad sandwich. How boring and dull. Kind of defeats the object, doesn't it, a salad sandwich? It's all right to have salad, but not in a sandwich, because the bread is the bad thing. I know what you want to know this morning. Come on, put your hand up. You want to know exactly how you're going to get to work. The road and the rail. The only thing that poor old fat boy Fat Arge gets now is sort of tatty old reality shows. And the latest one is a reality show where celebrities learn how to swim. Why do we call them celebrities? The trouble is they're not. They really aren't. And they want to know whether he'll sink or float. I know which one you're all wishing, but there you go. It's they've got Love Island's Wes Nelson, Towie's Georgia Kazunu, and Coronation Street Sia Khan, trained by Kerry-Ann Payne, who's an Olympic silver medalist. Couldn't we get a gold medalist? Plus adventurer Ross Edgley and Paralympic champion Ellie Simmons. The 4-part series will climax with them trying to swing the English Channel. Good God, they've dragged it out for four episodes, and Arge will just be his usual boring, dull self. King of the Jungle, Harry Redknapp, has already said he will not fly back to Australia to hand over the crown. He said, just like in beauty pageants, it's tradition that at the end of the 12th-month reign, jungle kings and queens give up the crown so it goes to the next champion. However, Harry is making other plans. He's so proud of his victory, he doesn't want to give it back. Whilst talking to ex-jungle queen Scarlett Moffat, he says, did you have to go back and give out the trophy to the next one? I won't be going back this year, he says. I'll have the flu that week. But the pair are guests on the Late Show with Mo Gilligan, latest show, on Channel 4 at 10 p.m. And both admit they still keep in touch with their I'm a Celebrity pals on WhatsApp. I don't know. Do you not think he's been around too much now? Every time we go, here's Harry Redknapp again. And you think, well, go out there. Also, Big Brother fans are miffed. Shilpa Shetty didn't take part in a documentary about Jade Goody. They were surprised she didn't get a say after the controversial race row. And anyway, apparently they found out why the Bollywood actress didn't feature. Shilpa's spokeswoman said, we didn't receive any invitation, and anyway, her schedule is packed with her movie shoot. Yeah, but nobody knows who she is. But why would she want to go onto a programme which appeared to say how marvellous Jade Goody was? You know, it's just ridiculous. It brought utter misery into Shilpa Shetty's life. What with her, Joe O'Meara and Danielle Lloyd trying to pretend that they weren't laughing at her, which they were. Shilpa, I thought, was very composed. She did shout, but she didn't use bad language, whereas Jade Goody, every other word was an F word, or, just dreadful language. Dreadful language. Star Signs for today, Russell. I always read Russell Grant. He says, you may be a little nervous about joining in with events or pastimes. This will be this thing this evening. I'm going out for lunch with 1, 2, 3, 4 friends. So there'll be 5 of us in total. And then one of them has organised a special thing at 6 o'clock. We don't know where it is, but I'm going to like it, apparently. But I can sit and have a drink, and I'm thinking, well, we're not going to a movie, I hope. Because if I go to a movie, I'll be asleep in 5 seconds. But one of our little group has organised this thing. So I'm always very loath if somebody says, I quite like surprises, provided they don't go, I think you're going to like it, because I always go, if I think I'm going to like it, you know what it is? You don't know what it is at all. No, you don't. No, you don't. Wait a minute, I can check on the messages. And, well, how would anybody have your phone number? Nobody's got your phone number. Why'd you make things up? Since when have you started this, you're like Gemma Collins, compulsive lying about things. Nobody's mentioned her little series still going on the television. Luckily, it's not too much of it. Steve, that's my last night shift done for 3 weeks, and I'm off to sunny Spain. I'm off to sunny Spain, viva España. Bags are packed, the LBC app downloaded so I can get my 4am spike fix, says George in Aldershot. Lovely. The presenter that thinks his legs get cleaned from the shower, water that runs down, flash car with boot full of sweets. This is one of these peculiars. Is it peculiar? Oh, it's, middle-aged white guy. Middle-aged white guy. Why do I always get the seriously sick troll? I always get this sort of the one who's quite clearly got some sort of mental problems going on here. I didn't say I've got a boot full of sweets, but you're right, actually. I have. And Prosecco and everything. You mustn't be jealous. You mustn't be jealousy is an awful thing to have. But, no, I was the one who didn't think. So obviously you're not listening properly, are you? But it's nice to know that you listen as often as you do. And thank you for the figures. Phew. Thank you. Steve, they should put Arju's squeeze on the GC on the swimming reality show to see who sinks the fastest. Well, she did do the diving one. It was called Splash for a reason. She dived in, the water got out. Ridiculous. But half the farms and parents on EasyJet were told they would face a cleaning fine if they couldn't control their child. Yes, I read that. At EasyJet have said, we don't fine people for little kiddies standing on the seats. People want to do that, don't they? People like standing on the seats. I mean, I don't personally stand on the seats, but there again, I've never flown EasyJet. Not to say that I wouldn't fly EasyJet, it's just that it's never sort of appealed to me, I don't think. So what else did Piscean say? Whether you're single or attached, you need to add more variety to your show. Well, this weekend, it couldn't be busier. Could not be busier. As I say, it's lunch today, and then this event for the evening. That's the one that the producer thinks he knows what it is, but of course he doesn't, because he doesn't know any of the people that I know at all. And I don't even think they know what it is. The only person who knows what it is supposed to... Don't sit there looking like that. Don't make me come in there and sort you out. I gave him some sweets this morning. He had little chocolate... What were they? Chocolate little biscuit. Oh, no, they weren't. They were caramel. Have you eaten all of them? No, you've saved some. What, for this evening? Yeah, it's nice to... Now he's stuck his dirty fingers in there, having sort of shoved them in his mouth. He's now giving it to Corey to eat. You've had enough of them, have you, already? I've got oranges. Oranges? You want oranges? Okay. Oh, very temperamental this morning, aren't we? Honestly, here's me trying to be nice to you and give you sweets and oranges. And the oranges they're easy peel. Do you like easy peel, Corey? It's an easy peeler. I bought some. Oh, so heavy this bag. Honestly, look at this. Wait a minute. Ooh. All these are sweets. Wait a minute, ready? You're gonna love this. Oh! Only one or two. Like a whole bag. There must be about 20 or 30 in here. And still more, look, hobnobs in chocolate. Hobnobs in chocolate. You like hobnobs in chocolate. And look, more hobnobs in chocolate. You take an easy... yes, an easy peeler, absolutely. I can never open these bags. I can't open the bag. I'll have to open. Have you got a pair of scissors in there by any chance? I make so much mess in the studio. I seriously do. I seriously make a mess. And Danny... This is somebody I'm going for lunch with. I knew he'd... I don't... What's that? A fork? What good's a fork? What are you going to do? Go, be careful.
Try my best.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, you've done it. Oh, well done. Do you want two?
You reckon just one will do?
Oh, just one, you sure? Oh, okay. My friend Danny, because he's also party to this... what are you looking at now? Oh, right. He's also party to this mysterious thing at 6. He says, we've got no idea what it is, either. Hope it doesn't involve a safe word. There's only me and him will know what on earth that means. These look quite nice, actually. Where do they come from? I love it. Oh, these are nardicots. We've had nardicots before, actually. They come from... where do you think these have come from? The most unlikely place that you could think of. Where do you think they come from? Where do you think? Scotland? What, nardicots? Don't be so ridiculous. You wouldn't get anything like this grown in Scotland. You've got the climate. Norway? Are you on something this morning? No. I'll give you a clue. To Iceland? No. I'll give you another clue. if I had some panpipes, I could sort of play you a little tune, which would be from this particular country. There were a lot of panpipes and little drums and things like that. Peru. They come from Peru. So wonder what their carbon footprint is. Probably about as much as Harry and... What's the matter now? Oh, dear, honestly. What's going on it this morning, I tell you. I've had so much trouble this morning with sort of, idiot boy next door. You're getting on my nerves now. You really are getting on my nerves. I'm going to have to ask them to install curtains in this studio. So when it gets to that annoying stage, I push a button and the curtains close. Like in the other studios, they've got that button you push and the window opens, which are quite... We could have the same here with a little curtain thing. We could go, and the curtains close. They go, what do they think? That's all, folks. Which could be quite nice. A muzzle. I don't think they make them in your size, but it'd be a good idea. But you're quite right, actually. Darren's paying for dinner this evening. They're going for a steak meal. A steak meal. I'm not having steak, but I do fancy liver and mashed potato and onions and gravy. Can't wait. Wait and see what happens, shall we? Wait and see what happens. I might end up with something different. I've definitely got to have vegetables. And I saw the other day, I typed in on YouTube, street food, and up in Camden, they were selling foot-long sausages. And they looked delicious. And then they pulled the sign back, and they were Polish sausages, which I've never had before, but I'm led to believe they're full of garlic. I'm led to believe Polish sausages, you literally open the packet, and you're like, overwhelmed. Which is quite nice, but, I mean, it means that you're not going to get any snogs in. What is it? Not that I ever go out thinking I'm going to get any snogs in, but I just quite fancy the idea of a foot-long sausage. And they did look good, but the moment it said Polish, I thought, I know this from bitter experience that my friend Kasia brings back Polish sausages, and they are laden with garlic. Absolutely laden with garlic. And I'm not sure I could eat a sausage with that much garlic in it. Olivia Newton-John, picture of her doing really well in her cancer battle. How to keep your brain young? I don't know what the answer is. Keep working. I think. They think a month's worth of rain will fall in one day. And a book of fine wines, which Princess Diana gave to a friend, is set to fetch £500 at auction. It's interesting. The copy of the great vintage wine book by Michael Broadbent was presented to Roland de Voix-Pelly by 20-year-old Diana. Mr. Voix-Pelly is a solicitor. He's the uncle of Guy Pelly, who we all know is a close friend of William and Harry. And handwritten inscription says, "My darling," but actually doesn't say his name. So that's very good, because if it's got somebody's name in it, it's not worth as much. Set to be sold by Gorringes in Lewes in East Sussex. Anything with a Lady Diana signature is worth some money. It was 5 months after Diana married Prince Charles, but it's oh no, it's got his name on it. Oh, my darling. But even so, 500 quid. I think that's fairly reasonable, don't you? Fairly reasonable. Here we go. UK on flood alert, yet again. A month of rain to fall in 24 hours. Farm subsidies to be protected, thank God for that. And also, the family defy the police and insist that Nora was led to her death. There was no sexual interference or anything like that. They just found her. She was curled up. They say she died after suffering intestinal bleeding, probably caused by starvation and stress. But the uncle, I think it's the uncle, has said that they don't actually believe it. They don't believe it. And I'm thinking, well, that's what the autopsy said. We can't do anything else against it. I mean, I suppose people need to know these sort of things. We need twice as many student nurses to plug the hospital staffing crisis, which, of course, we all appreciate. And deep... Oh, I love this story. I'll have to tell you in a minute. It's such a good story. Ask me in a minute about... Just say the word diamonds. Okay, diamonds. And you're going to hear a story. They're like... Very nice, actually. They're dead easy to... Diamonds, yeah. No, it's an ardicot. They're very easy to peel. I mean, have you eaten yours yet? They're really easy, aren't they? Really nice. Very exciting. Anyway, diamonds. Where do diamonds come from? The earth, okay? Formed, some of them, lots and lots of years ago. This particular one, they had a volcano that erupted, and it spewed up diamonds. These diamonds have come from... How far underground do you think they've come? How far from underground? Bearing in mind it's 10 kilometres, good guess. Bearing in mind they've actually come from a volcano, and they've never seen diamonds like these before. 400 miles underground. 400 miles underground. They're super deep diamonds, and it comes from a reservoir that dates back, wait for this one, 4 billion years. 4 billion years. Most diamonds are formed between 90 and 140 miles beneath the Earth's crust, but these super deep ones from an area of Brazil have come between 140 and 500 miles underground. They are recognisably different. Fantastic. I mean, God knows what they're worth. God knows what they're worth. How lovely. Imagine finding something like that. I'd be scooping them up. I think they're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But 400 miles, a reservoir of diamonds. God knows what's underneath the Earth. When the Lord made it all those years, if of course he did, we're not too sure about this, are we? I think the jury is out. But you imagine finding something like that. I mean, they would have to be worth an awful lot of money. There were loads of them that came out. Loads of them, which means there must be more under the ground. More under the ground. Steve, what else is in the bag this morning? You certainly look after your colleagues. Always. Always. Well, we've got loads of these chocolate things, which I'm sure the news desk will go for. We've got, but the Nard moment, it's one of those sort of funny days. Wait a minute. Oh, good, thank God for that. 15.3, we're going down. We're heading in the right direction. That's all that matters. Also, up for sale, the Victoria Crosses of Britain's brave brothers in arms. And Colin Palmer, a Second World War hero, finally presented with his medals. After more than 70 years, joked it's better late than ever. He's a D-Day veteran. He's 98, served as a private between 1941 and 46, but he declined his medals because he felt war was terrible. He remained silent about the wartime experiences. They thought he was suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. However, he finally admitted he'd be keen to have the medals, because to be honest with you, they're worth money. They're worth money. It's great to do that. Great to sort of turn things down, but then later in life. He was also awarded the Légion d'honneur, the highest French military and civil award, by the honorary French consul, Robert Miel. His wife, who is 89, attended the ceremony with their son, who's 62. Sort of, I don't know, something to look back on. But what do people do? What do people do when they get these medals? People don't display them, do they? Which is a shame. Have you tried Koya, the Peruvian restaurant on Piccadilly? No. I don't know what they'd be serving, actually. I don't know what is typically Peruvian. Guinea pig, I thought. Guinea pig, that's what I thought. Also, felt tempted to drink some fine wine to celebrate A-level results, says Noah. Oh, no, never drink fine wine. I think you should have something like a Ribena, which I think is good. Felix says, I felt I should share my new passion. I thought of a new rap poetry for smarts. Basically, put in as many true or obviously false meanings in a set of sentences. I thought rap was always rubbish. I never liked rap. It was sort of, my name is Steve, what can I do? I'm here in the morning to entertain you. And so it goes, yeah, all right, whatever. I mean, I've got a talent. I just don't know what it is. Can't harness it. Epstein. Murder or suicide? They're now saying that the neck injuries are usually seen in murders. And now we know that the guards were asleep. I mean, it's just too convenient. Too convenient. Not going to go away. Really not going to go away. Also, snails to help beat killer bugs, and a brazen thief caught after being photographed with a stolen till. James Roberts made off with the pharmacy's cash register because he couldn't work out how to open it. It's down in Dover, so somebody got a lovely picture of him. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison, you silly little girl's blouse. Nothing worse. That's the trouble nowadays, you see. Everybody's got cameras. Everybody can take pictures of people fleeing, and then we sort of catch you, and then we send you to prison, and we have to pay for you. Frankly, I think we should stick you on an island with nothing at all, and that way it's a lot easier, isn't it? And then you don't need to worry about it. James says, I think I'm in love with Cara Toynton. Well, okay, that's fine. Sounds a bit like stalking, but it's okay if you like that kind of thing. And then there was the other one, because if you lose a relative, apparently work offers 3 days bereavement if a relative dies. Yes, if it's not immediate family, I think you get so many days, don't you? So in other words, if it's wife, husband, I think wife, husband, children. But if it's sort of granny or auntie or uncle, I don't think you get as many days, because this is the story of a lady whose pet died and she was devoted, and she basically lost her job because they had to sort of, she was in bits over it, and she thought that they actually could have been better. And then somebody thought that Ken Livingstone brought in something years ago where you could get extra time off if it was a pet that died. I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. Turned into the situation of, should you have time off if your pet dies? And do you get more if it's a dog or less if it's a cat, or you don't get anything for a budgie? I wonder really whether or not people, I don't think people get a bit sort of, funny about a budgie, do they? And if it was a goldfish, you just flush it down the toilet and then it ends up in the North Sea. So that's the whole idea. Well, eventually it does. I mean, poor thing. The rest of the time, I don't think anybody ever buries goldfish, do they? I'll probably now get inundated with people saying, you bury goldfish. Just because the kids might know. I can remember, what was it? Very funny. Yes, Steve, your rhymes are tight, says Davison Harrow. See, I'm getting better. I'm definitely getting better at things like that. I just can't... stealing a till, says Kate. It's like me trying to steal somebody's house because I couldn't get through the front door when trying to break in. Yeah, I mean, people are so stupid now. But anyway, he's gone to prison, so we're now got to put up with him for 3 years. Plank, isn't he, of the First Order. Other stories which are in the papers today. God, it's all pending court cases. I'm still curious. What would they have in common? What would they have in common? And the answer is, we don't know. Because Prince Andrew has obviously told Buckingham Palace, and their sort of pronouncements to everybody are, he doesn't know anything about this or this. And you think, well, he must do, because there's a picture of him with this girl, with his arm around her waist. So we're not asking anything that's particularly peculiar. How did you know her? Was she supplied? Was it an introduction through Mr. Epstein? It's not complicated. I could understand it if there was no pictures of this girl, but there are pictures of this girl when she was 17. She said she was 17. Also, the Chase star, Paul Sinner, is fighting Parkinson's, but because he's got a second career as a comedian, he's writing comedy material about the cruel condition. So it's, he's recently opened up about his diagnosis after a 2-year battle with health problems. He said, with 2 elderly parents and a severely autistic nephew, I'm only the 4th most unwell member of my immediate family. I've also started writing routines about it. Because that's the best thing, isn't it? To actually make light of it. And we've had a lot of people who've done stories and jokes and monologues about their illnesses, be they fatal or not, or terminal. And so that's his way of getting through it. So he's turning his illness into laughs. He says, happiness helps my health. For me, that's drinking and dining, the company of friends, family, and engaging strangers, and striving to be as good as possible at my 2 beloved jobs, comedy and quizzing. And that's all you can hope for, isn't it? When you're in his business, you want to make sure that you're good. You want to make sure that you're giving the best that you can, and that's it. But I bet you anything, he'll be trolled by people. Like somebody trolling me over what's in the boot of my car. I mean, that really is a stalker, isn't it? That's somebody who's not well in the head. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Judith in Birmingham says, just buried our goldfish, 25 years old. Hubby's made a cross. Made a cross, or is cross? I don't know. 25 years, that's quite long, isn't it? That's quite long. For really old for a goldfish. Oh, I don't know, I've seen people... Is it not for a goldfish? What do you mean it can't be a goldfish? What do you think it is? Of course goldfishes do. They can. They so can. We had goldfish in our pond on the patio. You still haven't told me how to send these pictures, which is beginning to annoy me now. Because you said you'd do it, but I'm not giving you my phone. It's as simple as that. Because you'll go through and steal my private things. And I don't want you to see things like that. You're going to show me in the ad break. So exciting, because I have promised that I will treat the picture. Literally taken a couple of days ago of the patio and the plants. Looking, I'm trying to think which one looks the best, actually. All of them look good. They're very, my begonias are seriously... What? Corey, prove me right. What do you mean, prove me right? Over what? Yes, exactly. Goldfish do. We had them in our pond. Goldfish grow to fit the pond. So we started off with not very big, and we ended up with big goldfish. Seriously, unfortunately, the heron ate them, and I came down to see it swallowing the last one, which was a nasty shock for the goldfish. But they grow to fit the size of the pond. It's quite normal for a goldfish to live that amount of time. They don't do anything, do they? They just have to float around, eating the food that you drop in there. And they go, oh, and also they have the attention span of a gnat. So consequently, they go round the bowl and they go, oh, this is nice. Where am I? I've never been here before. Go round a little bit further. This is nice. I've never been here before. And that's all they do. You can't teach a goldfish to do tricks. It's not going to sort of do, sort of acrobatics or something like that. It's not going to do a mind-reading act, is it? Something like that. The goldfish. What number are you thinking of? Although, actually, I tell a lie. I've seen goldfish doing that. I have seen a trained goldfish. I've just remembered I have. And I saw it at the Magic Circle. Scott Penrose had this goldfish. I'm 99% certain it was Scott Penrose. 99% certain. And it had all these cards on the bottom of the aquarium, and the goldfish picked out the one. We think we've done this. I'm not sure whether we've done it correctly or not, but they come out really well. Seriously, all my stuff. This was only taken a couple of days ago. So there you go. I thought I sent 2 pictures. Obviously not. I've obviously not fathomed this out at all. Well, the second one, the 2 pictures have come through. Everything's come through. Has it? Oh. Why has it not come through on my phone? Because I've sent it, I suppose. Oh, right. That's the first one. How many have come through? I have to check these things because I'm never too sure about this. It's sent 3. One in the first one, 3 in the second one. Oh, right. Oh, that's okay. They look quite good, don't they, I think? They've actually, I'm quite pleased. Even the driver this morning said to me about sort of watering late at night. I said, well, actually, I did it yesterday afternoon. I've stood there in the pouring rain before now doing it. Shane says, my neighbour had a goldfish pond. She would clap, and they would swim over to her, and she would feed them. Yes, I've heard of that, actually. I tell you what's very good at that. Koi carp are very good. There's a lovely picture in Country Life this week of a load of koi carp, all there with their heads above the water, with their mouths open, waiting to be fed, which is cute. Somebody was writing Tom Swarbrick yesterday and said, I think people should be allowed a day off for a pet, because you've raised that pet from a few weeks old. Well, not always. But, it depends how people are affected by it, doesn't it? If you're really affected by the death of a pet, well, then perhaps you should have a day. I don't think it should be any longer than a day off. I always think, anyway, there's no point in having too much time off. I had time off for my mother's death and my father's death, but to be honest with you, after about 3 days, I was so bored, I wanted to come back to work. So you come back to work and everybody says the same to you, ever so sorry. And you go, that's all right, seriously. It's life. That's it. Steve, my goldfish is 20 years old. We keep him in a small tank with a bubble pump. We had 2, but the other one was so old its eye fell out. Oh, my God, how awful is that? He's silver now, not gold anymore. He's tarnished. That's quite sweet, actually, isn't it, really? I quite like that idea. What have we got at the moment? Oh, the bad news is drug poisoning deaths have hit a record high at the moment. There was the story of a teacher. I can't remember which paper it's in now. And she gets to the airport. I think she's at Manchester Airport. And she's going to Dubai. She's got cocaine with her. She's got a bag of cocaine. What does she do? She swallows it. I mean, I can only sort of warn everybody else that if you have a bag of cocaine and a lot of people swallow them in condoms, mainly the drug smugglers, and they can swallow. I've seen people swallowing up to 100 condoms, and then they wait for them to pass through. In her case, she had this bag of, I think it was 4 grams of coke. She swallowed it at the airport because she was going to Dubai. It burst. She was dead instantly. And her parents are saying, what I mean, she was a teacher. Makes you wonder what on earth goes through somebody's mind. Surely people must have realised that there have been so many deaths of people, all these drug smugglers who actually come over and they've swallowed, and they can tell that they've swallowed just by the way they act, because they get nervous, because one of them bursts, I'm telling you, you're dead instantly. There's no mess. It's not a case of it's going to make you ill, it's going to kill you. And she, as a teacher, should have surely realised you can't swallow cocaine and then expect to live. It was just absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. I mean, it's awful for the family, but you feel like saying, but I mean, she was obviously so stupid that she was going to take cocaine in Dubai, of all places. That'd be the last place you go to, isn't it, to take drugs that you can then take. I mean, can't people get through? I mean, is it that addictive? I don't know. I've never done coke. Wouldn't want to, really. Way too expensive. Not only way too expensive. You can imagine if you end up with a habit and all of a sudden the money that you've saved up starts disappearing. Here she is. She's 42. She was 42. And she'd acquired this coke. Cost £200. £200. And she lived and worked drinking champagne in the airport lounge. She decided she'd take the bag with her and smuggle it into Dubai, which has tough anti-drug laws. So she chose to swallow it, but collapsed moments later when it burst in the stomach. The assistant coroner said, what on earth was she thinking? Mrs. Buchanan's mother says, we couldn't understand why she would risk something for such a small amount. Can't imagine why she'd think she could do it anyway. I mean, parents never understand these things, and we don't understand them either. Bewigged Tory MP Michael Fabricant warns critics on Twitter those who make personal comments will be blocked. Yet follically challenged, Fabricant makes a rude, if quite funny, personal comment about UKIP leader Richard Brain quipping. He said the new leader of UKIP is Dick Brain. At least honesty in politics. But is it not Michael Fabricant who doesn't believe he wears a wig? I don't know what he thinks it is. I mean, it looks a bit like Corey's hair, doesn't it? Just in sort of a peculiar blonde colour. I mean, it looks odd even on television. God knows what it looks like in real life. Well, that is real life, isn't it, television? Is it? No, of course it's not. Why would you think television was real life? So here we go. Sarah Ferguson sunning herself with Andrew. Peculiar relationship there. She apparently is helping him through this difficult period. I don't think she's going to be much use. She knew Jeffrey Epstein as well. Very well. Also today, Catherine Hamnett, the English fashion designer. She's 72. Trevor McDonald, 80. Happy birthday to him. Also, what else do we have? I'm trying to think, actually. Thomas Edward Lawrence. You know who Thomas Edward Lawrence is? Probably a bit before your time, actually. If I tell you he was Lawrence of Arabia. But the other thing that I never knew, whenever I saw him, because I saw the film about him, he was only 5'5" tall. I mean, that's perfectly tiny. I mean, that's not really very big at all, is it? But he found fame. He was played by 6'2" Peter O'Toole. That's why I suppose we all thought that he was that person. He died riding a motorcycle in Dorset, crashed after swerving to avoid two boys on bicycles. We went to his house. And I think his house, if memory served me, was called Clouds Hill. I don't know why I think it was called Clouds Hill. It's just one of those things that sticks in your mind. My dad wanted to go there, so we went to the house. You could go in. I think we paid to go in. It was one of those things. But he was only 5'5". Isn't that funny? You see, it's like whenever you see people who were on the television, and then you see them in real life, and you suddenly go, oh my God, you're really quite small. And they are. That Barton woman, she's tiny as well. She's about 5'5". Rooney's betting round, now the boss of a rival casino firm, calls the deal preposterous. Listen, if somebody wants to, offer him £7.8 million... Nobody's ever offered me £7.8 million. But if somebody ever offered me £7.8 million, I'd be stupid to turn it down. Why not? That's actually not only protecting you, but your family, the children. It means that when you go, you've got money to leave them. That's what people want to do nowadays, isn't it? That's why I was talking because my mortgage finishes very shortly, which means I'm mortgage free, which is, loads of people in that situation. My driver, Thomas, this morning, exactly the same. And I think, but what's the point? You're not going to sell the place. It just means you're going to be having that bit of extra money every month. And in some people's cases, it's serious money. That's why young people can't afford to buy, especially not in London. It's way too expensive. If we were talking about flats the other day in EC1, starting at 900,000 for a two-bedroom flat. Thomas, even if they clubbed together, they couldn't afford it. They'd never get, that amount of mortgage given to them at all. It's impossible. Even if you went 5 times his salary, you're nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. When I was younger, it was a lot easier because my parents gave me the deposit and I paid the mortgage. You know, in some years, I mean, we had a mortgage rate, I think, of 15% at one point. But eventually, it evens out, and then you go, oh, I've paid it off, and you go, but there's no point. What am I going to do? Sell it and buy somewhere else to saddle myself with another mortgage? No, thank you. No, thank you. Posing for a raunchy shoot, Prince's pal accused of being Epstein's pimp. This is provocative. This is Ghislaine Maxwell. They're a very, very peculiar family, the Maxwells. You might not remember, but Robert Maxwell was the bully who became a multimillionaire publisher. His lifestyle was funded by £460 million, which Robert Maxwell thieved from the Mirror Group pension pot. That's what he was famous for. With his youngest daughter and favourite child, Ghislaine, in hiding, you now look at the rest of them. The rest of them. I think, actually, Kevin, the youngest brother, was crestfallen by his father's debt, and he admitted being totally in awe of him. I mean, they are a strange family. Bankruptcy, sudden death, huge fortunes, made and lost. And here's Ghislaine now, and they don't know where she is. And do you know why they want to find her? Because according to the papers, they want to present her with a subpoena. They want to find out what's been going on. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. The only person who actually could know, because it's the only one that we know, is Prince Andrew. And he's issued a statement through Buckingham Palace who've said he doesn't know anything about this at all. Well, he must know something, surely. I mean, they were walking through... They weren't talking about rhododendrons, were they? Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the beginning of the weekend. Welcome to It's Going to Rain. Welcome to It's Going to be a washout. Welcome to It's England. It rains. We get all the seasons in one day. I quite like the idea that after a 6-year campaign... a rundown musical landmark has finally made the grade. You probably heard it on the, on the news. And this is the bandstand. God, do you remember band? I mean, honestly, you've got to be a certain age to remember what bandstands were there for. You would get the local brass band to come and play. And people would sit in deck chairs all around listening. You don't get that anymore now. They fall into disrepair. This is in Beckenham. And the bandstand, for which David Bowie gave... his free festival, having just released Space Oddity, has finally got Grade 2 listed status. And 50 years ago, this event was held to raise money for an arts project run by the future rock star. 3,000 fans went down to the Croydon Road Recreation Ground, somewhat fewer than the 500,000 hippies who that weekend in August 1969 were attending Woodstock. Bowie lived nearby with a landlady turned lover, Mary Finnegan. A month later, Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom. One of my favourite records, actually. And what was on the other side of Space Oddity? I'm trying to think, actually, of what was on the B side of it. Sorry? Summer? Starman. No, I don't think it was. That came out later, didn't it? Can't remember. But anyway, he's supposed to have penned the lyrics to Life on Mars on the steps of the bandstand, and so they've raised about a third of the restoration cost. The bandstand, owned by Bromley Council, has been given Grade 2 listed status, and it's going to end up with a blue plaque. It's a good idea, isn't it? That'll be nicked. You what? I mean, seriously, I say that and I joke, but of course I'm actually being deadly serious. People pinch things like that. We've got loads of blue plaques. I love going through London and seeing blue plaques, and they're trying to work out who the people are, because sometimes you get, I mean, mind you, the traffic in London never moves, does it? But I'd love to find out exactly who everybody's blue plaque is. They're all over the place for all sorts of people. Some you've never heard of. But most of them you have actually heard of, which is good news. There's a woman here in the paper today left blind in one eye. She used a microwave to boil eggs. Can't help feeling maybe not. The 2 eggs she boiled in the microwave exploded. Instead of just putting them in a pan, which is the kind of easy way, she was advised it was safe to microwave the eggs in water as long as she added salt. So she let the shelled eggs cool after cooking them in a jug for 6 minutes, as per the guideline. But as she looked into the jug to check on them, the eggs exploded. Because even though you've taken them out of the microwave, they still carry on cooking, don't they? And they obviously get to that stage. Anyway, the eggs exploded, burning the right side of her face. She dialed 999 and was rushed to the burns unit. at the hospital in Birmingham where the wet bandages were applied. They can't say yet whether permanent damage has been done, but you never peer into a jug with something you've taken out of a microwave. You can still, if you cook something in a microwave, and you know me, I'm accident prone anyway, it's a case of it's still cooking for, it could be anything up to a couple of minutes afterwards, and especially with something like eggs. You can imagine they're sort of cooking inside, then all of a sudden, they explode. And in her case, she had to rush to hospital. Mind you, we have found something this morning which is going to tempt everybody who loves Christmas. Okay, this is specifically for you Christmas lovers out there, and it's our friend Heston Blumenthal has excelled himself. He has devised, wait for this, you're not going to believe this, you're not going to believe it, a Christmas dinner that can be eaten in one mouthful. The one mouthful Christmas dinner. It's a minuscule dish on offer at his triple Michelin-starred Fat Duck restaurant. Try and get a table. It comprises of salmon, prawn cocktail, turkey and stuffing. And it's where's the roast potatoes? Where's the sprouts? Where's all the nice things? But he says, I can't stand traditional Christmas dinner, but it's one of my favourite times of the year. So there you go. There you go. I quite like the idea of that. I think that's fantastic. A Christmas dinner in one mouthful. Ooh, I love a prawn cocktail. I'm a bit naff like that. And what else do I like? I like salmon. I could eat salmon quite happily for a lot of the time with egg mayonnaise or stick it on a bagel. That suits me fine. Also, the pop queen and dedicated rockers leading the way as the music business gears up for a busy autumn. This is what we're looking for now. And the big album's already available to order. So these are the people who have albums. You won't believe some of these ones. I mean, apart from the obvious, like Taylor Swift, August 23rd, she's out. Lana Del Rey, August 30th. Sheryl Crow, August 30th. Iggy Pop. Who buys Iggy Pop stuff? Liam Gallagher, September the 20th. Mahalia, September the 6th. Chrissy Hind, and that's September the 6th. Emily Sandé, September the 13th. Charlie XCX, is that how you pronounce it? I don't know how. Charlie XCX. All right. September the 13th. Keane, and that one's out September the 30th. The Beatles. Yes, you heard correctly. The Beatles. This is the repackaging of the Beatles, which has already given us superb deluxe editions of Sgt. Pepper and the White Album. Now there's the 50th anniversary revamp of Abbey Road, newly mixed by Giles Martin, son of George, the original producer, boosted by session recordings and demos. Among the bonus tracks, Paul McCartney's homemade demo for Goodbye, written for Mary Hopkin, and an early version of George Harrison's Something. I think that would have to go on my checklist. And The Darkness as well, October the 4th. So there's all those albums coming out. I didn't realise people bought albums anymore. I know it seems a bit mad, actually, but there you go. And another one here. Oh, actually, my brother's got to phone the hotel today. I think a suite, provided it's not ludicrous money, I'm prepared to. I said earlier on the programme, because my brother's wedding, and so a lot of people are going to want to stay over, and I'm going to want to stay the Friday and the Saturday. And then I could sort of pootle back at my own sort of length on the on Sunday, which it makes it a lot easier actually. But because everybody else is down there, they're going to be a little bit busy for rooms. So I won't do the show on the Sunday. I'm going to take the Sunday off. First time I've done that in God knows how long. It's 8th December. Yeah. Don't need to worry about it too much at the moment. I'm sure they'll find somebody. Do you think for one day they'll manage to find somebody? But I said to my brother yesterday, I said, because I don't want to be fobbed off. I don't want a single room. There'll be no room because we've got entertainers coming down. I've booked two magicians, and they'll have to change. So they might as well change in my room. And so I've said to my brother, I said, don't a double at sort of the very least, but a suite, if they have a suite, provided it's not ludicrously expensive. And I can't work out what I think is ludicrously expensive in a hotel. I've really got no idea of what people charge nowadays for a suite. I mean, I'm willing to go up £600. My brother's now fallen out of the car. £600? Are you mad? But no, if I go away in a hotel, I like staying in somewhere where I can spread out a bit. I don't want to. I couldn't bear a single room. That would drive me absolutely mad. I'll be there, but we'll have to see, because apparently the hotel's getting booked for Christmas already. people booking up for Christmas. I bet you anything, if you go around pubs and restaurants and hotels now, they'll be taking bookings for Christmas dinner. Taking bookings. In fact, I can see this year Christmas is going to be very interesting because my godchildren, they're looking to move, and I don't know where we are in the moving state. I shall find out tomorrow where we are in the moving stakes, because Christmas we could be driving about all over the place. We have done it in a hotel. It's terribly expensive in hotels, terribly expensive. And guess who's in Portugal at the moment? The man who calls me captain. The man who calls me captain. And he says, morning, Captain. It's my friend Chris. He says, expecting a visit from your boss, Stephen M, this morning, who's playing a game of golf with Peter Jones against two top telly favourites. I will, of course, be demanding an immediate pay rise on your behalf. Thank you. Well, when you see Mr. Myron, give him our very best. Yeah, yes, the whole team are interested, actually, Chris. The whole team. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a great weekend, actually. Delighted to hear you're doing your run in Windsor Park, which you have to get permission from the Queen. She's given permission for this to take place, which is nice, isn't it? See, mixing with royalty. I'm hoping a bit of this rubs off on me, you know. I've met royal people, sort of. Well, I've been in the same place that they've been in. It's not quite the same, is it? But golf. Now, you know me and golf, Chris, it just doesn't go at all well. But if you could ask for the pay rise, I'm sure that Mr. M will be able to sort it out for us, which would be very nice. I am deeply in your debt. Thank you very much indeed. Have a good weekend. Hope the weather's nice. It's going to be terrible over here. Very miserable. Not very exciting at all. But, you know, we cope with it. Doesn't matter, does it? If you're on the radio, the weather doesn't make any difference at all. You just sit here. I mean, every day is like freezing cold. It's like sitting in a fridge this morning. So cold. Wonder why my tea went cold quite quickly. What have we got? We got 14 minutes past 6. More of your texts and emails. Gemma Collins, pictured in the paper, exiting a Chinese restaurant. And then she says, I don't know why I'm fat. I don't eat very much. I'm thinking, well, you're eating the wrong food then. You're eating the wrong food. If you're eating Chinese food, it's not good for you because it's going to be cooked in all sorts of things. You know, you need to be eating more salads and exercising, which I think is highly unlikely. I don't think you'll be doing that anytime soon. The Guardian this morning, the Lib Dems under pressure to back Corbyn's effort to oust Johnson. Also, Israel bans Democrat pair after the Trump rant. And William Hume's School in Manchester results day. Overall, there was a drop in top A-level grades in England, but better results in Wales and Northern Ireland. But they get nice pictures. They get nice pictures of people looking very happy because, believe you me, it must be the end of a lot of stress. And you think to yourself, oh, I just can't do it again. I used to hate exams. I was rubbish. I was absolute rubbish at exams. I was never that sort of person. I daydreamed. In fact, a couple of my reports, I think my brother showed me, sort of say Stephen has a lot of trouble concentrating, which is quite true. If you've heard this programme for any length of time, you know I wander off at a tangent. Listen, after the news, I'll tell you about my two guests for In Conversation this weekend. One is an X Factor winner and actor, and the other an actress, famous for her role in the film adaptation of 1984. And you get to see her at a lovely little theatre just up the road from me very, very shortly. But first, with the come this morning, the drastic rickshaw cutback. However, it's not here. It's in Barcelona. Perhaps it could happen here. Perhaps we could get rid of them. Ghastly people. Anyway, my first guest for In Conversation this weekend is a British actress, most famous for her portrayal of Julia in the 1984 film adaptation of George Orwell's classic novel 1984. She also starred in the adaptation of Arthur Ransom's Swallows and Amazons, as well as the movies Tess, Willoughby and Out of Africa. On television, she starred in the ITV drama Wish Me Luck, Casualty on the BBC, and the STV drama McCullum, as well as performing extensively in the West End. And that's for this weekend. And somebody said to me, so what's... I thought it seemed fairly obvious, actually. Somebody said, so what is this programme, The Best of Steve Allen? I said, well, we do a show Monday through Friday, and then what we do is we take little bit... The producer will say, I've got the first bit for the best of income. It'll be something that, you know, either makes him smile or makes him laugh or something. Mainly it's laugh. And we'll go, that's the bit. And they'll put together clips from the programme which they think are the best of Steve Allen. Eddie Mayer takes the little tiny clip for... What does he call it? The Steve Allen soundbite. which I get every day on Eddie's programme, which is lovely, and I'm very grateful for the mentions. Thank you very much. And then the best of Steve Allen is available tomorrow morning. So if you wake up early, you get the best bit. So you might be confused by thinking that I'm here, but I have to be honest with you and tell you, I am but a mirage. I am but here in Voissey only. But then on Sunday morning, I'm back between 5 and 7, taking that first look at the Sunday papers, which can be, well, we can go anywhere with it. It depends what they come up with. What do you reckon? What do you reckon they're going to be coming up with on Sunday in the papers? Do you think it's going to be more Prince Andrew? Do you think it's going to be the photographs of him with Fergie and somebody's got very long lenses at Sotogrande? This is an estate of lots of houses. They're quite expensive. They work out about 11 million, some of these places. So I don't know whether he's paying for it or he's not paying for it, or whether he got the aircraft for free. But either way, she's whisked him away. Just the kind of thing you really don't need, because I shouldn't imagine she's much help to him, because nobody knows what's going on. This is the Jeffrey Epstein thing. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going on at all. It's all sort of pie in the sky, isn't it? Very, very odd. What have we got here? Oh, Danny Dyer. Somebody wrote to the Daily Star, Danny Dyer, the girl, and said she needs to grow up. Well, she's not really done anything. She did that sort of lame advert on the television. Also, schools. Should they be sugar-free zones? And the answer is, I don't know. How do you get kids off sweets? They don't want to come off sweets, do they? But I'm very tempted. And because Dave, who is out working on Nick Ferrari's programme, setting up and putting all the bits and pieces out, he said, he just came in, he said, I saw this piece, he said, and I thought of you. And I thought, oh, God, what's it about? It's not about eating kebabs with chips wrapped around them and things like that. Nope, it's Barcelona announcing a drastic rickshaw cutback. Barcelona City Council, the story runs, has announced it's going to take action against the mostly unlicensed rickshaws that have proliferated on the streets in recent years, with some estimates putting as high as 2,000. The deputy mayor has said Barcelona isn't Bombay. We have cycle lanes that are for bicycles, pavements for pedestrians, and we aspire to having a respectful and qualified tourism model. The city's councillor for mobility complained the rickshaws contribute nothing to citizens' mobility because they're fundamentally focused on tourism. However, outside the tourist season, drivers often look for clients outside nightclubs, concert and football matches. In July this year, the police decommissioned 122. The council now proposed zero-tolerance policy. Only 500 are registered with the authorities. As with the explosion of electric scooters, I shouted at somebody the other day, on an electric scooter on the pavement. Illegal, I shouted. As well as the bikes and the Segway tours. The problem is the rickshaws exist in a legal vacuum. Technically speaking, they may, like bikes, use cycle lanes and wide pavements, but the city wants them to be covered by a separate bylaw. So we're part of the tourist industry, not taxi drivers, says Caesar, a spokesman for the rickshaw drivers. He said it was close to 1,000, not really 2,000, only half of which were licensed. He said, we're willing to sit down, talk and find a way to regulate the business. We can't have a European city where rickshaws are banned. Why not? I wish we'd hurry up and ban them here. Dangerous. They don't pay any tax. They rip people off. They're crooks. They're crooks out there. They ride through all sorts of places, and unfortunately, when people have had a few sherbets, they get into them. They're not insured. There's no insurance that comes with these things. They just sort of, people, sometimes you see 4 or 5 people in them. And then there's somebody peddling away and you think, how much are they charging for that? And the answer is they're ripping people off. That's what they're doing. But there's no regulation. No regulation. I make a mental note of the adverts they're carrying, making a mental note not to buy anything they're advertising. I'm sorry, they ride the wrong way up one-way streets. They're on pavements. They're thugs. Horrible people. And the mayor? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. I don't mind bicycles. I can cope with bicycles and stuff like that. But they need to sort it out. They've tried. Each mayor has tried to get rid of these ghastly things, or to regulate them, or to license them, or do something. Do something. But they're not doing anything at all. Mind you, we're not doing anything about the homeless problem, are we? That's all over the place. Every day you can see people sleeping on the pavement. Sometimes they're sleeping in the wall or in a doorway. Other times they're stretched out. They're all over the place. All over the place. They're not doing anything about that either. We haven't sorted out knife crime. The front page of one of the papers today. As if proof were needed. A caring dad killed for trying to help. He was stabbed on his way home from work in a clash with a gang of youths. He's a solicitor, Peter Duncan, hit with a screwdriver in an unprovoked attack. He's dead. And this is the sort of thing that we actually put up with now. 7 teens have been arrested. Good! There's also an 18-year-old in London who became the second teenager to be stabbed to death this week. Police and paramedics battled to save him, but he died at the scene in Brixton. A 17-year-old was arrested on suspicion of murder nearby. That's the 16th stabbing victim in London this year. It was a 16-year-old stabbed in Camden. And then what did they say the other day? They said the other day that they're going to put out, and David Lammy was talking about it, these chicken boxes. You know why? And people are saying, isn't that a bit racist? They're putting about knife stories on chicken. Why on chicken boxes? Because they're working on the assumption that the majority of the stabbings are black teens and they eat chicken. That's why they've deliberately targeted chicken shops. Well, that's racism, isn't it? By any other name. I don't see how that's going to stop it. Even police officers have said, how's that going to stop? Of course it's not. You think the people who go around who sort of protect their little territory, their drug investment or whatever it happens to be, or their sort of postcode lottery, do you think they're going to read that on the chicken box and go, oh, it says here we mustn't stab anybody anymore. OK, let's not bother. Like setting up youth clubs, a more ludicrous idea you'd be hard pushed to find. As if somebody's going to go, I tell you what, I'm going to hand my knives in and not bother dealing drugs anymore for a game of ping pong and a game of snap. 5 minutes to 7. So I was just when I was saying to my brother £600 for a sweet. He said the cat just fell off the bed, which I quite like actually. But my poor brother is he's doing these either early mornings or ridiculous things. He says I'm working till 9 p.m. today. He's never had to do these things before. It's a complete career change. Coming up this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, Britain faces a public health emergency after figures for England and Wales show drug-related deaths have hit a record high. Why are so many lives being torn apart by drugs? Well, there was that classic story we read earlier on of that teacher, 42, going to Dubai. She swallows drugs at the airport before she leaves to go to Dubai. It bursts in her stomach and kills her. Even her parents can't understand why she'd want to do something like that. There are more and more cases. Drugs are freely available. And probably even in Twickenham, you could probably get drugs if you so desired. An 18-year-old man stabbed to death in Brixton yesterday afternoon. He was the 50th person to die in a London stabbing this year. We'll have the latest. And should employees be entitled to compassionate leave when their pets die? I think most people seem to agree, and they'll probably tell Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning the same thing, that some people get very, very attached to their pets. They become a part of the family. In fact, a friend of mine, she's got 2 cats. She refers to them as her babies. They're not babies, obviously, but that's what she refers to them as because she looks after them. And we had people who were crying on the phone because their dog had died or their cat had died, and they were totally devoted to it. But whether or not you have time off work, I don't know. I always thought you could have time off for immediate member of the family. I don't think they can bring in pets on this one, because then you'd have to decide which pets. If it's a cat, if it's a dog, fine. Would it be the same for a hamster, a budgie, or a set of mice? The answer is I've got no idea at all, but you can discuss that with Nick Ferrari this morning from 7 on LBC. 23 minutes to 7. The Times this morning, the firm... Do you remember we mentioned yesterday the Action fraud? They're in crisis, as indeed we thought they might be, after the disclosure that Police Scotland have pulled out of the service and the private company running it faces being sacked. Staff at the National Centre, as revealed by the Times yesterday, which deals with victims of fraud on behalf of the police, mock callers as morons and have been trained to mislead them into thinking their cases will be investigated. Apparently as few as 1 in 50 leads to a suspect being caught. It seems a dreadful waste of time. Teenagers employed at the call centre complain they can't cope because of frequent calls from victims who threaten suicide. One recruit allegedly used information she learnt during training to try and commit fraud. This is the danger, isn't it? We get this all the time now. It's this obsession that people have got. So let's wait and see what happens with Action fraud. Also, universities accused of luring students onto unsuitable courses after it emerged that some of them were offering cash incentives of up to $4,500 to recruit wavering school leavers. I was watching something, it was was it yesterday? Was it UK Customs or Border Control? Whatever it was, it's one of these ridiculous things. I mean, people must be so dumb nowadays. They had, what they were looking for was cigarette smugglers. And 2 women come through, and so they pull them over, and they go, do you have any cigarettes? And one of the women goes, yeah, I've got 100. And the other one said, I've got some tobacco. Anyway, it turned out they were cigarette smugglers and tobacco smugglers, and the customs knew this because the coach that they were on was known for routinely doing it. And they lied. They said, have you ever been stopped by customs before? No, said these women, without realising that they just go, the customs officer said, hang on a sec, she goes back. Yeah, they've been stopped before for the same thing. Some bloke comes in, and he's got 3 suitcases, and this one is an even bigger liar. So the customs officer says, good morning, where have you come from? Come from so-and-so, so-and-so. Did you buy any cigarettes? No. He blatantly says no. I mean, he's either incredibly dumb, stupid, or a combination of the two. So she says, can you just pop your case up here? She opens the first case. It's all cigarettes. It's all cigarettes. So have you got any more? And again, he goes, no. Thinking, because he's obviously a bit simple, that she's not going to want to look in the other 2 cases, which she does. And what is it? They're all full of cigarettes. Him and the wife have smuggled in 18,000 cigarettes. And so, of course, they lose them. They're confiscated. And so they said, been stopped by customs before? No. Turns out he has been stopped by customs before. And so it's all these people. You have to laugh that people stand there and blatantly tell lies. They blatantly stand there and go, no, I've never been stopped before. I've never smuggled cigarettes. And they all try and pretend, oh, it's just for my personal use. Well, all this tobacco? Yeah, I give it to people for Christmas presents. And what happens is the smugglers will pay the people to bring the stuff back. They will give you the money, and then you make a little bit of money on it, and that's it. But the person who's bringing the stuff back in, the thick ones, are the ones who get nicked. Because they're smuggling. The Mr. Biggs behind it, who is selling these ghastly cigarettes at car boot fairs and all sorts of things like that, mainly car boots, are the people who are sort of laughing. They're laughing because they're recruiting these idiots. There was one woman, she was everybody's favourite grandmother. And she'd come in from Jamaica, and she was lovely. But she was a drug smuggler. And the reason that they guessed is because she brought it, she was about 80. She fitted the stereotype of somebody that the drug people would use to be a drug mule. They offer them, 200 quid or £500, whatever it happens to be, just bring this stuff in. In her case, it was in a laptop. An old woman bringing in a laptop, kind of the alarm bells were ringing straight away. And so they look at it, put it through the machine, and there is the stuff. And they wrap it in tin foil without realising that the X-rays see right through it. And they could see this stuff was in there, and it was pure cocaine. And so she got arrested, she got sent to prison. There was another bloke, lied about it. Have you brought any drugs in? No. Turns out he had tons of drugs. 9 years he got sent to prison for. The people with the cigarettes, unless it's their second time or third time, in which case they can go to court and they can possibly go to prison as well, just lose the cigarettes. So a bit of a wasted journey, but they'll try it again somewhere else, and they'll probably get the next lot through. And that's how it works. But it's fascinating to watch the way the whole system operates on the television. So as I say, now I'm so adept at finding shoplifters. I can see them. I can just look at people and I go, you're going to shoplift. I sometimes say it out loud, shoplifters. And these 2 women yesterday in Iceland were shoplifting. They had the usual bag slung over their shoulders, which you just drop stuff in. Nobody checks them. There's no security there. It's ridiculous, isn't it? One size doesn't fit all. It's the Telegraph's women's sport body image. I love it when it says one size fits all. I've never bothered with things like that at all. They're doing the grade expectations, plus army veteran may be charged over the unjustified death of an IRA man. Scientists say they've created a pair of robo-shorts that could help people who have difficulty walking. Oh, well, that'll be me, won't it? I've decided I can't run. I think I've lost the ability to run. I tried walking very fast the other day to get the train. If ever I see the train coming in, because I have to, my train splits, I explained yesterday, it comes in as a 10-piece and then they split it, so four. And so I always get on the disabled bit, which is quite, because you get a seat, I bet it's by the toilets, but it doesn't matter. But if the train's coming in and I'm only halfway up the platform, I've got to pick my skirts up and move a bit. Because thousands of people come towards you and they don't care. One of these days I'm going to be knocked under a train. Rebel Tories hint support for Corbyn as an interim PM. And the Mirror, Olivia Newton-John, she says, I'm still here, still doing great and living for every minute. Good for her. My friend Paul in Vienna, Paul Brennan, huge fan of Olivia Newton-John. Huge fan. Can't tell you. And the sweet truth is why schools should be sugar-free zones. God, we're turned into this nation of mamby-pambies. Nobody else gets this around the world, do they? It's a case of we've got loads of people in the country, they want to eat sweets. They're kids. And all the kids will do is say, but wait a minute, you've eaten sweets? And you go, yeah, but we're telling you not to eat them. And that's it. You know, there's nothing you can do. They wanted to ban cakes the other day. You know, when they do a cake fest and then they sell slices of cake and the money goes to whatever branch, you know, get some new footballs or something like that. And they decide they want to ban that as well because they're full of sugar. And now sweets. Oh dear, sweet shops everywhere going, what, are you trying to kill our business as well? And the answer is we have lots of... There's one just up the road from here, literally nearly opposite the front door to the Hippodrome, and it's an old-fashioned sweet shop. It's not. It's mocked up to look old-fashioned. But, you know, if people rely on things like this all the time, and some people love their sweets, peppermint drops and stuff like that, old ladies going to see an Agatha Christie in the theatres always used to take a packet of peppermints. I used to take a packet of fruit gums. Well, in fact, I used to buy 4. But whenever we went to the theatre at Christmas, there'd be 4 of us, and I'd give each person a packet of fruit gums, just to keep you going, because it was quite a nice thing to do. That'll all be out. All those, because they're all made with sugar. You can't get away with it, can you? Every time you try and sort of save on, you know, and how much sugar is in this, and well, you can have this without it. And then, you know, me with my blood sugars going all over the place. I mean, this morning, down to 12.9 now. I'm sort of heading in the right direction. It's not quite good enough, but we'll get there. And then what I'll have today is I'll try and have a healthy meal with all these people, but I will be having a little bit of boozykins. You know, just one has to, don't you? Especially on a it's a Friday. Goodness sake, honestly, I'm not going to live like a monk in the studio. Everybody goes to me, it's really cold in your studio, isn't it? I said, well, it keeps me awake, so that's the good news. Another one says here, a lot about, somebody says, wouldn't a combination of a monk and a nun be a nunk? I don't know, actually. I quite like the idea of sort of, you know, monks and nuns. I don't know why you'd ever want to do it, actually. I mean, some of them sort of take a vow of silence. I mean, I can recommend people for that job, actually. Another one here. A lot of people talking about the monks and the nuns. David Lammy's back today, isn't he? It is David Lammy in for Mr. O'Brien, which was very good yesterday, so let's wait and see what they're going to come up with. Steve, these are television programmes. They're made for television. Oh, I understand exactly how television works. David says, I once arrived at Heathrow and realised I had 4 cartons of cigarettes, so I went through the red zone to tell them, which is actually very honest, actually, to tell them I'd made a mistake. I had to pay the tax and also got all the cigarettes confiscated. Not happy bunny. I know. We've all done it. I haven't done cigarettes. I can remember, I told you before, and I've been quite honest about it, when I used to go out to Vienna, I used to take sausages. The girls out there used to like Wall sausages. They couldn't get them in Vienna, and cheddar cheese. So I would take out cheddar cheese and Wall sausages. And I did take some cigarettes out at one point, which were in my suitcase, but I bought them here, I hadn't bought them duty-free. And of course, they got confiscated, because you can only take 200 into the country. It got to be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But when you see these people who bring in thousands, 20,000 cigarettes, they're called smugglers. They're smugglers. But if you do go through the red zone and you say, listen, I'm terribly sorry, I have made a mistake. It's like, when you go abroad and you buy clothes or you buy briefcases. I bought a briefcase before now. You're supposed to declare that. You're only supposed to allow so much to spend on gifts to bring back. So if you spent £1,000 on Tommy Bahama's shirts, God help us, then they're going to have you for it. You've got to pay VAT on this stuff. So what people used to do is buy these clothes, take all the labels off. Trouble is, then they used to ask you for the receipt. If you didn't have a receipt for the clothes, you'd say, well, I don't know, I bought them years ago. I bought a suitcase once. A friend of mine, not a suitcase, an attaché case. A friend of mine said, can you buy this attaché case? It was cheaper over in Vienna. So I said, yeah, that's okay. And all I did, I just set the dial to what I thought was the combination and took it through as if it was mine, which was a bit naughty, but it was about 35 years ago. And didn't have to pay. But I did get stopped before and had to pay the duty on things. Strange, isn't it, really? I mean, the things you can bring in, but it's the cigarettes that they go crackers for at the moment. Here we go. We've got the Daily Mail today, as she's caught up in the Epstein sex scandal, the risque shoot that shows Maxwell's daughter in a very revealing light. Pictures taken ages ago. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped. It's all gone a bit funny. Prince Andrew's run away thinking that perhaps when he comes back, people will kind of forget about it. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I bet you anything. I mean, I can always picture them now, because Soto Grande is not exactly the most difficult place to get into. It's very easy. And I bet you anything there's going to be pictures of him by the pool with Fergie. And because they didn't take the daughters, because they must be going, oh my God, what's going on here? Nobody knows, but he must know. What were they talking about in Central Park? Just come out of prison, convicted paedophile. What on earth would you be hanging around with Prince Andrew? It wasn't until the press said, why is he hanging around with this, that all of a sudden he distanced himself. Unbeknownst to him, Jeffrey Epstein kept a diary. Apart from all the other things and all the people who've said, oh yes, I went to here and I met this person, I met that person. Even Bill Clinton couldn't tell the truth. How many flights did you take on Epstein's private jet? Oh, only about 4. 26. And they know that because it's in the flight log. 26 flight. What on earth were you doing? What on earth were you doing? I mean, people are coming up with all sorts of strange things. Plus, tragic Nora's grandfather says dark areas surround her death as police admit ravine she was found in was searched repeatedly. They think she wandered into the Malaysian jungle. This is what the police think. And then she starved to death a week later. She had learning difficulties. She was naked, and she went missing near a waterfall. Now, whether or not, I don't know, I wasn't there, she actually took all her clothes off to go swimming in this remote waterfall, I've got no idea. How long has she been dead? I don't know. But the family are not buying this one at all, which I think is sort of quite interesting, because I thought that they would have accepted exactly what the... Sorry, I'm a bit noisy. They would have accepted exactly what the police said, but they haven't. They don't quite... They think there are sort of sinister forces at work. That's what they say. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Sun this morning, miracle tot in bag birth, most amazing baby picture ever, and mentioned by the Black Cab poet. He says, Steve, the last time, says Michael, I went to Cyprus. I took friends ginsters, pasties, revels, McCoys, crisps, smoked salmon, bagels, Fixodent, and cans of Silvercrin, extra hold hairspray. Call me the contraband poet. Everybody takes stuff out, don't they? That's what I thought. Somebody would say, you come out, could you bring some salad cream? We can't get salad cream. And you go, OK, I'll bring some salad cream out. I don't know what you're supposed to take out. I don't think you're supposed to take meats out, are you? No point in taking steak out or anything. I nearly bought some steak the other day, but I ended up not buying it. Stabbed in the heart of Britain, the knifing at the Home Office. Dad killed by teen yobs. 7 people being questioned at the moment. What is it with these people? Are they just particularly thick, particularly aggressive? What sort of families do they come from? Daily Express, the special series on how to keep your brain young, because that's what you want. You don't want to start sort of wandering. And we all do it. We all do it. Sometimes I get very confused. Not confused over things. I can't remember somebody's name. I'll think, oh, so-and-so, and what's their name? I can't remember, and I have to sort of go through, and I go, oh, it's so-and-so. You feel like writing it down. I could understand years ago people writing everything on Post-it notes and stick it. Sarah Ferguson did that, because she couldn't remember diddly squat either. A month of rain to fall in a day, whether it's over this weekend or next week, I've got no idea. But I don't think it's going to be a pleasant weekend. But we will do. You know, Olivia Newton-John, I'm doing really well in the cancer battle. Good, she looks lovely. And the number of criminals hauled before the courts has reached an all-time low, denying justice to millions of victims. Apparently only 1.59 million people last year were dealt with, the lowest on record, as the country's thugs rub their hands with glee. Exactly, get away with anything in this country now. I mean, if they're not even bothering taking people to court for shoplifting. I mean, we had it in Twickenham a while ago. Let's just call them thieves, shall we? Ran into a bike shop, ran out with 2 bikes. I mean, sometimes it happens so fast. I mean, I've watched school children thieving from Boots the chemist. They thieve makeup. And you think that's because they can get away with it. And unfortunately, when they start young, that's how it'll be for their entire lives. Daily Star, Conor McGregor punches old man. Nasty little piece of work. Somebody called Megan, a new island adventure. I mean, nobody wears full makeup on the beach unless you really are from a Love Island programme. And a vicious seagull ripped out half a cat's tongue and tried to eat it. And how's your day going? Anyway, that's about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for this week. Before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the free podcast today. And a little bit extra, Harry Redknapp shares seaside snaps from his younger days. Do you know, he always looked old, actually. Gemma Collins claims she doesn't eat a lot. The evidence is to the contrary, love. Harry and Meghan face a backlash for the climate change hypocrisy. You reap what you sow. And how Simon Cowell should have looked. Not good. A little bit extra available very shortly on the LBC app. Getting worse and worse for Prince Andrew. It's no good him running away with Sarah Ferguson. Oh, Sarah's trying to help him. Listen, she's as implied and implicit in all these things as everybody else is. Why can't they just come clean and tell us what they know about Epstein? I was listening the other night to Richard talking to this bloke from America. Well, I was learning things that I shouldn't think I should have been learning about. I'm still dubious over it. I'm still very dubious over the fact that, all of a sudden here is a man who is prepared to go into court. And then the next minute he takes his own life. And I'm thinking, but he wasn't that sort of person. That's why the rumours started. That's why there were all the conspiracy theories. That's why the moment you get people implicated in the higher echelons, there is a group of people who can do something about it. So they take the problem and make it go away. Unfortunately, in the case of Epstein, he died as a result. Now, whether it was the result of him committing suicide or whether other people were involved, it's too obvious, isn't it? The security men who were supposed to be looking after him on suicide watch were asleep. There appeared to be no cameras in his cells, in his cell that anybody was monitoring to see what was actually going on, because you'd have run in there immediately. And yet here we go, and the moment it starts hitting the newspapers, Andrew, who was spending time at Balmoral, don't believe the baloney that the Buckingham Palace press office are handing out, which is all this was pre-planned. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Absolutely not. It was arranged at short notice. And Sarah Ferguson had to get out because Philip was on his way back, breathing fire. He hates her, in keeping with, seems, the rest of the country. Now there's a documentary coming up on the television, which is going to show the rift between the two boys, between Harry and Wills. William's not gone on holiday yet. They're waiting till Harry gets back. Harry, who's the one who's been preaching to you for the best part of a year now about, you must only have 2 children. That's going to save the world, isn't it? And you've got to sort of look after everything, and then we can save the planet. And then what does he do? Get gas-guzzling planes, stays on yachts, and comes up with all this baloney. It's a case of, why are they telling us these things and not adhering it to themselves or applying it to themselves? I don't want to be preached to. I'm sick to death of people saying, do this, recycle that, don't do this, don't drink tea, don't go shoplifting, don't sort of go out there and sort of drink too much Prosecco, it's bad for you. Don't do all this fried food, it's bad for you. Eat more vegetables, that's good for you. Go for runs. Why don't you all just sod off and mind your own business? Although I did enjoy, as I was driving in this evening, I was listening to Nick Abbott. My God, where did he get some of those callers from? There was a couple of them. I mean, there was one man who said, you've obviously got dementia coming on. A rather rude old man who sounded like he was in his twilight years anyway. And he didn't seem to know anything. Then there was another one who came on, who I think I've heard before, I can't remember his name, it's immaterial, who obviously was sitting in front of a computer and just reading verbatim rubbish that was on there. It was quite funny, actually. It was quite funny. It's sort of people who, and they tend to be north of Watford. I don't know why, I don't know what that signifies. But there was all sorts of strange calls coming in, where Nick was just wiping the floor with them. Just completely wiping the floor. There was one person who just couldn't get anything right at all, and in the end he just sort of gave up. He said, I'm just got basically hoisted by your own petard. The Beckhams are on holiday again because they're such a busy family. Dave's still wearing his little Hovis hat. That's to cover up the funny hair that they've stuck on his head at the moment. So they're in Italy this time. She's carrying bags in and out of restaurants. Presumably it's her own food, and they all have to go out there. You feel sorry for this family, don't you? When we're all going on holiday. Oh God, not another photo opportunity. It's like being in the Peter Andre family. You kind of dread it. Where are we going? Mummy wants us to appear in her video, and so Peter Andre goes, well, you're not. And he issues a directive: you are not to use my children. So what's he doing? He's using them and exploiting them at the moment. Peter Andre is such a hypocrite. He's taken the kids abroad to do a cookery section for Lorraine Kelly's programme. And you think, you hypocrite. You hypocrite. You started talking about your ghastly ex-wife, and how she's not to use the children and everything, and here you are doing exactly the same thing. Perhaps he's a bit simple. Perhaps he doesn't realise. I mean, the very idea that Peter Andre cooks I find quite abhorrent. But the good news is, he's bought a car for his wife for her 15th birthday, or whatever it is she is now. I can't remember. She looks very childish, very young. And it's a £40,000 car, which means it's either tax deductible or it's a freebie. because, you know, you don't tell people how much you spend on their birthday present, but apparently it's something she's always wanted, a car. And so that's lovely, isn't it? But Peter Andre, getting on in years now, and then somebody else was saying to me, somebody said, what did somebody say? Oh, somebody said at lunch yesterday, a very nice lunch, actually, they were sort of saying, so did you see Matt Goss on the television? And I said, yes, I've seen Matt Goss on the television loads of times. They said, because he's a Las Vegas headliner. I said, no, he's not. He's never been a Las Vegas headliner. He's only got three gigs between now and Christmas booked in. There's nothing else coming up for him. But he was given 2 awards the other day. And I thought, that's nice. They recognised his talent. No, it's for charitable work. He's obviously put threepence in the tin, and somebody went, we're going to give you an award. Nothing for singing or stage presentation, because his on-stage presence is bland, to say the least. Hope he's not listening to the programme. You know what he's like when he's had a few drinks. Oh, dear me. We've seen him on the documentary. Oh, he has the queeniest of tantrums you could ever imagine. Throwing things and storming out and being rude to his brother. That's why Luke was always the nice one. Matt was sort of the one who started believing the publicity. A bit like Gemma Collins. Bit like Gemma Collins. She's admitted in the paper she's having these fat-burning injections. Won't work, darling. It will not work. I'm telling you now. It's like crash diets. Oh, look, I've lost all this weight, says Scarlett Moffat. Oh, look, I've put it all back on again. Oh, look goes, I play my trumpet. There was that lovely one, wasn't there, from EastEnders? She lost loads of weight as well. Little Natalie Cassidy went on every programme under the sun. Everyone's going, God, you look fantastic. Look at the size of her now. 2 beach huts pushed together. They all put on the weight. There is no such thing as a diet that works. If there was, there'd only be the one diet. You'd all be using the same diet. But they will persuade you to do anything. Don't ever take Gemma Collins as a role model. She's not. You don't have to look at the size of it to realise she's not a role model. She's desperately unhappy. She's got to be. She sits there. She was asked the other day, we were laughing at when she was on with Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan asked a perfectly normal question. So, Gemma, are you going out with Arj? And she sits there, and then that 12-year-old voice she's got, she goes, well, like, you have to watch the programme to find out. And he said, well, I'll ask you again, are you going out with Arj? You have to watch the programme to see. And he said, I don't watch the programme. Don't you know what the answer is? And the answer is, of course she doesn't know the answer. She has no idea. She only knows what she's programmed to say. So she just keeps repeating, got to watch the programme. Unfortunately, not a lot of people are doing that. Do you really need an £80 bottle of water to tell you when to drink water? Apparently, John Lewis is selling an £80 flask. You put water in, and it tells you how much water you've got left. Surely, if it was glass, you just look at it and you can see that, can't you? Who'd be daft enough to spend 80 quid on something like that? Loads of people love a gadget. I love a gadget. Wouldn't waste money on something like that. Children so hungry they eat loo paper. I don't really know why I'd want to eat loo paper. I've never heard of such a thing. Who are these children who are eating toilet paper? Because if you can afford to buy toilet paper, you can surely afford to buy food. Toilet paper is so expensive nowadays. I was using the one with fleur-de-lis on it, thinking that, you know, it was like living in the Palace of Versailles, until I suddenly realised, if you can't afford loo paper, which, yes, if you can't afford food, why have you got loo paper? Because obviously you're not eating anything, are you? We used to have Izal. Do you remember Izal paper years ago? On every sheet it said, now please wash your hands. Now please wash your hands. Just to remind you. Also, Mountbatten's assassins knew that children would die, but they didn't care. And then Richard Spur was telling us that it's come out about Mountbatten and people saying, oh, he was bisexual. I thought that was quite common. I thought everybody knew that. I really did. I mean, I remember hearing that donkeys years ago. But I don't think anybody really cares about stuff like that anymore, do they? Why would you worry about something like that? It's got nothing to do with anybody, what somebody gets up to. And I don't check with our AP and go, so what did you get up to last night? I don't care. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm not remote. I don't ask the producer, so what have you been doing this week, sunshine? You know, it doesn't matter in the same way that he doesn't ask me. The difference is I tell him what I've been doing all week. That's the difference, because I do a radio programme, because this is my programme. It's nobody else's. We don't share it with anybody. We're not co-hosting. You know, all of a sudden it's not people sort of popping in and going, oh, Steve, can I contribute to your programme? No, you can't. It's as simple as that. And the darts was amazing. We went out Friday. When was this? Friday. Yeah, Friday. 5 of us out for lunch. Everybody in radio. We're all in radio. Different parts of the country. Somebody very high up at another company. We all had a very nice time. We had some bottles of Prosecco, and we had food, and I had a Knickerbocker Glory to finish with. And then Gavin had organised this surprise thing. If you remember, I got sent a text saying, I've arranged this thing. I booked it at 6 o'clock, and you might like it, but if you don't, it doesn't matter because you can have drinks in there. So we all thought strippers. First thing I thought was strippers. Better make sure I've got some pound coins handy. You know, if somebody comes up and gyrates in front of me, I can offer them £1. And so we get a taxi, and we go to this place, and it's called Flight Club. So, I mean, I thought it was something to do with aeroplanes. It turns out not to be. It's in this particular one was very near Holborn, and you go in, and I have to tell you, this would be for people younger than me because it's quite noisy. It's quite a noisy place. There's lots of loud music, sort of banging disco kind of thing, which is all very nice indeed. And what you do is you book your little group in. Could be anybody up to about 10, I think. And upstairs they've got a couple of dartboards, and downstairs these aren't just any old dartboards. These really are not any old dartboards. These are super sophisticated. They look like a normal dartboard, and you go in, and you've got your own area. So you've got your own seating area, your own area to put your drinks down, so nobody's going to barge into you. Everybody gets there 40 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever it happens to be, on the dartboard. And then you lean over the computer thing. It takes your photo, you put your name next to it, and then the computer rearranges it so it goes, Steve, to play first. And so you take the 3 darts and you throw them, and it adds up the numbers. And it shows you've got this. And then it sorts you out into groups of 2. It's terribly sophisticated. Not only does it do that, but coming up to the end of the game, it videos you as well. So you can see you all standing going, yeah, like that. And you can take pictures, which you can then, I think, get hold of afterwards. It was brilliant. If only it wasn't for the loud music, I would have been quite happy. But I coped with it quite well. And I don't know, we didn't pay for it. It was free. I couldn't tell you how much it was, actually. I think it was done as a complimentary thing, not for me, but for one member of our team. But it was really lovely. It's really good. We didn't pay for the drinks either. And not that we drank that much, because I was too busy. When I first threw the darts, you won't believe this, I got 2 bullseyes. I mean, I haven't played darts. I mean, that's just ridiculous to expect somebody of my age to play darts. But if you're a young person, this would suit groups of students and people like that who want to go down there. You have your allotted time, and they've got a bar. It's done up a bit like a fairground. It's a chain, as far as I know. So if you have a look at them on the internet, you can check it out and decide whether it's for you. I thought it was great fun. And because it's all computerised, and then you get your picture taken, and the video cameras are on and it shows the dart going into the board as well. It's all cleverly done. Very sophisticated, And everybody's in very good moods. Everybody's very jolly. You know, some people shriek and scream. That was me. And other people, you know, were sort of throwing the darts there. But it was good fun. But I'd never heard of it before. Never heard of it. But they are a chain. How big a chain, I don't know. I do not know. A lot of people asking who Paula Williamson is. Now, you must know. If you listen to LBC, you would know these things. You would be a sort of better educated person. In prison is somebody called Charles Bronson. It's not his real name. He keeps changing his name to sort of suit his moods, which tend to be a little bit erratic. But anyway, he's been married about 3 or 4 times now to various people. I don't think they ever consummate the marriage because he's locked up in prison all the time, and it doesn't work like that. Paula Williamson was listed as a sort of an actress of some sort from Coronation Street in Emmerdale. It turned out she'd only done about two episodes of Corrie, and that was spread over something like 4 years. I mean, she wasn't an actress at all. She was obviously somebody desperate for attention, so she decides to get married to Charles Bronson, who by this time I think had changed his name to, I don't know, Ethel Merman or something, I can't remember. And anyway, so nothing happens, and they get coverage and all the rest of it. And then he sees pictures, I think somebody sent them to him, of her on holiday with a young man with his face buried between her breasts. Well, that sort of upset Mr. Bronson, as you can well imagine, so they file for divorce fairly quickly. She writes to me at some point, because I went, who are these people? These attention seekers? There's something the matter with them. They're not, they're not the full ticket. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I wasn't interested in putting her on the programme or on In Conversation or anything else like that. People like that, I mean, just have no interest to me whatsoever, and they shouldn't have to you. It's as bad as being interested in somebody from Love Island, and go, oh, they're really a role model. And yet my goddaughter, who went out with for lunch yesterday, she knows all the people on Love Island. She doesn't watch the programme, or she doesn't read a newspaper, but through media she knows who everybody is. So she knew. Well, no, I said to her parents, I said, she knows everything. And she doesn't buy, she hasn't bought a copy of The Sun or something like that. But she knows who these people are. She knows all the background, everything. I don't think she likes Gemma Collins either. But there again, nobody likes Gemma Collins. Not even Gemma Collins likes Gemma Collins. Because she wants somewhere private, because I'm like a celebrity. I can't wait for it all to collapse, dear. I can't wait. I should be there, not to pick up the pieces, but to point and laugh. Because that's the only way. You need to get a grip on reality. You're not a celebrity. You're just another fat bird who can't keep a boyfriend. You know, it's quite obvious, but you can't make a programme out of it. There's not enough material. So anyway, so that's who Paula Williamson is, and then she was found dead in a flat or a bedsit or whatever it was, surrounded by bags of cocaine. I always think that's the thin wedge, isn't it, really, if you start doing drugs and stuff like that, for which I'm eternally grateful for the fact that I don't, because I wouldn't waste money. But she died as a result. So they're having the funeral, and her boyfriend, as was, is the one who apparently wanted to sell tickets to the funeral. Can't imagine why. She's of no interest to anybody at all. Perhaps they're hoping Charles Bronson will be allowed out of prison. I think unlikely. I think he's with somebody else already. Didn't waste any time. Oh, sorry, I've got a programme to do. I do beg your pardon.
That's
honestly,
all right.
I'd love to stay and chat.
No,
but,
it's fine.
It's great. You well?
Yeah, very well indeed, actually.
Oh, good. You look well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Look all right. Were you thinking of buying an iron for Christmas? I just ask, you know.
Radio.
It's radio. Don't start that one.
My
Don't.
angle's broken.
Yeah. Do you know, I used to love a mangle. I love it. I did, seriously. My mother had a twin tub, but that's another story.
Top loader.
I think, sorry?
Top loader.
On occasion she was, yes.
All right.
Bless you. It's Richard Spur, in case you didn't know. Who do you think I was talking to? People always say to me, who are you talking to? Well, myself, mainly. I spent most of my life talking to myself. So anyway, so I got back not really that late on the Friday night after we'd had the gallivanting around at Flight Club. You must check them out on the internet. If you're sort of a group of youngish people, you'd like it. We didn't see anybody my age in there, so that's why I suggest youngish people, because it was quite loud, the music. But if you like playing darts, or even if you can't play darts, it's well worth doing. We had a good laugh at it. Good laugh at it. And what it would cost, I've got no idea. Presumably you buy sort of half an hour. And it's to do something. It's opposed to just sitting in a bar, having drinks and getting a little bit tiddled. Then, you know, this would be seen as something a bit better. You're being educational. But you don't even need to add anything up, because the computer does it all. I mean, how does that work? I don't know. It's just oh, blimey, I'm losing my glasses now. I mean, it was very nice, very nice indeed. But we had some nice food. It was all in all very good. And I got back to the station just as literally there was a train getting ready to leave. So I missed it, and then I got the next train, which was lovely. I like getting a train home. But you know what it's like after you've had a few drinks, and I had a few drinks on Friday night. Not a horrendous amount that I was tiddled and embarrassed or anything like that. But I sort of sat on the train, and you gradually you sort of get lulled into this. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. I mustn't go to sleep. I must go to sleep. And she'd also go woo, like that, and you wake up. There's people staring at you. You think, oh God, was I asleep? Did I dribble? Did I snore? You know, nothing worse is there on a... Can you imagine? Oh, people will look it up, it'd be awful. But I don't think I did. And I got off the train and got a bus and got in and went to bed straight away. I was feeling very good. And then yesterday we had lunch down in Essex on a village green where they were playing cricket. But the pub is actually quite nice. It's called the Checkers. In Essex. I can't remember the name of the village it is, but it's very nice. It's not the Checkers, but it gets very popular. A lot of Essex people down there, which it would be actually, and us, and it was very good. The Beckhams were on holiday again, and of course there's loads of photographs. It's all staged and it's lovely, and here they all go out. What do they talk about? I shouldn't imagine they talk about anything at all. Dave just has pictures taken. They do selfies with his little daughter, the adorable Harper, so talented, and Madam sits in the corner sulking, I should imagine. But are they going their own way? Probably. They think it'll be good for the businesses so that he can concentrate on building a stadium single-handedly, and she can try and work out how you flog clothes to people with more money than sense. You know, if you're going to wear something, I'm sorry, it's going to be Yves Saint Laurent, Gucci, Issey Miyake, not VB, not Victoria Beckham. I mean, I just don't see it, unfortunately. Ladies of money are not going to be wearing Victoria Beckham. It's aimed at sort of a different end of the market. And also, for some reason, I just don't see her sitting down designing tops, because none of the stuff she's got looks fashionable to me. But what do I know? What do I know about fashion? He says, sitting here in his lumberjack shirt, because it's a bit chilly outside. I've got my little coat on, double thick pants, and you know, it's quite nice. It's quite nice. I think we're in for a hard winter this year. Just got a feeling. I have a feeling it's going to be a cold, cold winter. I think we're going to get snow. I think we're going to get snow. I don't think it's going to be a white Christmas, but I think it'll certainly be a bit chilly. We didn't have white Christmas last year, did we? Or the year before, we have hardly got any snow last year. And yet a few years ago, I can remember standing there talking to Paul Cooper, who's got the fruit and veg shop in Twickenham, and I said, well, are we going to get any snow? And at that moment, it just stopped. Not exactly that moment, within a few days. It started a little trickle of snow. Literally, we stood there watching it, and all of a sudden, all the Christmas trees he had on set were covered in snow. It was so pretty. Yeah, you put the price up. Look, they come with snow on. What are you asking for? They look great. So the eco-warriors, Harry and Meghan, don't do what we do what we tell you to do. So they're now on their second private holiday in days. I'd love it if they actually did some work. But obviously she's still on maternity leave. What that entails, I've got no... It involves just flying around the world. She's probably said, I thought you said you were in the royal family. Why are we having to work? She's only ever done Suits. I did watch a bit of that the other day, a little bit of Suits, which was rivetingly exciting. Anthea Turner's love life takes a turn for the better. Do you know, she's still as irritating now as she was when she was on Blue Peter, if not more so. I watched the Jeremy Vine show the other day, and they put on this, wag, and I think her name is, Nicola McLean, and she another one talks like 3-year-olds. There must be obviously some agency out there that's teaching people elocution for sort of the under-5s. And Anthea Turner was on there. I mean, you suddenly realise when you listen to her, it's not the full ticket, is it? It really isn't. Also, tributes coming in to Peter Fonda. I didn't even know he was still alive, to be honest with you. And revealed the life of Brian scenes the Pythons were afraid to show. This is the one about Christ, but he was portrayed as somebody called Brian. And at one point, he flings open the window of where he's living, and he's stark naked. And I don't think people were too happy with that kind of thing, because you didn't really get that much nudity on the screen, did you, really? And as he was doing, they were all going, the Messiah, and his mother goes, he's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. He was naked, yeah. He stood in the window, he threw open the things, he was standing there stark naked. They didn't ban them, but there were other scenes which they took out, which they thought, because the film, The Life of Brian, was picketed. Festival of Light people, when it showed in Richmond, were picketing it because they said it was blasphemous. And I thought, but it was only meant to be a spoof. I'm quite sure that the Almighty, wherever he is, would go along with the fact that it was a spoof. It's a bit of fun. You can't be all po-faced about it. I'm quite sure that the Almighty had a sense of humour and he would want to share it with the world. I'm sick to death of these people. I have watched this channel on the television. I think it's called TNT or something, whatever it is. It's all religious. There's people sitting down discussing things and other people. Sometimes they have some very good bits on. Sometimes it's a little bit preachy. And I've had enough of being preached at. You don't want it in a religious channel. I just want a few nice songs, bit of happy clappy, whoa, Jesus Christ is risen today, hallelujah. Yeah, and a couple of miracles, the loaves and the fishes gag was fantastic. I mean, the water to wine, I tell you could clean up in London, buy a pint of water, you watch, in a jug, red wine. There you go. I mean, that's the sort of... It was just fun. But people like to take offence. Some people take a gate. Some people take, other things. But, we need to lighten up a little bit. Far too many snowflakes in this country. Can't say this, can't say that, can't do this, can't do that. We've all got to be nice and love each other. Well, we're not loving each other. Unfortunately, there's more shoplifting going on. There's all sorts of investigations currently going on in the newspapers. And then you get the council. One particular council in this country. What do they want to ban? Swings and slides. Because apparently little children can fall off them. Well, we fell off them years ago. By the time your parents had sort of dusted you off and given you a lollipop to stick in your mouth, then, it was all well again. Nowadays, you go, ooh, ridiculous. I watched somebody on an aircraft, and I find them on YouTube, and it's people who argue. And the airline decides, they haven't taken off yet, somebody was arguing, and the pilot is going, well, we're not taking off till you're removed. They bring the police on, and you get all sorts of women. The language... disgusting. I mean, literally filth. You know what sort of pond life they are. And they had a bloke on there, and I can't even begin to discuss the language that he was using. He said, I'm not moving. And they went, well, you are moving. And he went, I'm not moving. And they came up with all these things, I mean, I can't even give a hint of what he was saying. It was just too disgusting for words. I'm surprised they didn't taser him and drag him off. Anyway, in the end, the pilot had had quite enough. And so he turns off the plane. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd all like to return to the terminal, and we shall reschedule the flight. And so once they got everybody off the plane, they then dragged this person off the plane, still protesting his innocence. Oh, why are you taking to me, mate? What are you touching me for? Mate of mine sued for 20 minutes. Oh, shut up, you dreary little nobody. And you get some people on there who are so vile. And they then turn around and address the plane. You bunch of... Oh, it's awful. It really is. Mainly Americans. In this country, generally, it occurs during alcohol time. And all you've got to do is sort of kick them between their knees and, the back of the knees, and then you get them to the floor, then you tase them, and you drag them off the plane, screaming. It's great fun, actually, for everybody else watching who's all videoing it. Everybody's got their phones out. Yeah, go on, swear a bit more, dear. Make yourself look even more stupid. Alan's Early Breakfast. It's Sunday morning. I don't know what the weather's going to be like today. To be honest with you, I like a surprise. I've noticed Scotland Yard were investigating the PC who defied the law. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand this. Why would they be investigating somebody who defied an order from her super? She wants to go on Big Brother Nigeria, and they said, no, you're a serving police officer, you're not going on it. So what does she do? She went on it. I don't understand what the investigation's about. She broke the law. She should be kicked out of the force. Kicked out the force. There's no two ways about it. Of course, she probably now wants to be a celebrity. You know, it's like everybody's too famous nowadays. I mean, I'm probably too famous to walk down the road, but I manage it by myself. But you've got little Amy Hart. That's the failed trolley dolly. She couldn't even manage that. I can't go back to that because I'm too famous now. Gemma Collins trots out the same dreary little line. I'm too famous. I'm a celebrity around the world. You're not around the world. You're certainly round, but not the world, I'm afraid. You're only known in this country in Brentwood. And that's it. You know, the harsh reality check is you're talentless, completely talentless. You have no talent whatsoever. You can barely speak. Barely speak. Steve, weather's mad as a box of frogs, says James. The Epstein story, I feel, is starting to crack wide open. There's questions that need to be asked, and the questions are quite straightforward. How much did Prince Andrew know what was going on in Jeffrey Epstein's life? Because he went inside his houses, he flew with him, they knew each other very well. And when I say very well, he took Epstein round Buckingham Palace, he went round Windsor. That's not like a day trip. That's sort of somebody you know very well. Sarah Ferguson had phoned Epstein on numerous occasions to try... I can't remember what it was. I think he lent her 15,000 quid or somebody 15,000 quid. I mean, whatever it is, he was a convicted paedophile. And if they didn't know it, they're even more stupid than we think they are. And so all of a sudden, they go up to Balmoral. Sarah Ferguson trots up there. And then word reaches her. Get out. Philip's on his way back. What? Philip's on the way back? Oh, my God. You know, she threw all her stuff in her duffel bag and scuttled off down the corridors, you know, in her flat plimsolls or something. And then she gets out, and then she decides to prove that she's united behind Andrew. Or in front of Andrew, we can't quite work out which would be the favoured position. But either way, she then decides to take him away on holiday. Like, you know, it's all going to go away. Andrew, come with me. We're going to be the formidable force that we were before. They were never a formidable force. Sarah Ferguson had been around the block a few times, as we're all well aware, thank you very much indeed, with Paddy McNally, Johnny Bryan sucking her toes and all the rest. I mean, seriously. So who lets somebody suck their toes? Her father was a frequent visitor to massage parlours. Oh, Major Ron liked a bit of that action. And the rest of it's just been a disaster. Just been a disaster. I think the trouble is Sarah Ferguson started believing the publicity, that she was of interest to the British public, whereas in fact she wasn't. And then she wrote a book, and then she wrote about Budgie the helicopter, and then she did Weight Watchers, and then she's done loads of other things. I can remember a friend of mine, I told you the story, goes over to Thailand to a very exclusive resort because she's a very rich lady, and she goes there and she's booked in for some reason. You lady, more ladies than men like a massage. I'm not interested in massages. I can't stand them. Both me and the producer Nick, we're not into massages at all. It's just not. I just don't like the idea of feeling vulnerable, where you have to take all your clothes off, you lie on a table, and somebody covers you with a little tiny towel. I should point out, barely the size of a flannel. And you sort of lie there, and then they sort of massage you. And they've always got sort of candles lit. Why candles? I've got no idea. Stick me under a halogen lamp as far as I'm concerned. But they always do it. All candles and a little bit of soft music is playing. And this is apparently supposed to react. I was rigid with fear. And so this lady friend of mine books in for a massage in this very exclusive resort. And at the last minute they go, I'm terribly sorry, we've had to change your booking. Oh, why? Sarah Ferguson's having a massage. What? So she jumped the queue because she knew the bloke who owned the resort. So she'd pulled rank and jumped the queue. That's how awful she is. And then, but my favourite bit is her in America. No, Australia. She's being interviewed for Australian television, pre-record about her book. So quite naturally, he brings up must have been an awful moment in your life, you know, when you were exposed as trying to sell access to Prince Andrew. And she looks at him and she goes, can we edit that? She goes, this is off screen to her little assistant. In other words, the one at her beck and call. And she goes, can we edit that? I don't want to talk about that. And he goes, but it's in your book, Duchess. I don't know why they call her Duchess. There's nothing, you know, you won't find anybody less royal than her. And she goes, well, I don't want to talk about that. He said, she said, I've dealt with that before. And he said, well, you know, we're talking about it now. She said, and she looks to her assistant and she goes, I don't want to talk about this. This is of no interest to anybody. And he says, well, it is of interest. And so in the end, she just unplugs it. I'm going to take a break. She has a complete tantrum over the whole thing. Well, I tell you, over the Epstein stuff, there's even more things that can come out. Even more things. They've got pictures of Andrew in the doorway to a house where young ladies have been murdered. What is going on? What is going on? Why was he called Randy Andy? Why was he called Air Miles Andy? Why was he, you know, you only had to check out Prince Andrew and Vicky Hodge, I think it was, on an island where you've got naked Prince Andrew. To be honest with you, I think that there's something not right here, but I'm blowed if I know what it is. I just don't know what it is. I can't understand somebody, but all I know is there are lots of very rich people involved in this scenario. Lots of people who obviously enjoy a little bit of action. You know, it's almost like a club for very rich people, isn't it? Where you can indulge your favourite fantasies. And if all these, I mean, this is a book in the making. In fact, if not a film. Because you can't believe it. But I think if Prince Andrew, he doesn't exactly do a day's work. In fact, we don't really know what he does now. And Sarah Ferguson, difficult to tell what she's at, unless it's a freebie. She likes a good freebie. You know, eventually, you can run away, but you've got to come back. And when he comes back, somebody's going to be shouting questions to him. Do you remember the one where they had Charles and the two boys? And somebody was asking, Nicholas Witchell. And Charles, without realising that the photographers could hear, goes, I can't stand that man. I really don't like him. And, of course, that was the bit that went viral. And you're going to get it for Prince Andrew. He's going to come back here and Sarah Ferguson. She's going to pretend that she's looking after him. But, in fact, really, she's in it up to here because she knows these people. What was going on? I mean, if it's all innocent, why has he got Buckingham Palace to issue denials? Why can't he issue a denial and say, listen, I did know this person, but, you know, that was before this had happened. And you go, well, actually, it wasn't. You were walking in Central Park after he'd come out of prison. So, did you know that he was a convicted paedophile? You know, they're not difficult questions because they're going to keep at it. And so today you have him all over again in the newspapers. She'll be having to hide the newspapers because somebody somewhere will be sending out reporters to try and find where he is. Front page of the Mail on Sunday. Andrew inside Epstein's house of depravity. What's he doing in there? What's he doing in there? I don't quite understand. They've got 4 pages of it. 4 pages of a girl coming out, talking to a Bentley driver. She's a very young girl. And then they've got Epstein's former PA in there. And then Prince Andrew can be seen at the door and the pair chat briefly. He's dressed casual. What's going on? What was he doing inside there? You know, is this girl anything to do with him? And then another girl arrives at Epstein's house, the latest in a procession of young, attractive women who visited the property that day. There's a video. I mean, Andrew appears to peer around the giant oak door as if he's checking to see if anybody's seen him. They have. They've got loads of pictures of him standing at the door. So what were they doing? They're in a £63 million mansion. Doing what? Doing what? A smile, a wave, and then a nervous glance. And that's exactly what happened in Central Park. They're deep in thought. They can't be talking about Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, that wouldn't crop up. In fact, somebody here says, how did the prince miss the signs of Epstein's sexual deviance? And the royal author, Angela Levin, says so many disturbing questions, it's time Andrew answered them. Well, with the arrogance that is Prince Andrew, he's not going to be answering anything anytime soon. And that's why I'm betting you now the press are going to start shouting questions. So how well did you know Mr. Epstein, Prince Andrew? You know, did you know this? Well, of course he knows the girl in question because he's pictured with his arms around her. So I'm assuming they must. I mean, I've had pictures taken with me with my arms around people. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean you know them that well, but it just seems slightly odd, doesn't it? And this goes back donkey's years. What is the answer? Where does it go from here? The answer is watch this space. Watch this space. Steve, I don't believe Epstein committed suicide, says well, they say he did, but I'm as sceptical as the next person, because I think somebody that important in this case, with so many big names, billionaires, multi-billionaires. I mean, Bill Clinton, who lied through his teeth, mind you. He spent most of his time lying, didn't he? When they said, how many private flights did you take on Mr. Epstein's private plane? He said, I think it was 4. 26 he took. 26. So either Bill Clinton's the biggest liar under the sun, or he's just very forgetful. I did not have relations with that woman. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, matey. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's right, I didn't inhale. I mean, seriously. But in the case of this one, you imagine if there were those people. I mean, doesn't it come back to the Diana conspiracy theory? She was done in by the establishment. She was an embarrassment to the royal family. Epstein could have blown everything wide apart. Can you imagine? Because he kept a diary. And they've got the diary. So in other words, if they then start putting this up in court and saying, right, day 23 in the £63 million house, Andrew turns up again. You could just see it, can't you? And if Andrew and Sarah, quite delusional, think that they can run away from it and hide, they can't. They can't. Somebody's going to have to make a statement at some point. It's bizarre. It is the oddest story ever, but to be honest with you, I'm not surprised. I'm always not as surprised as Mountbatten was bisexual. I thought everybody knew about that. That was quite normal did you ever see Gosford Park? Gosford Park, these big houses, it was a hotbed of sexual shenanigans. I can barely bring myself to say the word because I haven't had shenanigans for ages. But it's a case of everybody. That's why a lot of parlourmaids got themselves pregnant. The master of the house would, be sort of having little dalliances. So I'm naive to think that it wouldn't be going on in the royal family. I mean, the talk of Prince Philip's girlfriends over the years has been legendary. He's been linked with lots of women. They have separate bedrooms. If I lived in Buckingham Palace, I'd have a separate bedroom as well. I wouldn't want to be sleeping with Prince Philip on a daily basis. Yes, you never knew. You go, I think I'm going to test room 327 tonight. You try, because they've got so many bedrooms. I mean, you could lose people quite easily. Could you? Corgis have vanished into thin air. I took it, where did it go to? I don't know, we took it into a bedroom. Go through the bedrooms. I can't. We don't know where the bedrooms are. Oh, God, they've got so many rooms, haven't they? So many rooms. But the Queen sleeps alone. Well, I should imagine she wants a good night. I should imagine between the two of them, it must sound like warthogs in the bedroom. It must be absolutely awful. Oh, you'd never get any sleep at all. Any sleep at all. But there you go. It's never going to bother us, is it? Who cares? Who cares? When was the last time you had a wet shave? Now, when you say a wet shave, what do you mean by a wet shave? Do you mean a shave in the shower? Wet shave? Or do you mean a wet shave standing over a basin where you've got a little brush and you go like that, where you look like Father Christmas? I haven't ever had a wet shave. I've had them when I was much younger, about 15, 16. I had a full growth at 15, and many people do. And I didn't like it. I cut myself to pieces because my skin was quite beautiful, and still is very soft actually now. So I dry shave and have done for years. I don't think it's as good as a wet shave, but it's okay for me. I can live with it. It's unbelievable. It comes around so quickly. Coming up, 11 minutes to 6, Sunday morning. And Linda says, in a few words, the reason I'm addicted to your programme is you're so decent. It is true, actually. It is true. And Ollie says, where's the story that William's waiting for Harry to have his holiday first? William and his family just returned from their holiday he thinks it's Mystique. It's Mustique, dear. I don't have to correct you every time, but if you're going to get the place right, at least get it right. Mel says, when we were kids, we used to use Izal paper as tracing paper. Did you ever play a Coman paper as a kid? Where you put a bit of grease-proof paper. Did you ever do that? Just your TV. Yeah, we didn't. We just had a piece of chalk and a piece of string, and we amused ourselves for hours in the streets. Actually, in those days, you could play in the streets. There were no cars. If you look at pictures in London of years ago, for a house to have a car, it was quite flash. Our family had a motorbike and sidecar. We looked a bit like something from On the Buses. It was a bit bizarre. There's a picture of me sitting there. I wasn't riding the bike, obviously. I was sitting in the car thing at the side. My God, you ended up with a sore bum at the end of that thing. When it went, there was no suspension, but it was because nobody could afford, people couldn't afford to go holidays. Nobody went abroad. Nobody just went to a holiday camp, but we didn't go to a holiday camp. My mother thought they were common, so we never went to anything like that. Other people did. They went to sort of Filey and there were all sorts of these holiday camps. That's what Heidi High was built on. The whole country went on holiday. You either went to the seaside, and in which case you went there and you had your week or 2 weeks or whatever it was, or you went to a holiday camp if you were slightly more well off. We didn't do anything like that at all. My mother used to sprinkle some sand in the back garden, and that's what it was like. Throw a bucket of water over us. We had a paddling pool. We had a blow-up paddling pool, which was quite... I don't know why, as kids, you're just grateful to get water on yourself, aren't you? I like that. Where did you go on holiday, Nick, when you were younger? Where did your parents... Butlins... Oh, you went to Butlins Minehead. Still there, It's still there. God. We had a caravan. That was our height of luxury. We had a little touring caravan. We went all over the place. Wales, Devon, Cornwall. And then you'd get out the caravan and you'd wind down the legs, the stabilisers. You have little blocks of wood to put under, connect up the gas bottle, and then you'd go inside and we'd always have the same thing. Bloody tomato soup. Bloody tomato soup. I was sick to death of it. And we had that. We'd always go on caravans. It was lovely, actually. It was really nice. Like-minded people. Chemical toilet. We had an Elsan, and it was right next to my parents' bed. So if you woke up in the middle of the night and you wanted to go to toilet, it was like it was raining. It was the noise of weeing in a metal can. It was just unbelievable. And we had this seriously, the whole place woke up. What's going on? Stephen's going to the toilet. And it used to have this blue stuff in there called Racazan. And Racazan was the thing that dissolved everything. And you used to think... and then it was always somebody's job to take the Elsan over to the toilet block in the morning to empty it. Quite ghastly. Quite ghastly. When I think back, actually, I think it was really ghastly. And then, of course, then we had breakfast. Tomato soup again. And, we just seemed to have a whole cupboard of tomato soup. I'm sure we were sponsored by Heinz. But we liked it. And then occasionally they used to have... what did they have? They used to have a soup evening. The actual caravan site, they'd have... Today we're going to play bingo and soup. Back to the same bloody tomato soup again. Here we go, like it was a surprise for us. Of course, by this time, we're used to it. We used to get a piece of bread to dunk in it. Used to go, oh, tomato soup, how lovely. Can't wait for Thursday. And then we go, today we're going to the beach. Hooray! Where are we going to the beach? We're going to the beach just over there. We've got a windbreak, and you'd have a beach ball, and inevitably you'd lose the beach ball because it would just bounce away and you'd lost that completely. And then Mother would open up the flask. I thought, oh, good, nice hot cup of tea. No, back to the tomato soup. Here we go again. We're having lunch on the beach in the tomato soup. But because there was only one cup on the flask, you had to share the cup. And you don't like to sort of start licking round a cup, do you, when everybody else has had a go at it? Especially if somebody's got sort of conjunctivitis or some mouth ulcer. The last thing you want to do is go near the cup. But that was what we had. And then you get back to the caravan, and before we go to bed, more soup. More soup. In the end, I came back. I'm sure it tainted my skin. And we used to take a big jar of buttons with us, and we'd play pontoon. Pontoon and soup. That was our holiday when we were younger. And we didn't take photographs. Small wonder. Small wonder. Always us sitting there looking a little bit bored. But we did have ice cream. Ice cream, not on a daily basis. We couldn't afford ice cream on a daily basis. But we didn't seem to starve. We didn't sort of go without things because we learnt to steal at an early age. And so that was if we wanted anything, like soup, we had to just go to the cupboard and there it was. But it was quite comfy. 4 of us in a little tiny touring caravan, probably about the length of this studio. 4 of us, and the Elsan in the cupboard. Why you want to go to the toilet in your own caravan, I've got no idea. We pulled the caravan with a Hillman Minx. A Hillman Minx, 2-tone colours with a tow bar at the back. Unfortunately, our house in Berkshire was semi-detached. We're very rich. And I think my parents paid... I'll tell you what they paid for it. They paid £6,500 for a 4-bedroom mock Tudor house with a big front door the size of Nottingham Castle and a drive that went up the side of the house to the patio at the back with a garage and all the rest of it. And so when we used to get back from holiday, we all had to get out the car because the car couldn't pull the caravan up so we would do it my father would go, ready, and we'd all be there. My mother would be pushing against it, brass straps twinging along, and we'd all be I wasn't pushing at all. I just put my hands on it. There was no pushing at all. And then to get the caravan up the top, but in the winter, You couldn't get the car up the drive at all. You had to leave it at the bottom because it became like a skid rink, an ice rink. It was terrible. But fun. You know, we had rhubarb growing in the garden and tomatoes. I think my parents must have had a fixation with tomatoes. They'd obviously read somewhere that tomatoes were very good for you. And the funny thing is, I'm still hung on to that premise that I like tomato soup. So I had it the other day. 2 cans. I ate 2 cans of tomato soup. They're amazing. Because I've got a big mug, like one of these mugs, only a little bit bigger, and you can get 2 tins of soup in that. Called a sauce. Yes, I do it in the sort. I've got a non-stick saucepan. Woo, my posh. And then you pour it into this big mug, and then I sit there on the settee thinking, do you know, one of these days the handle is just going to drop off the side, and I'm going to empty it all over my crotch. And you know, I might as well go for another one of those Burns unit things. Only this time far more entertaining for the nurses. Steve says, Shane, well done on the 2 bullseyes. And Steve says, Phil, when the Beckhams go on holiday, do they book extra travel tickets for the photographer? No, there'll be a photographer out there engaged to take pictures of them. Because to be honest with you, in Italy, they're not known at all. Why would they be known in Italy? You know, apart from the fact, here they come, the Von Trapp family singers, you know, led by Pa Beckham, old Pa. They're like the Waltons, aren't they? Night Mama, Night Brooklyn, Night Mama, Night Harper, Night Darling Wife, Night Dave. Still wearing that hat. I wonder if they have separate bedrooms. Anyway, something you worry about. Steve, thanks for the summary. It appears she was a nobody. I haven't missed anything. No, this is on Paula. Well, it was not that she was a nobody. It was just that she was desperate for publicity, but obviously had a problem with drugs. And Steve, I missed a few words. Did you mention Chequers in Hornchurch by any chance? No, we didn't. It's on a village green. I can't remember where it is actually. This Chequers we went to. It's a pub, and it's a village in the middle of Essex. It's a nice pub. It's very good. Very, very good. Nice to hear you had a nice surprise evening, which wasn't a movie after all. I know, we were thinking about that moniker. I was thinking, wonder what it could be. I was still totally convinced up until the last minute that it was actually going to be, strippers or lap dancers. Where? That's it, Matching Green. Has he got a picture of it? It's lovely. It's ever so nice. It's ever so nice. Food's very good. Very good. Very nice. All sorts of interesting things. And they do, because it turns out that my youngest goddaughter and my oldest are both celiacs. Both celiacs. They didn't know. They had to be tested. Yeah, exactly. But in fact, on menus now, you get, if it goes, it's suitable for celiacs and stuff like that. Because my brother's youngest, her boyfriend's celiac as well. I didn't know. That's it. There it is, the Chequers. It's nice, isn't it? And then literally directly over the road, that's the dining room, and you can sit outside. We actually sat outside. And just over the road is the big green. They go and play cricket on the big green. It's lovely. It's really nice. Very, very nice people. Steve, you'll enjoy Nick Abbott's phone-in buddy, says Ken. What's that? What's Nick Abbott's phone-in buddy? Does he have a phone-in buddy? Why do you have a phone-in buddy? I thought he was a standalone presenter. Do you know what that is? He sometimes speaks to Henry. Really? Oh, right. Glamorous assistant, Henry. He was wearing shorts, I noticed. I said, you won't be wearing those on my programme on Friday. He said, no, I won't, Steve, don't worry. He said, if it was your programme, I wouldn't be wearing shorts. Because you never know when sort of posh people are going to drop in. What do the Beckhams talk about, says Ron? Themselves. That's all. I don't know what they talk about. I suppose what presents to buy, how fabulous they all are, and how they are the most talented family in the whole wide world. I can't think of anything else. What else would they be talking about? Steve, love your show. Always makes me laugh. When your bitterness, jealousy and ignorance goes off the scale. Oh, look at this. This person here's only got 1 follower. Oh, how sad and lonely. Oh, tragedy. Tragedy when the feeling... Jealousy? What on earth would I be jealous of? What on earth would I be... That's why you've only got 1 follower. Because you're very lonely. Very lonely. Martin says, I watched What Would You Do? It was a great show. They should do one in this country. I don't think I know that show. I don't know. Another one here. Rupert Grint of Harry Potter fame came to my club where I work on Shoreditch last night. Very nice chap. Perhaps you can get him in for an in-conversation, says Ian. No? What for? Well, just because you go, he's a nice chap, get him in for an in-conversation. Well, the Pope's quite nice too, but he's not available either. Oh, I've got no interest. Might be a bit chilly, says Connie, but your voice warms my heart. I'm still waiting for the promised heat wave. I know. I think it's going to occur this week. That's the good news, isn't it? That is the good news. I'm so sad, isn't it? Look, only one follower. I feel a bit sorry for them, really. No friends at all. Probably no work either, actually, but never mind. Keeps them happy, doesn't it? I need help, Steve. I've listened to your Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Sunday. Happy little programme this morning, actually. We're in such a good mood. I told you the other day, though, I said Andrew would be all over the papers again, and I'm not wrong, and Harry and Meghan. Have you noticed, all of a sudden, the royal family bubble is bursting? All of a sudden, the bad press... Years ago, nobody would ever dare criticise the royal family. We'd go, oh, that's okay, that's fine. And nowadays, front page of The Sun, the eco-warriors Harry and Meghan on a second, capital letters, private plane holiday in days, Dumbo jet. I mean, how they live with themselves, I've got no idea. But seeing as we've paid for the house and just about everything else going... it's a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it? Plus. Oh, it's more pictures of Harry and Meghan in the plane with their son. He's obviously on holiday. It's a private jet that they went off on, which is great. But please don't stand up at these climate things and start saying that you're doing your bit, because it's a load of old codswallop. Kevin says, I had to laugh when I read Madame Tussauds have removed Cheryl Cole from display. She's not important anymore. Have they moved her? I know. Are you sure they've done that? I know that they've moved Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. They're not together. She's on a celeb floor and he's on the royal floor. Slightly odd. But Cheryl, I mean, I would have thought she was still... She's Cheryl Tweedy, isn't she, again now? Not that she can make up her mind what she is at any one time. But she's not doing anything. Colin reckons re Epstein, he said, what's the betting the diary will mysteriously disappear? Oh, they'll be looking after that one very carefully, because I should imagine there's loads of people implicated. I mean, it's not going to go away. If Andrew and any of these other people think it's going to go away, it isn't. Andrew says, glad to hear you're in such good form this morning. Do you know, I looked at the audience figures for Sunday. We've got an even bigger audience on Sunday morning, a bigger spike, a lot more happier people, because it's the weekend, isn't it? People like the weekend. And you can sort of, put your feet up. Steve, would you stop buying up all the Prosecco? Stocks are running low in Kingston and Twickenham. I've never bought anything in Kingston and Twickenham relating to Prosecco. Never in a million years. Heavens above. And Ollie says, you owe me a new keyboard. I've just spluttered my tea over it. When you talked about your mum's bra strap pinging as she pushed the car. Well, she pushed there, Cheryl's waxwork has been removed from Madame Tussauds. She's no longer relevant. Oh, shame. No, but I mean, to be honest with you, you can't. She has a charge against her. She's appeared in court. Not the most pleasant of people, but she has got a son. Not that we've ever seen her pushing a pram. Anybody lay claim to that one? I've not seen her pushing a pram or anything at all. Perhaps she has people in to do it for her. At Y8, because I'm worth it and I've got the money. Another one here. You think what? If you need a home for the waxwork, the producer said he'd actually take it. She's only tiny. And just remember, you run your hands through her hair and it would come away in your hands. If you go, oh my God, what's that? That's her fake hair. That's all she advertises now, isn't it? She's doing that Greatest Dancer thing. But to be honest with you, she's lost it. It's finished now. It goes eventually. She's had her opportunity. But for them to remove her, I mean, that's like the embarrassment, isn't it? Mel is in the Knightsbridge of the North, Leeds. Oh, please. The Knightsbridge of the North, Leeds. She says, they've got Harvey... Yes, they have got a Harvey Nicks, haven't they? But not even I go in Harvey Nicks. I can't afford to go in Harvey Nicks. That's way too expensive. Mel says, I like being part of Steve Allen's huge spike, full of laughter and lots of fun. Feels like listening to an old chum. Less of the old, thank you very much indeed. Love the caravan and soup story, thank you. Neil in Stafford says, every Sunday morning, I go out and do 2 hours of bell ringing. All my friends take the mickey out of me for having such a strange hobby, but I find it very therapeutic. Mind you, it does seem to annoy the bus driver. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Here all week. Dorman Dom says, I've been a spiker for 21 years. 25 years. 25 years. You see? That's what people are like nowadays. According to my weather app, says little Julie, Friday 26 degrees, Saturday 27. Glad you had a good time Friday. If you went again, you'd have to wear one of those shirts the dart players wear with The Allen printed on it. Matt says the Beckhams are very famous in Milan as Dave played for them, and Victoria has her fashion empire. Fashion empire? Come on. Stop it, you're making me laugh, honestly. I feel like one of Nick Abbott's callers there. Fashion empire. She has to keep borrowing money from Dave to prop it up. You know, it's not... I think she thinks it's world domination. I mean, have you seen the latest thing she's designed? A tracksuit. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but what is there about a tracksuit that needs designing? What are you going to do, make them into culottes or something like that? I wouldn't mind, but you never see any of her family wearing any of her fashions. I'd expect to see her mother wearing it, but so far, nothing at all. But I'm still pushing to see Cheryl's Babby. You know, to see her going out with Babby, or taking it along to rehearsals for the programme on the telly. Oh, lovely. Because that'd be nice, wouldn't it? But she obviously keeps it well away. Anthea's love life takes a turn for the better. Unlucky in love, Anthea. Well, there's a reason for it. She's irritating. I mean, seriously, it's not going to last 5 minutes. She's dating a Playboy socialite. She's very smitten with this bloke who's well known in London nightlife circles. Oh, God, imagine taking... Oh, this is the girlfriend. Don't laugh. They met at a private members club in March, 4 years since she divorced cheating businessman Grant Bovey. God, he's not still around, is he? A pal says Anthea had almost given up on finding love again. He's half Italian, charismatic and younger, which is a boon. No, the big question is, Anthea, how much money's he got? How much money's he got? Okay. Anthea, who looked for love on TV's Celebrity First Dates. Again, nobody interested. Was also married to Peter Powell and wrote the book How to Survive Divorce. She's always been a bit... She tells you how to fold towels. Did that dreadful programme on the television, which was very irritating. What else we got? We got... police have spent nearly £900,000 trying to investigate the drones over Gatwick. No luck at all. No luck on that one. They can't find anything about it. Of course, it'll turn out to be some police officer, won't it? And again, we've got to keep that one quiet. Much easier. Also, Paloma Faith sparking a flirty friendship with Dominic Cooper. Great. Ashley Roberts, former Pussycat Doll, is dating pro dancer Giovanni Panici. She was in here the other day. She looked at me like, I know you. I looked the other way. I mean, it's like, I know what celebrities are like. They want to hang around with you. It's, you know, it's quite nice. I don't have a problem with celebrities wanting to be my friend. But, you know, there is a limit, isn't there? There is a limit. Plus. Oh, David Beckham wearing his flat cap. Poor soul. Harper wearing, I don't know, some shapeless outfit. And they all go out there. The Beckhams in Florence. She's got the biggest bag, Vic. I mean, presumably, perhaps she keeps all her tablets in there, or her hair, or something. I don't know. It's the most ludicrous bag. The shapeless dress. Really, really bad. They say an oversized cream bag. They were on a break in Italy, which began in... Is it Puglia? They seemed happy to go with the flow. I mean, just, you know, can you imagine all the boys go, oh, not another blooming family holiday. Stuck with the parents. Ridiculous. Will Guyot says, hope you enjoyed the surprise lunch with Matt. Glad the sun is already shining down in Wiltshire. God's country. It's not here. It's very overcast this morning. Very overcast. Very overcast. So perhaps we need to check... Wait a minute. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear on 15 degrees in London. Expect partly cloudy skies and rain starting in the morning with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 22 degrees, and the low will be 15.
There you go. It's going to rain. Told you. Told you. I've just got this feeling about the rain. Hot in Bangkok, says David. 32 degrees again and no rain. So much for the monsoon season. When is your waxwork going to be at Madame Tussauds, Steve, says David. It's already there. So, well, you haven't found it. You have to hunt for me. I'm in there. Good Lord. Of course they would put me in there. Super-duper radio presenter, young, trendy, good-looking, shoulder-length hair, Amazonian figure, washboard stomach, Roman Kemp. Nothing. 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 What else we got? Oh, trying to find something. It's a bit difficult today. Oh, they found cars bought from an online retailer in the US are picked up from a vending machine. You've got a coin, and you put it in, and then the lift brings the cars down. Nothing particularly new. We had that ages ago. Also, the killer ex-aide of the Duchess of York got almost £100,000 of taxpayers' cash to try to beat her murder charge. This is Jane Andrews, caged for killing her boyfriend, but was released this month after a parole hearing. Documents show her barristers got $65,000 in legal aid, with her solicitor getting a further $27,000. The £92,000 total will be worth $150,000 today. Horrible person. Horrible person. Who's this? Porky TV star. Now she's stunning at 9 stone. This is somebody called Sophie Cassay. Never heard of her. No idea who she is. You just have to assume the fact there's some old has-been from a reality show. And she says, being on the reality show made me pile on the pounds. No, it's you opening your mouth and swallowing the food, dear. It's got nothing to do with being on a reality show. Come on, try and be a little bit intelligent. Who set your Siri to be Irish, says Will. They did. My boys during the week. They thought it would be great fun to have Steve Allen's Siri voice as an Irish girl. The time before that, it was a South African girl, so they then fiddled about with it, and every time they just want to get hold of my phone. You know why? Because they want to get hold of all the celebrity numbers that I've got inside there, and I'm not willing to do it. Even my goddaughter, my youngest, said the celiac, said to me the other day, she said, "Can I have a look at your phone, Uncle Steve?" I said no. Because I know what she wants to do. She wants to go through and see all the members of the royal family's phone numbers that I've got and, things. And I'm not willing to share. There is such thing as confidentiality. Oh, delicious. Delicious. Cup of tea on a Sunday. I was going to go home and have crumpets. And then I thought, no, I can't have crumpets today, really. I had plums earlier on. I had a plum, because plums apparently are okay for me. But the blood sugars yesterday, because I had fish and chips, so that's why it went up. It sort of jumped up a little bit. If I'd had something, I had broccoli with it, to be honest with you. I didn't really have enough broccoli. Matt says, off to watch Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. What happened to Villa yesterday? Up the Aston. Yeah, up the Aston. That's what they all shout, don't they? Up the Aston, up the Aston. Where's Steve? He's our mascot. Up the Aston. We like that. Steve, re the whereabouts of Mr. Epstein's journals. Might they accidentally slip into the furnace? No. He kept a diary. As indeed do most people in that position. I used to keep a diary years ago, but it got a bit boring. Woke up, went to school, came home, had tea. It was a 5-year diary. It came with a little lock on it, like that was going to protect anything that was sort of in there, Went out with, went to the youth club, all that kind of stuff. And then you suddenly realised it was a bit boring, actually, when you were younger. You didn't really do anything at all, did you? You just went to school, played with your friends. When I say played with my friends, they came round and we played with cars and we did all sorts of things. So we went out on our bikes. That was the big thing. Nobody ever phoned you to say, I'm coming round, because for some reason phones were sort of a little bit sacred. And so even though we had a phone, 4091, you'd answer it with 4091, and then somebody say, is that Becky? You get 4091, and you'd have this bizarre conversation with somebody. Is Becky there? 4091. Is Becky there? No. And this would go on all day. Obviously Becky's people, and then at the end of the day you pick up the phone and a voice would go, hello, it's Becky here. Any messages? I think, honestly, people are taking the Michael now. Steve says, Ken, the celebrities are so lost, haven't they heard the word of the Lord? That'll be the next one. We had a caravan and a Hillman mink, says Tina. We always had lemonade made with 1/4 pound of lemonade powder and water, which was always warm and grainy. It was sugar with lemon juice on it. Sugar with lemon juice. We used to like that. We used to like rainbow powder, which was all the different ones you could stick your finger in. Yeah, stick that, and you'd get, it was lovely. And then all of a sudden your finger would go yellow. Do you remember years ago when people smoked, and I did smoke from the age of 14. I was not a heavy smoker at 14, but I was smoking cigarettes. I wasn't buying them, I was pinching them from my parents' cigarette box. And you'd see people smoking, and they used to get nicotine on their fingers. They would have this brown stain on their fingers. It was generally, and you used to think, because I could always tell people who smoke. I only have to look at somebody's face to realise that they smoked. I was watching an old Towie the other day, and Nanny Pat was on there. Her face was like a road map of the Sahara Desert. Seriously, and I remember thinking, I bet she smoked. She just looked like... You can always tell with people who smoke, because it dehydrates the skin. It could be the best thing if you give it up, but I never preach to people about smoking. If you want to smoke, you can smoke. That's fine. Steve says, Jill, you're on fire this morning. Am I? Don't want to do that. Heavens above. Pepper in the Prosecco? No, been listening since I found you by accident one Sunday lunchtime years ago and was captivated. So refreshing after the anodyne stuff on the BBC. Oh, so boring. And no opinions. Have you noticed? Dreary, dreary, dreary. Yet they've got more problems than anybody else has. All the churchgoers listen to you before going to Sunday service. You're the warm-up act before the vicar. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. I feel like I used to go to church all the time. You'd never guess, would you? I used to go to church all the time. I had to. I was in the choir. And I used to love it. If I was lucky, I got to wear the crucifix. There was only one to wear, and if you were head chorister. We didn't call it head chorister, just went, OK, Stephen, would you like to wear the crucifix? I'll wear the crucifix. And you put on your cassock and your surplice, and you'd hold the cross, and you got the thing round your neck, and you'd walk down there very slowly. And I used to think, this is really the bee's knees, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. I'm kind of in charge. And then at the same time, because you couldn't hold your prayer book, but you'd have to look at the numbers on the wall, you know, we're doing prayer. Oh, good, one of my favourite hymns today. We'd say that. And it was only a little church, a little tiny church. In fact, actually, to us, it looked big. But when I went back there some years ago, because I pass it on not a regular basis, but if I go down to Essex, I do go past it and I think, God, it's so small. It's so tiny. Everything when you were little looks bigger, everything. And that was always fun, wasn't it? And I often thought, perhaps I'd like to be buried in that church. And then I thought, I don't think so. I think I'm going to be scattered to the four winds. Have I taken a break? I can't remember. Should I take the break? I know. I mean, sometimes you think, you know, what the heck? I should do it. It's a Sunday, and I know that you want to know, because Andrew Castle is coming up with you. The breeder in the papers today, and a right little breeder she is too. This one kept 100 dogs in shocking conditions, and most of them are ill, unfortunately. She's one of those sick people. She's not an animal lover at all. She's in it for the money. Steve, sorry, I forgot the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle. Up for discussion. I love that line. Up for discussion this morning. Animal rebellion activists to blockade the UK's biggest meat market. What is the UK's? Is that Smithfield? Well, they're going to blockade. What for? Strange thing to want to do. Animal rebellion activists. Why don't you go and stand outside a butcher shop, loves? You get roughly the same effect. Why don't you go and do all the supermarkets? They all sell meat as well. I mean, what do you think goes on at Smithfield? I don't quite understand it. Perhaps they're bored. Perhaps it's coming to the end of the holidays or something. Hong Kong, more protests expected as the Chinese police practice near the border. Practice shooting people, because that's what they do, isn't it, in Hong Kong? Yes, the Chinese, not very good at things like that. Also, the search continues after PC Harper's murder. I mean, seriously, they've been given, is it another 36 hours to question the 10 people that they've got from the ages of 13 to 30. I mean, what sort of people are they? I mean, really. Steve, when you asked Siri about the weather, he also told me on my iPhone, imagine the fun you can have with people that have their phone near you. I was on the bus the other day, and the woman behind me's on the phone, but she kept leaning forward so I could hear her whole conversation. And what I wanted to have was a little phone blocker. So I could literally push a button and it would completely block her telephone. You can get them, can't you? They're not legal, I don't think. But oh, right. So using them's illegal, but buying it's not illegal. I've actually got one. Come closer. And it turns off televisions. So apparently it was sold as yes, it's like a little remote control, but it's a little tiny thing and it seems to fit all the televisions. And so they say you could use it if you're in a pub having a quiet drink and the television with the football comes on. You just wait till it's going, yeah, and then you just push your little button and off goes the television. That could be very entertaining. Not. If you're a football fanatic, definitely not. But she was on the phone for the whole journey. I felt like turning around at the end and going, I'm sorry, are you can't you just get off the bus and make a phone call? Sitting there sharing your phone. And it was the most pointless phone conversation. She did all the talking. The person at the other end had probably died by the time she'd finished. It's been 3 years since I've tuned into LBC, says Dev, the terrific global radio show. I can say without undue revelation that my self-confidence into engaging in any talk, in particular your style of presenting, has greatly boosted my self-confidence and positivity in this controversial world. Anyone who is of the view that you're jealous needs to focus on their own weakness. I mean, I've never been jealous of anything in my life, but you could tell by the fact they've only got one friend in the whole world, and that's mainly because they smell. Don't want to go near people like that. They smell. You know, you can't say anything. But they always think that they're being terribly clever, but of course you know that they're really the lowest of the low. They can't help it. But, you know, for anybody to sort of go, oh, what would you be jealous of? I'm jealous of the size of Gemma Collins. I'm jealous of the Love Island people. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, oh, you're not that rich. And you go, what's it got to do with you? Worry about your own lack of self-confidence. You know, I'm fully confident for everybody, thank you very much indeed, as anybody who knows me would tell you. Were you the head boy at school? No, I beat him up. I never wanted to be head boy. I didn't even want to be a prefect. I really, really didn't want to be a prefect or head boy. It didn't make any difference, Didn't make any difference. I mean, I was particularly good at school. Particularly good at school. I was good at English. I was rubbish at maths. I couldn't be bothered with maths. I had a slide rule. I never understood how it worked. You could give me £1 million now. I still couldn't operate the blooming thing. I was good at art. I was good at games. I was good at metalwork, good at woodwork. I was good at the practical things, but I didn't really want to apply myself. And so when I left school at 15 with no qualifications, which is fantastic, because I think I've done really well, actually, for no qualifications. It was Nick Abbott was saying yesterday on his programme, and I had to agree with him. Somebody came on and said, I've got, was it a BA Honours or something like that? He said, what for? What's the point of that? What does that get you? It gets you nothing. You know, when I joined LBC, nobody ever said, what are your qualifications? Nobody was remotely interested. It's a case of, can you do the job? Yes. Okay, we'll try you out. So they try you out, and then it turns out you can do the job. Qualifications had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. All you have to do is... sorry, we just found this thing on the internet, which is an 8-antenna handheld cell phone isolator, block 2G, 3G, 4G, jamming radius is up to 20 metres. And this is legal to buy, but illegal to use. And that's £144. It probably is the size of a car battery. Can you imagine? You're trying to hide it somewhere. And so it blocks 2G, 3G, 4G. What are we up to in the Gs now? What are we up to? We've got no idea. Oh, no, I mean, look at your little thing there. Look at that, honestly. Look at the size of mine and look at the size of yours. Mine is... How big's yours, Corey? Oh, right, is that... Oh, smaller than mine. Is that... Yeah, that's... Yeah, I'm 4G as well. But that doesn't... That's not determining the size of it, is it? Hold yours up again, show me. Show me. Mine's definitely bigger. Yeah, definitely bigger. Oh, it really does. Oh, take my word for it. Oh, yes. So, here we go. Radio frequency is a crime to use any apparatus, including jammers, for the purpose of deliberately interfering with wireless telegraphy. The maximum penalty, wait for this one, 2 years in prison and or an unlimited fine. There you go. That only goes to prove that you shouldn't buy one. I wonder if it's the same around the world. I wonder if you could buy one in America. When we went to Cannes years ago on our cruise, the cruise that we were on docked outside of Cannes. We went into Cannes and they had a shop there that sold everything from mace to, all sorts of things. You could buy just about everything you could think of, which you would look at and think, oh dear, I'm not sure whether you should be allowed things like that at all. Even mace I was never too worried about. Steve, be honest really. Don't you just think, says Monsi in Hove, that Peter Andre is just one fantastically talented individual and his cooking show with his family is just first-class entertainment? Absolutely. I mean, Peter Andre is just... he's so talented. Except where he has a tantrum on Sky. So, no, I don't want to talk about it, and all the rest of it. Then they ask him about Jordan. I don't want to talk about it. You think, what's the matter with these people? Can't they speak? The answer is no, he can't. Going home now, says Monica. Can't wait for my daily portion of button sprouts. Well, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Butter fried with little garlic, herb and herbs and pepper. I've got some chicken on the side, just out of necessity. After all, how long one can only eat Brussels sprouts? I wonder, is it strange to eat them for breakfast? No. Other breakfast choice is hummus with a baguette. Oh, no. I've never eaten hummus. I know people are... producer loves it. Don't you like hummus? Do you? It's a strange thing to know. I know, well, there's loads of things I've not actually popped in my mouth. Sorry? Chickpea. Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound nice at all. I don't like terrace malata. I like pate, but terrace malata is Codsrow pate. And I don't like anything like that. No, it's not very nice. Well, some people absolutely adore it, but there again, I'm just a bit peculiar. You know, tahini. No, what's that? I've heard of it. Is it sesame something? Oh, no. Sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, special fried rice. And the news. Forgot about that, actually. It's 6:30. Company, every text we read out on the programme, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Sunday Mirror this morning. This is, you don't want to read the front page. It's far too depressing. Jamie Oliver talking about how the worry of his collapsing restaurant empire ruined his 40th birthday, but... He bounces back. That's the good thing. He won't let it. He's got a very strong family around him. You know, what with parents and wife and the kids and all the rest of it, he won't let it dampen his hopes. I mean, I should imagine he was more depressed about people, you know, having to lose their jobs. That's the embarrassing thing, isn't it, really, for him? But he will bounce back. John says, what's the trick to early morning starts? He says, you're some sort of legend for doing this every day. I've been up since 4 and I'm out of it. Oh, really? Oh, I don't know. People always say to me, what is the trick to doing early mornings? And I've got no idea. I find it easy going to bed early. That's it. I don't have any trouble going to bed early. I sleep like a log. I absolutely sleep perfectly. Like a baby. Like a baby. I had a little doze in here earlier on for about 40 minutes. Just had a little lie down on the couch. Yeah, just, you know, I'd already done the papers. I thought, have a little lie down, Stephen. Do yourself a favour. You know, recharge your little battery. So I did. And it's fine. There is no trick to it. As far as I know, there's no trick to it. It's just, you know, you just do it. I don't know. David in Kingston says, how is it that talentless Peter Andre is still famous on the back of a mediocre song from the 90s? Well, he had his little series, didn't he, Peter, which was ditched due to lack of interest and the exploitation of his children, which is fine. I don't have a problem with him exploiting his children. I just wish he wouldn't sort of start pronouncing that I don't do things like that, and I'm not allowing Jordan to do it as well. I mean, he's full of double standards. You know, he's pushing the boat out now. He's heading towards 50, which, of course, is... he's way too old to be sort of faffing around pretending he's some little popsicle star. You know, I don't even know if he's still doing any of his gigs, but not many things worked for him, so they've got this little cookery programme coming up on Lorraine, which they're going to film, and he's featuring the children in it. Exploitation. But that's his problem. I don't have a problem with him exploiting the children, but don't start telling us that you don't exploit the children. I'm sick to death of double standards now. Either you're a liar or you tell the truth, and he tells lies. Jordan, you're not to exploit the children. And so that was when, and then he sort of goes on television, they start asking about it. I can't talk about that. Well, go away. You're of no interest to anybody. No interest. Being Milk Monitor, says that Milk Monitor. I was Milk Monitor as well. Made me so proud, but the Blackboard Cleaner Monitor was such an honour for me that nothing else compared to it. Not even passing the 11 plus. I failed the 11 plus. Failed the 11 plus. But Milk Monitor, I was Milk Monitor. I used to run the little school shop, which meant that at break times, you would go and get a couple of tables out. Then you go to the cupboard, get out boxes of crisps, snowballs, and what else do we sell? Crisps, snowballs, and soft fizzy drinks, which were Panda. I seem to remember they were Panda. And we were in charge of that, which meant that if we wanted to have a packet of crisps, we could have a packet of crisps without paying for it. And so we put it out there, and kids would form an orderly line. You go, in line, in line. We're not going to open up the shop until you're all in line properly. That was great fun. I love that. The power. The tuck shop. The tuck shop. Actually, we used to have, when I went to prep school, just up the road for us, there was a little tuck shop. And on a Saturday, we'd all troop up there, all the little boarders, stand in line outside this tiny shop. I'd love to go back there and see if it still exists. And you'd go in there and you'd have your money. And we had 2 and 6pence, which was half a crown, which was 12.5 pence. 12.5p. But you could actually do quite a lot with that. You could buy a bottle of Corona, provided they knocked the threepence off the actual thing. You got threepence for 3D for taking the bottle back. And so if you were really clever, you could buy some Gobstoppers, because they lasted the longest, some blackjacks, fruit salads, shrimps. 12.5 pence went quite a long way in those days, and that was it. And you'd go back, although some kids would buy a bottle of Corona, and they'd also buy a little block of ice cream, and they'd make an ice cream soda. I wasn't like that at all. I didn't do any of that kind of stuff, but it was nice. It was always nice. I hate Lambos, says Philip, but I get jealous when people go past me in new Mustangs. I don't even know what... Oh, Lamborghinis. All the ones I ever see seem to break down all the time. They're such high-performance cars. And Mustangs, no. I've just bought a new watch, actually. I can't tell you about it at the moment because it's sort of one of those sort of bizarre things where I went, oh, goodness me, go on, push the boat out. It's my Christmas treat. It's my Christmas treat, or sort of my sort of... It's tax deductible. And it's nice. It's a pre-Christmas treat. I've threatened to show the producer. He is going to be so jealous. He's going to see this. I haven't had a post-Christmas treat, no. I haven't had a post-Christmas treat. I don't really... See, the trouble is I don't know... Because what I'm very good at is saving. I never used to be good at saving. When I was younger, I was rubbish at saving. And I spent a long time in debt. I had a £3,000 debt on a credit card that I couldn't clear. Because you need until somebody paid off the 3,000, and then we started from basic. We said, right, if you're going to have a credit card, this is how it works. Every month, it'll be paid off. in full. So I don't want to pay interest rates. So I became quite sort of mercenary about it. And then I save up the money. And if I've got any left over after we've paid tax and the VAT and all the rest of it, then I treat myself. And this is why I've treated myself to this particular watch. Need a bit more kip, Steve? A little bit tired. Thank God it's Sunday. People love a Sunday. Steve, can't the royal family put Harry and that wife of his on a yacht? Like that girl is on, at least we could forget about them for 2 peaceful weeks, says Albert. Well, they are away at the moment. Doing what? I've got no idea. As long as they're not preaching to us, I don't care. I don't care. Steve, I volunteer at my local hospice shop. Yesterday, this amazing old man came in and bought some little knickknacks. He was so wonderful, chatting away. I was on the till. It turned out he's 101 next month. Lost his wife a year ago and said he still hears her voice in his head. He was born in 1918. Wow. It's nice, isn't it? But I might actually go and chat to him at home. Well, check. Can't just turn up at somebody's house. That would be slightly scary. Slightly scary. Nigel says Jamie Oliver will bounce back. He's still a millionaire. Yeah, he is. He's depleted on what he was. But there's sort of, you know, he will bounce back. He will bounce back. But you have to start again. He employed 1,000 people. How many people do you employ, Nigel? Nobody. He employed 1,000 people. 1,000 people got a very good living out of Jamie Oliver, and it was the climate. His wasn't the only business to suffer. There were loads of other businesses. You sound a bit jealous about the fact he's still a millionaire. Like he's sort of, you know, dug it up in the garden. He's had to work his rear end off for things like that. How much money have you got, Nigel? Nothing. You just moan about other people because they've got more than you've got, which probably isn't too difficult, I should imagine. You mustn't be jealous. It makes you sound a little bit desperately sad. Paul says, how long have you been doing your current morning show? No idea. I don't know. Why would somebody ask you that? I don't know. 150 years. Yeah, since 5 this morning. I started at 5. Steve, you sleep like a log. We have integrity. Listen, I have no trouble sleeping. I mean, I feel very sorry for people that sort of write to me and they go, oh, I suffer from insomnia. That's why I listen to the programme. And I go, well, there are 3 things which you've got to look out for if you suffer from insomnia. Firstly, don't eat before you go to bed. Don't drink too much. Don't smoke. And make sure that you've been out and got some exercise. If you've stayed in all day, you've dozed on and off. So when you come to go to bed, you're not going to be tired. When I come to go to bed, I'm tired. I get into bed, literally I'm out within seconds. Very lucky. I've never been an insomniac. Never, ever. Sometimes I survive on about 3-4 hours. Last night, 4 hours sleep. And that was quite enough. Bounce out of bed, cup of coffee. Ta-da! It's great. Can't wait. Can't wait. Love it. My wife worked in a bookshop years ago. Peter Andre had a CD signing appearance, says Phil. So few people showed up. By the end of the day, they couldn't give the CDs away. Yeah, do you know what I heard the other day? I often suspected as much. A friend of mine is a warm-up man for TV, and he goes along and they book him for all these shows, and he does warm-up, you know, and he did one, and he was telling me the story of Gino D'Acampo. Gino D'Acampo, he talk like this, and he's, you know, but he's been here since he was a child. And I said, for years I've suspected he fakes it. And he said, he does. And I went, you're joking. He said, no. He said, he actually talks quite normally. But he puts on this act, you know, because I get away with these And I said, you know, I thought so. I said, I couldn't understand why anybody who'd been in this country as long as he has, and he spent time in prison, you know, could not actually speak properly. And they go, no, he can. I said, he burgled Paul Young. He stole guitars. He went to prison for a few years, actually. It's not like it was like 3 weeks over the summer holiday. But I said I suspected as much. He comes off and goes, God, got away with that one, didn't we? Steve, we had a tuck shop at primary school. They sold those cheesy Wotsits. Used to put the empty packet on the heater outlet so it all shrunk and we had a mini Wotsit packet. All right. Mouthful of cough candy whilst drinking warm school milk had been left in the sun. The only way to get it down, says John in Tooting. Lovely, lovely. And Steve here, somebody says, not bothered about him being a billionaire. All the staff are out of work. He isn't a billionaire. You see, you're coming over as very jealous. You're coming over as somebody who's really got a lot. What's that on your shoulder? Chips. Chips. A lot of chips on your shoulder. Or as we call it round here, a bit Harry Ramsden, mate, on your shoulder. I know, I heard this poor old bloke who was the one who was laying into... He just resorted to abuse with Nick Abbott. But of course, he just came over as a bit stupid. Somebody says, if you remember old money, you must be a very old man. Yeah? So your point is what? What are you, 3? Mentally, probably. 6:45 is the time. We would have had longer to talk, but I've got, got to do the programme. We've got the competition coming up. Nice to see you.
You too.
Bless. He always every week he actually, I know I mentioned a competition. Somebody go, oh, there's a competition. No, there is no competition on this programme. But he always pops in every week. And sometimes we get like a 2-minute chat. And sometimes, like today, we got a 40-second chat, which you can't talk about. You can't sort out the world's problems in 40 seconds, can you? Not enough to base a relationship on, no, absolutely. Today I've got nothing to do apart from water the baskets, which are looking fantastic, I have to tell you. Even the producer said they're looking good. They are good, they're very impressive. And in fact, loads of people have said to me, God, they're looking better than I thought they were. Gills, go down the pub and watch the football. Do you know, the day I go down the pub and watch the football is the day they'll be carrying me in a box. No chance. I couldn't, not in a million years. I don't know, there's something about, I mean, I've seen it on the television when they go and people get so worked up about football. I get the same about puppetry. Seriously, you've only got to show me a couple of string puppets or Sooty and Sweep and I'm there. But the idea of getting excited over football in a pub, it's not me. My dear old client says Jill will be 102 in October this year. She's amazing. Yes, listen, you can see people of 40 who look like they were practically on their last legs. Some of them are. They just sort of given up. And then you get people of 100 who they put in the newspapers, and you go, do you know, you look amazing. Absolutely amazing for 100. It's fantastic. I mean, look at Andrew Castle. Andrew Castle is an amazing work of surgery. I mean, seriously, he'll be here for you this week. You'll never guess. Seriously, never guess. Who's the better chef, Gordon Ramsay or Jamie Oliver, says David. Well, both completely different. Both completely different. In their own way. Both completely different. I love all of them. We love Phil Vickery. Who else do I like? I like all of them. I don't think there's anybody that I don't like. Because I don't know anything about cooking, so it doesn't make any difference to me whether or not somebody's going to say, oh, I can cook this. I mean, I used to watch Jamie Oliver doing things, and I used to think, that looks really nice. I couldn't do it. They'll always say, Phil Vickery will always say to me, but you can do it. And I go, no, I can't. I really couldn't. I'm not sort of interested. That's why we go to restaurants. That's why. The more cookery programs we have on the television teaching how to cook, the less people go to a restaurant. Because they go, I can cook restaurant food at home. Whereas I'm not that sort of person. I'd rather go to the restaurant and enjoy the experience of necking the Prosecco. I mean, I had liver and bacon and onions the other day, which was lovely, and then a Knickerbocker Glory, which I ate half of, which was quite enough. And it was lovely. It was, but I wouldn't have done it at home. I never would have done that at home. And I know that, people follow recipes. I think Delia Smith was the one who started the idea of following recipes. People used to say her recipes work because they did them and then they photographed them at the same time. And there's lovely cookbooks. Jamie Oliver's got a vegan cookbook, which comes out in September. Now, I mean, I've got friends who are vegans. And to be honest with you, I always thought they were a bit of a pain in the rear end because you have to sort of cook them because they won't do meat. Well, Thomas, my producer, he's supposed to be pescatorian or something, so he eats meat. He eats meat. We've seen him eating meat and everything else. Pescatorian. It's another word for cheating. That's what he said. He said, oh, he's a bit flexible. Is he ever? Is he ever? Thank goodness. Steve, so that's why, when somebody says who is the better chef, it doesn't work like that, actually. It doesn't work as who is actually a better chef. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm visiting Mum Lois in hospital where she was admitted recently. She may be home this week, but the consultant's prognosis is not optimistic, says Chris. Yeah, actually a friend of mine has got his father in hospital at the moment, and that doesn't look very good. So the whole family is sort of rallying round. So it's a difficult time for anybody, I think. Dave and baby Andy at Ascot. Where do you think Gemma Collins' career will end up? What career? She hasn't got a career. The career is Gemma Collins. It'll end up disappointment. It always does. Because what she's got to maintain is this level of income, and it will not be sustained because very shortly there'll be other people from another Love Island. They're going to do 2 versions every year. So that's another 15, 20 people out onto the marketplace. Eventually there's going to be nobody. You can't put them on quiz shows. They're too stupid. They're way too thick, these people. So you can't do anything like that. So they'll all sort of do I'm promoting hair care or this and that. And Gemma, of course, I mean, they're sort of trying it with the Diva programme, but it's not working. It really isn't. She can't maintain it at all. So it'll just fizzle out. Just fizzle out. So, I mean, I don't think it'll end up anywhere at all. But unfortunately, when you've only got to look at that disaster that is Daniela Westbrook or Kerry Katona, neither of them do a day's work. Bone idle. Jordan, what does she do for a day? She doesn't have a job. Does nothing at all. And so where will it all end up? Tears. Steve, you deserve to treat yourself to a new watch. Well, this one's very treatable. This is a very treatable watch. How much did it cost you? Oh, I couldn't even begin to discuss that. That's between me and my accountant and the tax office. But put it this way. It's nearly 2 arms and 2 legs. People say it cost an arm and a leg. So Neil says the exact same. How much did it cost you? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Seriously. It's very expensive. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And then somebody else says, I'd rather stay at home and eat. You need a magnifying glass for this stupid cuisine food. No, wrong. You obviously haven't eaten out for ages. Oh, no, you get a good portion now. Go out to a restaurant. They've suddenly learnt that you can't do that nouvelle cuisine that came out some years ago, which was basically a plate with half a tomato on it and a bit of drizzly thing to make a pretty pattern when you draw a fork. Yeah, and today this comes with jus. I used to think, wonder what that is. And they go, oh, it's like a sauce. You go, lovely. Or failing that, they actually squirt it round your plate. Then they get a fork and they go like that to make a pretty pattern. It's rubbish. Rubbish food. Wouldn't feed a gnat. Seriously, I want a good portion on a plate in front of me. If I'm going out and it says sausage and mash, I want to see it filling the plate. Don't mess with the Allen. Seaweed foam. Oh, that sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I was disappointed when I had seaweed, first of all, in a Chinese restaurant and discovered it was blooming cabbage. I really wanted it to be seaweed because it was delicious. But it's so fattening. Do you know, it's really, really fattening because it's fried. And the grease and the oil that you get, oh, dreadful. But I did like it. I would like Ramsay cooking a steak and Jamie cooking pasta. Pretty certain both would be delicious. Listen, I'd have anything that they cooked. Wouldn't bother me in the slightest. Seriously, Keith Floyd was the best, says Nigel. Well, he was drunk all the time, wasn't he? He was off his trolley. He was sort of funny. Steve, hanging baskets. Have you got Tradescanthia? Because I haven't seen it for years. No, they don't put that in hanging baskets now. It's just ridiculous. Oh, look at the time. I can't believe 5 to 7. 5 to 7. What am I doing today? Oh, washing up and doing the baskets. That's the high life. Going to the pub watching football. Yeah, right up Steve Allen Street. Ooh. I know. My money, it's on Crystal Palace to win. I know it's Sheffield United and Crystal Palace. I think Crystal Palace. Don't you? Would you? Oh, you're not going to. Oh, you're going to go for Sheffield? Are you? Definitely. No point arguing with them. It's hopeless. Seriously. Daily Star, sicko flogs ticket to Corrie Starr's funeral. She wasn't a star in Corrie, let's get it right. She made 2 episodes. Well, that was it. That's not a star of Corrie. Sunday Mirror, special investigation, the scandal of the 63 children killed by the parents and how the law let it happen. Furious PM on the front of the Sunday People says work until you're 75. Oh, I should be finishing next week then. And The Sun, Dumbo Jet, this is Harry and Meghan basically sort of sticking 2 fingers up to you and going, we are eco-warriors, that's why we're taking these gas-guzzling jets, and don't you dare ever question us. Also, Andy, here he is, pictured in the doorway, saying goodbye to a young lady. This is Epstein's House of Depravity. What was he doing in there? Why can't he answer the questions? I mean, it's not, as I say, it's not going to go away. It seems to be getting worse. The Sunday Times, Nigella, My Beauty Secrets. You get some people who are just naturally attractive. They don't need to worry about it, do they? Unfortunately for me, I don't need to worry about that at all. The FBI files on bisexual Mountbatten. He had a perversion for young boys, they say. And he was interviewed by the FBI. Mind you, the FBI were obsessed with things like that. And they say here, it's not known why the agents began compiling the material. The papers cite the opinion of one source who claimed that Mountbatten's private life made him an unfit man to direct any sort of military operations. So there you go. What do the FBI know? What do they know? Goodness sake. Why are they interfering? Also, Jane Gordon, my dream move to the country left me lonely. A lot of people have said that. Sunday Telegraph. Talking about tougher sentences for police attacks. Why just police attacks? Why just not anybody? Why are they any different? They're not any different. You get exactly the same. The Observer, a free food magazine, and Scotland had their biggest pride parade in Glasgow. rife with homosexuals up there. So they had a huge pride and everybody enjoyed it. And why not, for goodness sake? People should be allowed to enjoy themselves nowadays. Do you need a guru? Apparently Meghan's got a meditation expert. Yeah, probably jetted in on private plane, I should imagine. And the Sunday Express, PC's death, flowers speak for the nation. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And James Bond has a nice watch. Hidden features, I know. Could do with one of those. Listen, that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I'll be back at 9 o'clock this evening for In Conversation between 9 and 10, and then back tomorrow morning for early breakfast. Everybody joins us at 4. Thank you very much indeed for the spike. Enjoy the rest of your day. I don't know what it's going to bring weather-wise, apart from a little bit of rain and a little bit of sunshine and football in the pub. Yeah, let's go down there. Packet of pork scratchings and a pint, I tell you. Me and my mates, we're absolutely going to love it. Well, it's Bill Clinton's birthday today. 73, or is that the amount of dalliances he's had? Also, we've got 3 weeks blast of summer starting the holiday weekends. That means I'll be able to sort of undo an extra button on the shirt. Very exciting. Very exciting. I think you have to. I think if it's sort of going to be nice. I don't do the sunbathing thing, as you can well imagine. But I quite fancy the idea of sort of undoing an extra button. We used to have a guy who used to work here years ago. Not here, when we were in Gough Square. And he arrived. And I'll tell you his name, actually, because his name's Stephen Cole. And all the women fancied him. Everybody fancied him. I mean, he was like hot property. He came in, he had long, tousled hair, which was blonde, and his shirt was slashed open to his navel, revealing a hairless chest with sort of a medallion. Nothing like you at all, actually. Your hair's not thing. You don't have a washboard stomach. I mean, actually, to be honest with you, you do have a washboard stomach. It's just it's a laundrette stomach, isn't it, basically? That's what we call it now, because that's 3 or 4 washboards. Not as good as Roman Kemp, is it? We couldn't believe that. We went out and everybody was looking. Have you seen the pictures? Oh, Callum, you've got to see the pictures. This is Roman Kemp after a 12-week intensive course with I mean, seriously. It's enough to encourage you to go and get a trainer for 12 weeks, although I think it would probably kill me. But, I mean, it's a phenomenal transformation. It really is. But the thing that worries me is you can have a body like that, and I have, it's just you can't see it. And, I mean, look, I mean, is it because he's holding his arms like that it makes it look as though, I mean, it's just, I think it's amazing. Amazing. It's almost like a different person, isn't it? 12 weeks, that's what he used to look like. Fat, flabby and average. Well, he wasn't really fat. And then 12 weeks later, ta-da! What do they eat? Gemma Collins was hilariously telling anybody who'd listened the other day, which is basically nobody, that she can't understand why she's put on weight because she only has 2 meals a day. I said, yes, 2 meals which would each feed a family of 20. That's why you're fat, dear. It's got nothing else apart from the fact that you're putting loads of food in your mouth. But, I mean, we look like Roman Kemp. God, I'd pay good money for that. I don't think it would suit me, though. I'm one of those sort of people who probably... I'm not body conscious. In fact, to be honest with you, looking at my body, I'm more body unconscious. Daytime telepresenter Martin Roberts, who does the House programme, has lost his drink driving appeal. He got fined, it was something like £2,500-3,000, I think, for drink driving. Then he went on appeal, and they've turned the appeal down. He claims that he's asthmatic, which he might be, but they also said it's called blowing, not sucking. And that's what he was doing. They were saying, because you have to blow until the machine makes a noise, and then you know that you've done it. So you've got to keep, because what it's doing is taking the air from your stomach, not from anywhere else. It's no good sticking a balloon on it; it wouldn't work. But it takes from your stomach, and that's where they can find out. And he was guilty of drink driving. I seem to remember, though, as well, when he was in the jungle for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He was a pretty naff person. He was also the woman from Emmerdale was quite nasty, I was told, from somebody who was in there. They said, oh, she was horrid. Because, I mean, they don't show you every single thing, do they? Look at all these demonstrators in Hong Kong. You know, if nothing else, they're absolutely committed to the cause. Over here, we do it Thursday, and maybe we might pop out Saturday, and then we'll go back inside again. Over there, they're out all the time, disrupting the airports and doing everything. The Chinese government are going to get to that stage, I'm telling you, where they're going to bring out the tanks like they did in Tiananmen Square, because they don't really care, actually. They don't really care if people lose their lives. But I think they're amazing. I think they're absolutely amazing. Good for them. Good for them. When they could be sort of staying in and sort of just watching television and just sort of kowtowing to people. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, Amanda Holden gets Bum of the Year. How do they do that? They were showing us a thing on the telly the other day on the Naked Attraction. I hardly ever watch it, and it was one of the ones where they had five ladies on there, and to be honest with you, most of them seemed to have normal jobs. One of them was worked in a stables, and I thought, what about all the people who come there to ride their horses? They're going to go, I'm so terribly sorry, we've seen you naked on the television. I'm trying to persuade Thomas to have a go, but he won't do it. He won't do it. I said, listen, we won't pull the tube up immediately. We'll do it slowly but surely. And then, you might pass on that one, but then, of course, you have to hear your voice as well. Like, that's going to make any difference. And I thought, I think it does, actually, doesn't it? You hear somebody's voice, you either like their voice or you don't like the voice. But they were on there, and they were sort of talking about... The bloke rejected one of the girls because she didn't have tattoos. But she had a normal job, and I'm thinking, all these... But some of them may go, oh, I work in a bank, and this kind of thing. It's very odd, very, very strange. I don't know why I watch it. I mean, I'll try not to, but if it's on the telly, I sort of fast forward to the end. The waiter killed by the sandwich rage gunman. Somebody in France takes a long time to make a sandwich, and so the person who's ordered it shoots him. He dies. Dame Maggie Smith, not keen on the Abbey habit. And there was a woman who fell off a cliff. She took 10 ecstasy pills. I can't help feeling, it's kind of tough. If you want to take 10 ecstasy pills, I mean, surely somebody's got half a brain. It's like the woman, do you remember she was a teacher? And when she was at the airport flying out to Dubai, she decided that the cocaine she had with her in a little plastic bag she would swallow, and then she could just have it when she got to Dubai. Unfortunately, of course, for her, the bag burst, and she died instantly. Let that be a lesson. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. We'll look at piers as well. We'll look at piers a little bit later on. That's the pier, Southend Pier being the longest in the world. But it is, unfortunately, a bit rickety, but still lovely. Still lovely. And, of course, all of them used to have theatres on there, and that's where all the big stars of the day played their shows. It's lovely. If you get the film Our Miss Fred with Danny LaRue, he's playing on a theatre which is built on a pier. Piers were the great Victorian attraction. You went and sat there, you had a cup of tea, stared out to sea. It's lovely. You don't talk to anybody. What do you want to talk to somebody for? Who cares? I would never bother talking to anybody if I was sitting in a deck chair having a nice cup of tea. That's my idea of fun now. That is my idea of fun. Oh, dear. It's so funny. Yes, I mean, Warren, you're quite right, actually. Quite right. I tell you, wanted to hear some really sad people. You need to play back Nick Abbott's programme. You get people who are so... it's beyond sad. They seem to not to know anything at all, some of these people. And one bloke said, everybody tells me exactly the same thing. And so Nick said, well, obviously, you must realise by now you're in the wrong. But he didn't accept it. It was probably his only lifeline, I should imagine. Oh, a cup of tea. Somebody's put out Yorkshire tea bags in the kitchen. I think I've only ever had them a couple of times. They're a little bit strong for me. A little bit strong. Also, what do we have? The Chinese restaurants that are disappearing. One of these days, I'm going to find a decent Chinese restaurant around me. And just go and get... Because I love a takeaway. I don't want to sit in a restaurant and eat it. What else do we have? Oh, yeah, the girl who was labelled racist by her school for criticising halal meat. She wasn't necessarily criticising halal meat. She was criticising the slaughter of animals. She's vegetarian and vegan. And so the school labelled her a racist. They've had to backtrack like there's no tomorrow. I'll tell you who the school is a little bit later on. And single women denied IVF over fears they'll be a burden. Apart from that, it's you and me. You can send all your texts in. We read them all out on the programme. Unless you'll know if it doesn't make it through because you won't hear it read. That's always the interesting thing. If it has certain words, there's about 500 words, I think, on the computer. If any of them appear, the text just vanishes into the ether, which is always quite pleasing, actually, but it just means I never see anything. So I get quite depressed, because all we actually get are nice texts. We only ever get good text. We don't get anything else apart from that. Lots of people being sort of really, really nice and sort of lovely about the programme, which, of course, at this time of the morning... Wait a minute, something must be going on. Callum, my friend Callum is up. Callum, no. My friend Callum, who works for another radio station. Obviously, how can I open this stupid thing here? It does annoy me. Wait a minute. Does yours do that? Does it sometimes the phone locks up and you can't open anything? No? I'm going to have to turn it off and then turn it on again. How many times have we heard that? Yeah, it's definitely not. Don't worry, Callum, I shall get round to it in a minute. I get so frustrated with things. Oh, the capital breakfast on holiday. That's why. So you're telling me that Roman gets that body, and then quickly they go, quick, get him to a beach. Get him to a beach. Fantastic. Listen, if I had a body like that, I'd be sitting in here with my shirt off. Make no bones about it. Plus. Oh, well, it's Prince Andrew all over the papers. That's why I didn't go to church, apparently, the other day. Obviously, the Almighty is not looking down on him very favourably, because the answer to questions, all the papers have been saying, what were you doing inside the paedophile's mansion? Who is the girl you were saying goodbye to? Who is the girl you had your arms round? Have you seen her recently? Have you seen her? Have you spoken to her? You know, all these are questions. You can't get away with this one. This is not one that the royal family go, we don't have any comment on. Although they have no comment on the fact that Harry and Meghan are swanning around the world at somebody's expense, but doing a huge carbon footprint, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Perhaps they might change things, you never know. Or perhaps apparently they have no comment. There was no comment at all, which is a shame. Also, the tragedy of a rugby star found dead. He's only 20, was young Archie Bruce. He played his first game the other day, found dead in his hotel room. Apparently it was some sort of aneurysm. And the mass demo in Hong Kong, even though it's outlawed by the police, what are they going to do? You can't, this is mass, up to 1 million people on the streets. 1.7 million. 1.7 million. What on earth do you think the police can do about it? Nothing. They can just stand there like idiots. Just like idiots. So, anyway, should we take a quick break? Would be the first one we've actually done on time for ages and ages, but it's Monday morning, and I'm determined this week to make sure that this week goes with a bang. Nice to be company. Gemma Collins for In Conversation. Chris, if only she could string 2 words together, it would be a miracle. Seriously, she can't talk. She can't talk, it doesn't really help. I've just been reading in The Sun, says Dion, that Boris is going to put his foot down on certain cultures not having their children vaccinated against disease, which we had when we were kids. Actually, I was checking with little Callum on what he's had and what he hasn't had. There's quite a number that he hasn't had, which I thought you were supposed to have by a certain age group, but he hasn't had them, so obviously he's not a sickly child at all. Perhaps he's been vaccinated and he didn't know. He might have been... You never know. His mum might have taken him off to the doctor and you might have had them, you know. Yeah. You normally have them when you're young, or the vaccinations. We got it for polio and all sorts of things. In my day, it was a sugar lump. They gave you a sugar lump impregnated with this, whatever it was, because kids didn't like injections. Because it's like somebody sticking a bloody great big needle in your arm. It's like you go through the roof. Funny, isn't it, really? Yeah. I don't know. Well, I suppose because sugar lumps, they can't. Because people go, well, you can't just feed people. We used to sit in transport cafes, opening the sugar packets and pouring it into our mouths. I mean, or nicking it. I mean, it was sugar, for goodness sake. I used to have a whole box of sugar, and it was all the sweets of the playing cards. Hearts, diamonds, clubs, and the other one. And all the sugar lumps were shapes like that, which was quite nice. And then, of course, I stopped having sugar. Well, I say stopped having sugar. I tried to stop having sugar. Meanwhile, still dragging out a torturously boring career, if you can laughingly call it that, because she failed in her bid to represent the UK at Eurovision. She can't sing. She's tone deaf. Tone deaf. She's way past the modelling now. She's addicted to plastic surgery, and so off showing her latest vocal prowess on the song Hurricane, she went down to the Cricketers in Taunton in Somerset on Saturday, and and then she tried to sing another song and they cut it short, obviously, because she can't sing. Then unfortunately she had to be helped because she was a little bit worse for wear. But then she is mostly the worse for wear quite a lot of the time. Showed off her bad hair extensions, the scars around her face, and I'm thinking, you're a sad, tragic person now. And then she has to drag along the little boyfriend, little Chris, the one with the new nose, which was very sweet. But again, turning rapidly into a failure. Which is a shame, really. So this week we've got... Wait a minute, I just have to check this. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear on 13 degrees in London. Expect partly cloudy skies starting in the morning, and rain in the afternoon with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 21 degrees, and the low will be 13.
There you go. Rain this afternoon. When they said that yesterday, my producer Nick said, he said, don't worry today. He said, there isn't going to be any rain. It chucked it down. I've never seen so much blooming rain. Terrible. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And, Another one here. Oh, sorry. So Callum is in this morning. He's up early now. He'll be doing his hair, I should imagine. Bless his. There was a question I wanted to ask Callum, and I can't do it over the air because it's one of those sort of things. Another one here. Oh, somebody. Oh, Warren. I mean, I sympathise with you on this one. It's so funny, isn't it? Really. But these people, you have to accept the fact they're lonely. They don't have friends. They really don't. They're just they probably write to all sorts of people, and or you just ignore them. They're eventually they kind of get the message. Their parents deserted them when they were young. Mainly they're sort of, you know, they're out there with no friends. It's not their fault. They can't help it, and they smell. So apart from that, you know, everything going really well. Other stories in the papers today. Catcher and What's It have split. Neil and Katja Jones. She's the one who was snogging the so-called comedian, about as funny as nothing. And so these two have split up after 11 years. Who cares? I mean, 10 months after the kiss with the comic, I mean, quite clearly, obviously, booze affects her very badly. And then they had a sort of a reconciliation. And the rest of the time, who cares? People go out, people don't go out. Loads of people seem to split up, don't they? It seems to be, you know, you get the 7-year itch or the 8-year itch, something like that, and then, you know, people go, oh, I've had enough, and, you know, the grass is always greener on the other side. It's odd. I mean, to be honest with you, I never work it out at all. I've got loads of... In fact, I had a producer once. A producer who she got to 7 years, and then her relationship split up. I said, it's that 7-year itch, isn't it? 7-year itch. And, oh, look, Warren sent me in a picture with Boris. Because people, it's so sad, isn't it, when somebody writes, they go, you don't know so-and-so. You go, actually, I think I do. But there again, what's it got to do with you? You don't know anybody. They don't know anybody, Warren, as you can always say to them. You never finished telling us what Darren, Thomas and Ollie got up to over the weekend. Well, alcohol. Basically, Darren had said that he was taking them out for a slap-up meal. And I think it was going to be steak. And drink and everything else. Well, I mean, you couldn't keep Ollie from the door. I mean, he'd happily turn up. And you had octopus, did you? Deep-fried calamari? No. Oh, just what arrived on the plate moving. They're very small, actually, some of them now. Have you seen them? Very little. They're not as big as the ones you see on the ocean floor, which are really big. Oh, I couldn't eat that. No. Anything? No. Steak you had. Lovely. And what were you drinking? What were you all drinking over there? Where was this? Was this in the Hippodrome? Okay. Oh, sorry, bite my nail. Oh, right, she went over there, she had all sorts of drink. Oh, you were mixed, that's why you were drunk. You absolutely were. I've seen the texts that you sent to Darren. I mean, they're all over the place. Sorry, you can't even backtrack on this one. I've seen he showed me the text. Mildly tipsy, that's what you call it, is it, when you're from Aberdeen? I mean, unless you're face down in a puddle, I suppose you're mildly tipsy. Well, anyway, didn't fool me at all. Steve, it looks like poor Andy and the Brickies Labour are going to have a rough Christmas this year, says Mel. It's not going well, is it? It really isn't going well. It just really isn't going very well at all. 848 50 steve at lbc.co.uk. Let me just sort of do that one there. 500 unacceptable words, says Lee. I must have got a few. Does it have a bad joke detector? No, it doesn't have a bad joke detector. It just has words. Key words. and just stupid. You know, if you're particularly stupid, then it weeds out stupid people as well. It's a fantastic system. I love it. Absolutely love it. Jihadi Jack's parents, damning words. Who gives us stuff about John and Sally? Although, actually, they appear not to be married. But they branded Savage Javid a coward. Yeah, whatever, dear. Whatever. This is where their son's British passport was revoked. He had dual nationality. So let Canada have him. Couldn't give a 4X. But also we've got Shamima Begum. Her family is challenging. We don't want her back, thank you very much indeed. Anybody who goes to join ISIS, they've gone to join ISIS. And she's been there for some time, so no thank you very much indeed. Lee says, went to the Ivy Saturday, beautiful food. Have you been? What, to the Ivy? What are you, mad or something? What do you think? What do I sound like? Spudger-like or something? 7-year itch, says Andy, more like 7-month itch with some of these so-called celebrity relationships. I think what they do is they actually have a relationship, and then once they think they're not getting any work out of it, they find somebody else. I mean, you can always tell they're always fake. You watch, by the time you get to Christmas, none of them will be in relationships. Seriously. Unless they think they're actually going to be able to fiddle it. which they might be able to, but never fools me. Never fools me. I told you yesterday, a friend of mine is a warm-up man on television programmes, quite a lot of television programmes, and we were talking about Gino De Campo, or Campo de Gino, and I said he always sounds like he puts on, the fake Italian voice. I said he's been here since he was like 12, and he went, well, he talks quite normally. I said, well, he puts it on. He went, yeah. I said, I thought as much. A gay wedding was broadcast for the first time on Songs of Praise. Good Lord. This is from the United Reformed Church near Glasgow, one of the few Christian denominations to allow same-sex marriage. So they've got this gay wedding for Jamie Wallace. It's a good Scottish name, Wallace, 27, and Ian McDowell, 39, a little bit of an age difference. But they're the first gay couple to marry at the church, and did so after the local congregation gave its backing. Mr. Wallace says, as a committed Christian, being able to marry the man I love in the church I love is something I've dreamed of. Staff at the BBC's Songs of Praise said they were not afraid of controversy. You wait. Typical BBC people will be watching. This is outrageous. We just had 2 homosexuals getting married on Songs of Praise. What is happening with the BBC? Warren says, I even know Steve Allen. No, you don't. What a fib, honestly. Never met me in your life, have you? Steve, I'm due to go to Hong Kong tomorrow. Well, go to Hong Kong tomorrow. I can't stop you going. Not sure if I'll be venturing out, though, says Joe, cabin crew. Well, just stay on the aircraft. They're not going to invade the airport. I mean, put it this way, they're all terribly organised. They're terribly nice, unlike our ones who lie down in the road, and glue their hands to doors. That's the mentality of our ones. Also, Prince Andrew, paedophile Epstein, and a jaunt to Balmoral with a young model. I told you he'd taken him everywhere. And it's now time, Michael Cole says, for the Prince to come clean about his friendship with Epstein. What was the relationship? What went on? Because if you lie, the press will absolutely hang you out to dry. There's one thing they don't like, and that's not being told the truth when they can find it out, but it would make it easier. They had a thing the other day. Oh, I just thought of it then. And it was a woman shoplifting in a department store. What was she nicking? Sunglasses. Very expensive sunglasses. And what was she doing with them? The assistant turned round, she picked up the sunglasses, took the lid off her milkshake and dropped the sunglasses in there, then put the lid back on again. So she nicked 2 pairs of sunglasses. Very expensive sunglasses, a few $100s. And they were in the milkshake. So, of course, when she was stopped outside, what is this, a survey, she said? Because you always get shoplifters who lie through their teeth. Absolutely. And she was lying. So they said, what is this, some survey? They said, no, you'd like to come back inside the store, bring your drink. And so they sit her down in this room, and she's still holding the drink. And they said, we'd like to put the drink over here. What for? What for? What are you going to do with my drink? They said, just put the drink over here. And so they opened it on the camera, and they take out the 2 pairs of sunglasses. The lying old baggage then goes, that shop assistant must have put them in there. They went, no, you put them in there. It's on CCTV. We saw you. You're a shoplifter. And eventually they said, why don't you stop wasting our time? You're wasting your time. You're going to come clean eventually, and you'll probably go to prison. Eventually she came clean. Mixing drinks like the boys did always spells disaster for me. How were they feeling the next morning, says Andrew. Well, I shouldn't imagine, actually, Ollie ever saw the light of day before midday. Can't have done. Barely able to stand up, I'm told. Being ably assisted by the other ones, like little and large out there. Ridiculous. Of course, I didn't. My weekend was very nice. Very nice. It was very exciting. I didn't know. The Dart place. It's in, there's a chain of them. Flights, what is it? Can't remember what it's called now. Flight something. You can check it out on the internet. Because it's not Flight Deck, is it? It's so annoying. When you try and remember all these different things, and then you think, I wonder what it's called, actually. But it was very good, whatever it was, and there were no strippers, it was very loud music, and I played darts, which is... Sorry? Flight Club. Is it Flight Club? Have you checked them on the internet? It's very sophisticated, but it's because it's all individual. You're all in the same room, but nobody's interfering with your dartboard. And it's got cameras on you and cameras on the dartboard, and it's all electronic, but you are throwing proper darts. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's very good. The music, wee bit loud for me. Wee bit loud, but that's a sign of getting a little bit older, isn't it? Somebody says, airport hell in the sweltering Mediterranean. Dominic Lawson says, give me a holiday in rainy Britain any day. I agree with you. Britain all the time. Nice to go abroad, but always nice to come back. Shane says, we were given the sugar lumps in Australia in the 60s at school. Was that for polio? Yeah, that was for polio. I mean, didn't it just, I suppose the sugar was to take the taste of the, sort of the liquid away. Oh, I just remember they squirted the liquid, you popped it in your mouth and it melted on your tongue and it was lovely. Short break. 4:30 here on LBC. 7 minutes to 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is where everybody comes out to play in the morning. She's a sensation with a bat. She's hit 4 centuries, but critics of a 6-foot-tall transgender woman's star says it's just not cricket. Maxine Blithin, who's more than 6 foot tall, has a batting average of 124. Success at Kent's first transgender woman cricketer playing in the Women's Cricket Southern League has upset campaign group Fair Play for Women. Trans women players are only tested for testosterone levels if they're selected to play for England, and so a lot of people are not going for this one at all. Tennis legend Martina Navratilova stoked controversy. Remember this one? When she said trans women competing in sport was insane and amounted to cheating. Miss Blithin was not available for comment. Oh, she will. Don't worry. They always start off by saying that, and the next thing is, OK, we'd like to do an interview with you. OK, that's fine. Compared to the other people there, absolutely enormous. But is it the levels of testosterone? I don't know enough about it. I never make any comment on things like that. I've got no idea. No idea. Steve says, the Twickenham tour is great. I found you on YouTube. I know, I'm all over YouTube. All over YouTube. As you would expect, really. Also, the Dunkirk veteran who's accepted his medals. And he's 100 years old. It's taken him a long time to get round to it, but finally he's got round to it. And it's interesting here. Countless words, they say, have been written about the Dam Busters raid. But the new book by Max Hastings, who since childhood has been transfixed by the airman's skill and heroism, brings it to life as never before, hour by hour. Didn't you used to be the editor, I think, Max? That's why. Nice basic plug here. I mean, the book's £25, although we've actually found you can get them much, much cheaper. In fact, this one is on offer for 20 quid already, because nobody seems to sell books at the recommended retail price, do they? I don't know why. I suppose because it's a business now, and you've got to look for, trying to sell as many books as possible, because most people get them online. You don't physically need to pick up a book, which I think is a shame. I think it's a great shame. The David Bowie Bandstand Oddity, 50 years on, the gig over last weekend in Sunshine at Beckenham, says Mike, which was great. Steve says, Prince Andrew, can't wait for a comment from Prince Philip. Oh, they've all been saying nothing at all. They've all been saying nothing at all. The only official thing has come out from Buckingham Palace and the press office, and they basically said no, that they deny it emphatically. Unfortunately, they're beginning to look as if they've got egg on their face. Now you've got a picture of Andrew inside the pervert's mansion, saying goodbye to a girl and peering out of the door. They've got it on video. I mean, unless it's all been dummied up, it's a very odd one, isn't it? And it's not going to go away, though. Because very shortly, when Andrew goes out to make an appearance somewhere, as indeed he will, somebody will be shouting out, so do you have any comment on Jeffrey Epstein? It's not gonna finish, I promise you. Here is the GCSE pupil. I have to tell you this story because she's been labelled racist. After an examiner labelled her vegetarian views Islamophobic. She has views on vegetarianism. This is Abigail Ward. Abigail is 16. She was punished for expressing her disapproval of halal meat during a religious studies exam because she objects to animals being slaughtered. Seems fair enough. But despite her views being widely held by the rest of the vegetarian community, she was told they were racist and amounted to a malpractice offence. It was only after her school, which I think is called Gildredge House in Eastbourne, appealed to the exam board OCR that the decision was overturned. Abigail's mother, Layla Ward, a nurse, told the Sunday Telegraph the examiner had been overzealous and over-righteous. She said, Abigail is an animal lover and a very strict vegetarian. It made me angry when asked a question in the exam. You can't even express your feelings. The disqualification was over Abigail's comment in her June exam paper that halal butchery was absolutely disgusting. That's what she said. ORC originally said she must be penalised due to obscene racial comments being made throughout an exam paper. However, the school wrote to the exam board explaining that the comment related to her being a vegetarian and objected to animals being killed. They added the reference was not made in relation to Muslim, and there were no other comments in the paper that could be construed as racist. ORC that's the exam board, has now apologised to Abigail and the family. She bloody well thinks so too. Honestly, for goodness sake, she objects to animals being slaughtered in that way. She's entitled to an opinion. Entitled to an opinion. Oh, dear, honestly. So annoying, isn't it, nowadays? You get all these people, all these little do-gooders, all the little snowflakes. Oh, must do that, we must do this, must do that. Mustn't say this, mustn't say that. So. Paul Hollywood's ex claimed to fame they had sex. Apparently is battling for a place in the jungle, despite not being a celebrity. No, obviously she thinks she is, though. What a deluded world she lived in. Summer is said to be in talks with showbiz agents. Yeah, right. And as her heart's set on I'm a Celebrity, the former barmaid, she'll be going back to it soon, also wants to be in a fly-on-the-wall series about her love of horses. Oh, go away, for God's sake. She says, a person says Summer's the person to sign up right now. What for? What, because she had sex with Paul Hollywood? Do you think there's a few others out there somewhere? Anyway, Summer and Paul split after he asked her to sign a gagging contract. They go, she's really interesting. Everything I've ever seen of her, she's about as boring as dishwater. Really, I'm not interested in somebody like that. But that's, unfortunately, just how desperate things are getting, which is not so good, is it? Katya Jones, who was cheating on her old man by snogging the unfunny comedian Sean Walsh, is now getting divorced. Like we never predicted that one on the programme. And, what was the other one? Murphy's Love. Peaky Blinders. I've never seen Peaky Blinders. I know what it's about. I understand what it is. Just never interested me. See people with these hats on look a little bit like poor old Dave Beckham, poor soul. Also, the tragic PC's family and the call for supporting coppers. There's loads of flowers. They've raised over £100,000 for the family of this newlywed policeman. And I forget how many more hours, but the clock is ticking on whether they can charge one of these 10 people or a number of these 10 people who are currently facing questioning from the police. Here's a picture, a very bad picture actually, the Daily Star today, of Christine McGuinness, the most boring person you'll ever discover. I mean, really dull, so dull. Well, with her Rebecca Vardy, I think they've kind of had their day now. I think we've seen enough of them. Somebody said to me, why isn't there a gay version of Take Me Out? Why is it always sort of, naff people standing on there with their boobs hanging about on the counter? And Paddy McGuinness, I mean, couldn't Paddy McGuinness do that? He could do a gay version of it. Mind you, probably wouldn't find enough gay people who admit that they were lonely. Like all these poor Take Me Out people. No likey, no lighty. No sex, no Love Island. And that's it. Can you imagine actually going on television to admit that you're so desperate, you'll stand there with a load of other people and you have to freely admit that you can't find anybody, even with your boobs hanging out. That's how desperate it must be. Some of these towns, they must be staffed by, I don't know, God knows what. But they cannot find somebody. Their boobs are hanging out all over the place. They've had their hair recently cut and modelled and they've put new lipstick on and they've gone gorgeous and they've been on about 10 shows up until now and they've tried it all and they can't find anybody. I mean, I fancy that, being admitted as a failure. So like Celebrity Go Dating. There's no celebrities on that programme. It's just a lot of sad people. Lee Ryan, do me a favour. Please do me a favour. Lauren Goodger. Oh dear. Once she's sobered up, she might be a nice person, but frankly, the rest of the time, it's awful. Money, politics and Fortnite are most likely to cause family arguments. 9 out of 10 parents say rows are common at meal times. Interesting. We never used to... we're too busy shoving the food in our mouth. Why would you want to argue at meal times? We'd sit down. I can see it now, sitting in the kitchen... Because you didn't use the dining room, that was just for formal things, for Christmas and stuff like that. But no, you sit in the kitchen on the Formica table, and you'd have, your sort of your evening meal. I mean, for us, it could be double egg and chips. That'd be when I think about it, it doesn't seem very much food, does it really? Double egg and chips. I don't think we've had ice cream very often, even though we had ice cream in the freezer. Occasionally I go to the freezer and get a little spoon out, and then sort of try and have a little spoonful of ice cream. It's quite nice, actually. I had that the other day at Joe Allen's. I had Knickerbocker Glory. You ever had Knickerbocker Glory? I loved it. I tell you, it was fab. No. Is it the best? Oh. Why'd you tell me these things at this time of the morning? Oh, no. I like Eton Mess as well. You had Eton Mess? To my idea of heaven would be scampi and chips and Eton Mess with bread and butter. You could fold over and put chips in the middle, because that's got a chip butter. You can't beat a chip butter. Sorry, what's the matter? What, the amount of weight you're carrying make you hungry? Good Lord above all, you want to be like, look at little Callum, look, nothing of him. Little bless him, honestly. He's had 2 chocolate bars this morning. He doesn't look like he's put on an ounce. Not 1 ounce. Do you eat a lot? I bet he eats loads. You can eat... Oh, right, a lot in one sitting. And do you eat everything? Do you do curries? And we know you do kebabs. Stuff like that. He always sits there looking very angelic, like, cool, kebabs. I'll tell you, yeah, if those CCTV images could talk, that'd be interesting. Right, what are we going to do? Oh, more of your texts. Peaky Blinders is an amazing and very well-written piece of TV and well worth a watch. I just don't have enough time. Seriously. Steve, so according to their arguments, my friend, who happens to be a few inches taller than me and definitely not transgender, should be banned on this point alone. If not, why ban transgender women or stress this particular characteristic of her? It's because of the testosterone levels. It makes her stronger than other women. I mean, 6 foot, you know, if you so... She's going to be stronger than the other women on the team, and that's why this group of women have been against it. Jack says, England v Ireland, rugby at Twickenham, 3 p.m. this Saturday. Oh, I know, yes, we had Wales the other day. And now we've got Ireland, which will be quite nice. We like that, which is good. And strangely enough, my friend Ian, we have one thing in common. Actually, I'm meeting a lot of people who've got things in common with me recently. All of a sudden, people are saying, you know, we've got so much in common. Anyway, my friend Ian says, you talk about the dining room only being used at Christmas. My nan and granddad used to talk about their house in Islington, which used to have a Christmas room, a room only used 2 days a year. Well, actually, I could probably beat that. My grandmother, on my father's side, she had a front parlour, which strangely was at the back of the house. So you looked over your little garden in Ilford, and she had a little lean-to. It's like a little greenhouse. I mean, it wasn't as posh as a greenhouse. It was a lean-to, take my word for it. And the front room was only reserved for special... I can see the furniture now. She had a pianola. You ever seen a pianola? A player piano. You would slide open a little drawer thing. You put in the rolls, and then you'd pedal, and it would play all these tunes. I loved it. In fact, eventually, when she got rid of it, she had to pay somebody to take it. Pay somebody. A friend of mine, Gloria Honeyford's son, Michael, has got an automatic piano which plays tunes. You sort of buy a subscription, and the piano plays all by itself in the corner. It's a lovely... I'd love that. Imagine if you had a dinner party and you just have the invisible piano player. Somebody playing the piano. I love it. Steve, which Z-lister would be best at leading a government of national unity? Nobody, not one. They can't speak. They like to pretend that they're really intelligent, but frankly... You know, when you watch the Jeremy Vine show on Channel 5, it was so much better before, but I mean, at least he's making an effort. And they dreadful clothes. And they put people on there, some of the most dreadful people I've ever seen in my life. It's a shame, really. The standard of television has gone right down. It's not like us maintaining a high standard and sort of staying there throughout the programme, you know, with or without a hangover. I know you're not got a hangover now. Obviously, you had a day to recover. But I bet you slept quite a long time, didn't you? And then when you woke up... No, you just woke up just as normal. Really? You were fine. What were you drinking? What was your favoured tipple of the night? I mean, a lot of beer. Oh, right, beer. And you went to cocktails. It's a bit camp, isn't it? Cocktails. What did you have? Sort of a slow, comfortable, whatever it is. Oh, right. That's an interesting one. His favourite one was something called, well, Not a Dry Dream. And so he had that. I've never heard of some of these things. And how much was the bar bill at the end of this night? How much did you spend? Would you not know? You must have an idea. Did you not contribute to any of it? Did you not? Really? That's shameful, honestly. I can't believe you would actually go out there and take advantage of that poor man. And you just went berserk. Oh, dear, that's so bad. So bad. Listen, quick break, because it's Monday morning, and we will, in about 30 minutes, get you the road and the rail information, so don't go anywhere. Somebody says, wow, does Warren know Boris as well as Cliff and Tony Blair? Yes. It's a shame that, you know, you have no idea who you are, do you really? Sheila? Or is it Jean? Or is it Michael? Either way, I think you need to get some medical help. Andrew in Southend says, I never get hangovers. Do you not? I mean, I don't get hangovers either. I just want to go to sleep. I'm better at going to sleep, actually. I'm quite happy going to sleep. We had this the other day, when we get people sort of saying, oh, I listen to the programme because I can't sleep or I wake up automatically. Because once you've started waking up automatically, you're going to be waking up automatically all the time. Nick Baker travelled around the world. You used to see him on the he's got a bit older now. And he used to have a ponytail, I seem to remember. And he's doing a programme which is called Big Week at the Zoo. And it's got that, I think it's Helen Skelton is on it as well. I didn't really know what to do with her at the BBC. They were sort of kind of stuck with an ex-Blue Peter presenter. And they didn't really know. Jamie's 7-day veggie heaven is in the sun. We're going to have him coming in and he'll have a chat to us for In Conversation. Bradley Cooper's romantic getaway with Lady Gaga was a stake of mistaken identity. Ooh. And it's all coming up roses for some poor old bimbo here called Arabella Chi. Oh, she's going out with Wes Nelson. Of course she is. Yeah. Like Jackanory. Also, Katya loses hubby and gets a new man. That's a dancing partner. Does anybody really care? No, I didn't think you did. Plus, Costa cannibal Paul Durant should never have been free to live in Britain as victim's distraught family. He's settled in a block of flats amongst neighbours who were unaware he bludgeoned lover Karen Durrell to death and then boasted of eating her. They will recognise him now. He's splashed all over the Sun on page 7 near his new home in Tower Hamlets. Very odd. Did you see that? It can't be real. It can't be real. You know this chef or cook, Joe Meeks or whatever his name, I can't remember what he is. He's the one, he's got the funny voice. How do you think he was, and so it got sent action, it went out on the internet. Oh, I can find the blooming thing. Joe Wicks. And it can't be on this one. Whatever it was, he was describing a recipe. And it involved cheese. And this is where I'm thinking, he can't be that stupid. He described Wensleydale cheese as Wednesday-Darley. And I remember thinking, I heard somebody the other day reading out a name on the news, and I can't remember where it was, but it was a place that I knew very well. I remember thinking, oh, what an odd way to pronounce it. But yeah, so Joe Weeks, is it? Joe Weeks? Yeah. Wicks. Wensleydale. Have you ever heard of such a thing? He can't be that stupid, surely not. Although I don't know. Jason Manford was involved in a terrifying 80-mile car chase and was nearly rammed off the motorway. He was being driven back to London from a gig at Hayling Island, near Portsmouth, when he encountered the road rage driver. The man originally tried to block a road with Jason's Mercedes van and asked to borrow some jump leads. After Jason's driver, Lionel, told him he didn't have any and drove off, the crazed man followed, screaming, "This is my town." This person was behind the wheel. Anyway, he just carried on. Jason said it was where it got more scary. He was driving dangerously by cutting in front of us on the A3, braking suddenly, coming up behind us, flashing, beeping. He's quite clearly high as a kite. Quite clearly. Having feigned pulling off at a junction, Jason and Lionel thought they'd managed to lose him, only for him to appear behind them again. They think in his 30s, so they then drove to Sutton Police Station in South London whilst they were still being followed. And Jason said the police officers came out, circled the block, found his car just abandoned, registered to Hayling Island. So he may well have come all that way. Very weird. Well, perhaps the police will arrest him. Another one of these Looney Tunes. You know, you do get them, don't you? Very odd people. Mainly to Nick Abbott's programme. Seriously, I've never heard so many odd people in one programme. They were sort of doing this, whatever it was sort of people who quite clearly didn't have any idea what they were talking about. Not a clue. At one point, somebody accused poor old Nick Abbott of having, he said, "You've got dementia, mate, haven't you? He sounded a bit ancient. He said, you've got dementia." And Nick went, "Yeah, right, whatever." I mean, I don't know what the answer is to that at all. The answer is, no, I don't think I have. The power station blast igniting pylons. These, they used to have them going up. If you went to Sheffield, as you turned off the motorway, these big kilns, like brick kilns, and they took those down ages ago, which I was a bit excited about. Row over a TV show where what they do is they train children like dogs. Sit. That's what she says to them. Sit. Stand up. Beg. And then you get the treat. I've never really liked it. But, I mean, that's what somebody said to me once. I remember a famous psychiatrist. He said, you train children. Children learn very quickly from a very early age. You give them their food, and they start throwing it out all over the place. You take it away from them, and they don't get the food until they learn how to behave. It's like you go to a restaurant. You can always tell the people who've never been to a restaurant before because their kids are running around all over the place. Whereas normal people have the children sitting down and they learn how to sit down and they eat the food. If they choose to leave the table, and they generally are not excused from the table, it would only be to go to the toilet. Then you come back and you sit down again. I'm sorry, we used to have it at home, and so you train a kid from a very early age to say, you sit down. If they were very young, they would sit in their pushchair and go to sleep, and that'd be fine, because we like that. But you certainly don't have kids running around in restaurants. I mean, really, what sort of people would they be? Sugar levels in our favourite chocolate bars have rocketed, despite pledges to cut them. Cadbury's Fruit and Nut, 32% of chocolate sugar, now 54.5%. Cadbury's Flake, 47% in 92, 55.5% in 2019. It's amazing, actually. Cadbury's Fruit and Nut is the worst. Cadbury's Curly Whirly, 40%, now 49%. M&S Swiss Milk Chocolate, 43%, and then 50.2%. But that doesn't I don't really eat chocolate. I nearly had a bar of chocolate this morning. I had a little craving. And when I get a little craving, it's a case, if I really want something, I really have to almost tie my hands behind my back. Not easy to do. And so I thought, before I have the Whisper, and I'd actually got it out. I was seriously considering it. And then I thought, wait a minute, no. So I did my sugar. I tested, and it was too high. So I put the chocolate bar back in the bag again. I thought that was very good of me. And then somebody wrote to me the other week saying, don't you prick your finger anymore? And the answer, no, I don't. I mean, to be honest with you, I used to hate pricking my finger. In the middle of winter, trying to get blood out was a difficult thing for me. I would sort of put the needle in. Well, looks like a little pen, and it's spring loaded, and you just push the top of it, and it shoots a little needle into your finger, and then you squeeze to get the blood out, then you put it on the slide, and then the machine counts down. This system is so much better, and I think it's for people like me who are a bit lazy with their diabetes. And it's called Freestyle. And what you get is, you might better get it on prescription. I think you'd have to be recommended. It comes with a little sort of box thing, which looks like a very small mobile phone, and under my arm is fixed this disc, which has got a needle in it and some electronics, and it lasts for 2 weeks. Whether that's once the battery has been started, then it lasts 2 weeks, and you literally you turn on the little Freestyle machine, and then you wave it. Well, you just sort of waft it, I think is a good word, underneath this disc, and it tells you what your glucose reading is. So as opposed to having that fiddly bit of getting the little thing out and putting it in there, this is easy. So you go, there you go. Oh, sorry, the sensor ran out. You've got to do it fairly quickly, actually. Here we go, and there we go. 8.6. 8.6 for me is good. It did go high. It did go for 10. But now we're on the line there, which is good. So that means, but the trouble is now you can't. I mean, even though I would think perhaps I could have a chocolate bar, I can't. I can't have a chocolate bar. In fact, actually, the other day, my dinner, when we went out for lunch, we went out to this little village in Essex, where they always have a hunt at Christmas. It's not a proper hunt, but all the hounds come out and the horses and everything else. And this pub, the Checkers, their food is particularly good. It's nice. It's very nice. And you could sit outside or you can sit inside. It's one of those old pubs. It's obviously pulled itself together, and they've got a nice dining room, because you can't just have a pub nowadays. As people will tell you, there's pubs closing every 5 minutes. You have to have something else to offer people. And this unfortunately nowhere to park, which is a pain. But anyway, we managed to do that. And I had... what did I have? Oh, fish and chips. Of course, it comes with batter. And the batter is the thing that sort of sent me off on another little thing. Steve, another one here. Early breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen through till 7. Nick will be here from 7 o'clock this morning. And Conrad says, everybody's beginning with C at the moment. Is this the latest names? You know, we seem to have no end of people beginning with C, and I've got a few choice ones of myself to throw in. But, I mean, Connor, Callum, Corey, Kat, Kate. What is going on in the world? Where are the proper names? And then you've got you, Thomas. You kind of upset the apple cart, don't you, really? Yeah, I've used the other word on you as well. Yes. But I mean, isn't it funny? All of a sudden, everybody's name begins with... It must be a generational thing. It must be. They all must be in the region of sort of 20 to 25s. That would probably be it, wouldn't it? Does everybody fit into the 20-25 bracket? No. 12. Oh, that's not nice, is it, Callum? He shaves. So rude to you, isn't he? But don't worry. Every time he does, I register it. Don't worry. I'm getting the case for you. We can go to H. Yes, another C for case. So somebody says, Conrad, actually, Knickerbocker Glory. I've known that name for years. Great. Banana splits. Some of my favourites, vegetable soup, fish soup. Oh, here we go. What's that one there? Turkey, Greek salad, fruit salad and lamb. And chocolate. I bet you're about as big as a whale, aren't you, Conrad? You must be absolutely enormous. I mean, you're not exactly eating diet food, are you? I love all these cookery programmes on the television, but the trouble is, the more I watch, the more I think nobody's going to restaurants now. And I always encourage people to go to restaurants. Country pubs I like, where you can have a nice meal and you don't have to sort of worry about it. Somebody else does the cooking. And they always go, and they sort of say, would you like olives or bread? And I always go, no. I try not to, although people actually go for olives, but they're full of sugar. No, not sugar, they're full of salt, aren't they? Olives. And I never got into olives. And yet, strangely, I went to a market a little while ago and I tried a couple of olives, and they were nice, so I bought some olives on the strength of it, but I still can't get used to them. I have to have the ones that are pitted. I can't do with anything with a stone. Anything that's hard, absolutely not for me. It's like mangoes. I watch people... I can't eat mango anyway, but I watch people cutting it. I think, oh, that's clever. When you think it's got that blooming great big stone in the middle of it. Dreadful. What do we got? We got Nick Knowles, who is dating a PR executive. He's 56 and she's 26 or 20... Yeah, 26 as well. But he's always been like that. He's always enjoyed the company of people much younger. I think that's what keeps him young. I think it does. I don't know why they always make a big thing about it. Nobody's forcing these people to go out with him. He's very personable. He's got great stories. In fact, he has really got good stories. Not as good as my stories. My stories are definitely good, because the older you get, you suddenly realise that you've done so many different things, and you've sort of bumped into so many different people. So I've discovered, even when talking about the East End, I can still hold my own, as they say. And Dion says, how to make breakfast before you started. I did liver for breakfast? Are you serious? I mean, that's like a lunch. You don't have liver for breakfast, do you? I don't know. You could have soft noodles for breakfast. Have you got sort of a store cupboard that's got absolutely nothing in it? Who has soft noodles? I don't even know what they are. With a mushroom soup as a sauce and some tortillas. Oh, my God, fathers. God bless your stomach. That sounds... what a dreadful diet. But no, I definitely wouldn't be having liver. Although I did, actually, for the first time ever. I didn't have to send the liver back in Joe Allen's. I don't know. I just sort of ordered it, and I did say to the woman, and I said... Because normally I use the word cremated, but I don't think people know what that means. So I always go black. Charred. I like it crispy around the edges, but I do like it, actually. And it has to come with, as anybody will tell you, mashed potato, sprouts, if you can find them, onions, and gravy. And that, I'm quite happy with that, actually. And I didn't have any... See, I was being really good. I think I'm getting better. I'm not losing any weight. But I was just checking with my friend Callum, who is producing one of our other radio stations' breakfast show this morning, and I said, having looked at the pictures of Roman Kemp and this new washboard stomach, but he has 2 weeks over there because the whole team... It's odd, actually. I've never quite worked out why, but whenever the presenters go away, they change the entire team. The entire team all go away on holiday. They don't go together. It's not like holding hands and kissy or anything like that, but they just all go away together, so you bring in new people. And that's the only time I get to see Callum. Okay, another one that's different from my Callum, who's in here, who's much younger. But then we had a little bit of let's just call it an incident with Callum from the other side, which I would love to tell you about, but there's no easy way to tell you this thing. But he didn't seem at all surprised. The new Dad's Army star, this is Kevin McNally, has dismissed ignorant social media trolls who've questioned the point of the forthcoming Dad's Army revival, saying, don't watch it. The Pirates of the Caribbean star plays Captain Mannering in the upcoming remake of the sitcom's Lost episodes. However, when he logged onto Twitter, he encountered some negative reaction to the Gold series. He said, I saw somebody on social media saying, this is a terrible idea, why are they doing it? Oh, they're just nosy old tarts. Seriously, they just, oh, who shall I write to today? I'll write to Kevin McNally. Why are they making this? Why don't you mind your own business? Beaky. But he says here, they're going to be the educated opinions which say what a marvellous piece of work and how brilliant Kevin McNally is. He says, I have got some really good advice to you. When it's on, don't watch it. Try and be a grown-up person as opposed to sort of just a complete and utter waste of time. He says, I don't know how these guys feel, but there are going to be divided opinions. Of course there are. But I think it goes on gold for 3 consecutive nights from Sunday, August 25th. I love it. I've got episodes of Dad's Army in black and white because I like watching some of the early comedy shows. But you do love the little trolls now because they think that they matter in life. That's the funny thing. They don't actually matter at all. The only person they matter to is themselves because they don't have nobody to talk to. So they have to sort of write this stuff, and then eventually they might find somebody like-minded. They can sort of amuse themselves until they meet up and realise that they're both barking mad. Eco Anger is the royal couple over their 2nd and 3rd trip on a private jet. The Sussex's spokesman refused to comment the other day. Well, I tell you what, we're not going to take a blind bit of notice of Harry when he and Meghan start talking about climate change and how we've got to do this and save the elephants and save this and save that. We're going to say, why don't you bog off? Why don't you bog off now, OK? Once you've learnt how to do it, then we might take some notice. But unfortunately, it's just, it's just disgraceful. You're such hypocrites. In exactly the same way that Peter Andre is a huge hypocrite. Less than a year ago, Katie Price, another boring person, wanted to take the kids and film with them, and he said, no, you're not taking my children for filming. So we all went, OK, well, that seems fairly laudable. Even though they both expose the kids as much as they possibly can. Blow me down. Peter's managed to find a little cheap gig on the television, doing a little bit of a cooking segment on Lorraine's programme. Does she do any work on that show? I mean, all they're doing is filling it up with little bits. I mean, very shortly she'll just pop in and go, hello, and I'll see you tomorrow. And that'll be it. And so Peter Andre is using the children to go and cook as well. Hypocrite. What a hypocrite. But there you go. Why we should celebrate the great seaside piers. I love a pier. I do love a pier. There's some nice ones. I've been on Brighton Pier, been on Southend Pier. It's got the little railway that runs all the way up it. I mean, I suppose in theory I could walk. That's where Jamie Oliver films, halfway up Southend Pier. He films in the little cafe up there. Because he invited me down there. I was going to go down. It's a long way, and the car will be up on bricks by the time I get back because it's Southend. But Weston-super-Mare's got a lovely pier. Eastbourne. They're nice places, aren't they, really? I think so. Brighton's got one that's fallen into the sea and the other one that hasn't fallen into the sea. But it's got a fun fair at the end of it. There's nothing at the end of Southend's pier. You just get to the end of the pier and there's the ocean. There's no fun fair. There's no... Whereas I'm sure they could have put something like a Ferris wheel in. I could do with a Ferris wheel. I don't mind going round and round a few times, waving at people. Keep me happy. Or, a nice old-fashioned helter-skelter. More of these jokes. This is the best of the rest from the Edinburgh Fringe. Festival veteran Olaf Falafel claimed the coveted honour of the best gag. And this one here is, I keep randomly shouting out, broccoli, cauliflower. He said, I think I might have florets, which was quite good. Some of the other ones, Richard Stott says, somebody stole my antidepressants. Whoever they are, I hope they're happy. Milton Jones, what's driving Brexit? From here it looks like it's probably the Duke of Edinburgh. Jake Lambert, a cowboy, asked me if I could help him round up 18 cows. I said, yes, of course, that's 20 cows. Sleep is my favourite thing in the world. It's the reason I get up in the morning, says Ross Smith. Adele Cliff says, I accidentally booked myself onto an escapology course. I'm really struggling to get out of it. Richard Pulsford says, after learning 6 hours of basic semaphore, I was flagging. Okay. Of course, if you don't know what semaphore is, that won't mean a thing to you. Mark Simmons says, to be or not to be a horse rider. That is equestrian. That's so clever. Yeah, that's so clever. And Ivo Graham says, I've got an Eton-themed advent calendar where all the doors are opened for me by my dad's contacts. That's so good. So good. I still like the florets one, but they didn't like the florets one. Thomas went, I didn't like that one, the florets one. You didn't really understand it, did you? Because you don't know what florets are. You didn't know what florets were before I told you. You didn't know. Yeah, we're so good looking up on the internet what florets are. It's not the same as Tourette's. Tourette's is somewhat different. Yeah. You didn't know what a floret... No, you didn't. You've never mentioned it to me in all the minutes that we've been together. You've never mentioned it. See, Callum and I are on the same wavelength. We know exactly what he's like. Exactly what he's like. He just has to sort of jump in on the conversation. You know, sometimes nothing to do with him at all, is it? You'll be having a private conversation most of the time, and all of a sudden in he jumps with his funny little Scottish burr and sort of telling us about, you know, what it was like griddling cakes on the oven and things like that when he was a boy, and how his mother used to have to go to the well. You know, like we were remotely interested. Well, it still goes to the well, I know. I know houses that have still got wells. Sadler's Wells used to be a well in London, where they do the ballet, which is lovely. Eating liver, says Pablo, is an underrated joy. I draw the line at kidney. Oh no, steak and kidney pudding. Steak and kidney pudding. I mean, that is just with a what sort of pastry would that have to be? I don't know. You see, I could have either flaky. I was watching. No, not short crust. That's common. It would have to be flaky pastry because it makes a mess. Do you know what I had yesterday? I came back from the studio. And somebody said there was another bike ride in London, but luckily I missed it. And on the way back, I pulled in to is it the Blue Bean Cafe, the Black Bean Cafe or something at the filling station, Hammersmith. I think Wild Bean Cafe, that was it, Wild Bean. And I had two pastry things with beans and sausages in. I mean, small wonder I'm not the size of a small beach hut. But, you know, it was delicious. But I discovered I couldn't eat them while I was driving. Because if you dropped a bit of hot beans in your crutch, it wasn't the best thing you could do. So we stayed well away from it. I had to wait till I pulled into a bus stop. It tasted brilliant. Very happy with it. Big as a whale, no, still running, playing football and dancing, says Conrad. Probably all at the same time, I should imagine. People are like that, aren't they, now? I dance. Thomas thinks he dances, but you don't really dance at all, do you? You've got two left legs. Well, your moves on Friday. I know, people always think that, don't they? When they've had a few drinks, I could look at this. Whoa. Have little dances. We don't do dances. Chris in Yorkshire, no, it wasn't. I wish I could remember what it is. I can't remember all these different things. But I'm glad that eating liver is approved of by some. Not everybody approves of eating liver. What do I not eat? Well, Thomas was saying that he had octopus. You know, I mean, seriously, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like pretending you're rich. It's a case of, okay, we'll go out, I'll have something. I'm going to have octopus. He's never had octopus in his life. Seriously. He comes from Aberdeen. You know, the nearest thing he would have got to octopus would be a sausage and batter on a Saturday night. That's the way it would work. Much easier. Oh, look, 5:15. What have we got here? Oh, a scam victim's money has been returned. Always pleased when I read things like that. And forget rural bliss. Modern pensioners, this could be you, want fun in the city. Because people assume that when you get to a certain age, and you know this to be true, people go, oh, you don't have fun anymore, do you? You just sit in a chair and drink a cup of tea and stare into the distance. Are you kidding? When we went on the cruise, there were more active pensioners on that cruise than you could ever shake a stick at. 9 in 10 people claim they want excitement in their lives. Of course they do. Of course. Why not? Why should all of a sudden things stop when you get to be an old-aged pensioner? You know, most pensioners now are pretty... I know loads of 70-year-olds who are as sprightly as they come, I promise you. But what they want is they want companionship a lot of the time. If you've lost your partner, your husband, whoever it happens to be, that's when it can be very lonely. And that's when friends come into their own, because people have got to keep you going, keep the momentum going, because it's very difficult. And they did a study. Travelling was the top of the modern retirees bucket list. But, you know, you can only go travelling if you've saved up the money. 57% saying they wanted a trip around the globe. Can you imagine? There is a lady in America, and she lives on a cruise ship. And she's lived on it for years. And so she's got her own cabin, you know, which is enough for her needs. And she goes dancing every night on the ship. And so she just goes wherever the ship goes. There is another one called The World. And you can buy an apartment on there. Millions they cost. And basically it's like hopping on and off a hotel. It floats around the world. They'll say, well, next week it's in Miami. So you fly to Miami, pick it up there. I mean, it's gorgeous. But, you know, and it's for people who've got a lot of money. Not every pensioner's got a lot of money. A lot of people, a third, said they plan to do a lot of fine dining. The same number plan to attend cultural events. It's cultural events. I think what you should do, if you're a pensioner, I think what you have to do... What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, just keep your mouth where I can see it. Okay? That's it. Can you sit up on your chair? Can you make the chair go a bit higher? I'm not Nick Abbott. Okay. Just do it properly. Of course it goes up. It's always gone up. You have to lift your bottom off at the same time. That's better. Now we can see your face. I still think what's the matter now? Goodness. You're stretching. Well, it beats the yawning we had last week, doesn't it? I said, you yawned 3 times on this programme. You did, because I filmed it. I've got it on here, filmed on my camera. I'm still thinking about getting them to install. I'm going to have a word with Royston, see if I can get a line installed across here with a curtain, with "That's all, folks" written over the end of it, and just pull the little curtain at the end. So, yeah, there'd be a musical theme. I don't know what the theme would be. The Bitch Is Back, I think, was a fairly popular one I had some years ago. Don't know why they ever got that one. David in Kingston says, how is Peter Andre famous? Well, he had a hit single out some years ago, and it's called Mysterious Girl, and he had a washboard stomach, and that was it. So he was pictured in the sea, as far as I can remember. I can't remember anything else, actually, apart from he was... and then, people got a bit bored with him, and now he's old, and he's got children, and he's sort of practically semi-retired. He didn't quite make it. Didn't quite make it to be the big celebrity that he wanted to. But I think what they do is his agent indulges him. Well, that's good. So that's how he became... And then, of course, he got a resurgence when he went on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and he met Jordan. And that was it. She was the one who boosted his career. Not that there used to be a career, but that's the kind of thing. Jim says, I think you could live on mashed sprouts mixed in with mashed potatoes, washed down with flagons of tea. Oh, absolutely. But I've had it with cabbage, so it's called cannon, isn't it, with mashed potato? I might get some mashed potato today, but I'm sure it's fattening. Because there was that... Do you remember that one I told you about, the one from Iceland, which is absolutely delicious? Frozen mashed potato. You don't need to add butter, salt, nothing at all. It was absolutely delicious. Loads of people have tried it, and they've always said to me afterwards, it's fantastic. Steve, there used to be a nightclub at the end of Southend Pier and Amusements. Also, boats went to Margate. I think it was the Daffodil All Aboard was the cry. I love a boat trip. I do like a little boat trip. I can quite happily... I do the one sometimes from Richmond up to Hampton Court Palace. And that's quite nice, because what you can do is look at all the houses on the way up there and imagine that they're your houses. And they operate seasonally. They don't operate in the winter. And it's lovely. Richmond to Hampton Court, you change in the boat at Kingston. So you go up to Kingston, then you change into another boat, and then you go up to Hampton Court Palace. It's well worth it. It's well worth it. You get a cup of tea on the boat. I like things like that. I don't think I've been on a Thames Clipper. I've been on... My friend Jordan took me for lunch on one of the boats on the Thames, and that was nice. We booked a window seat, and that was really nice, actually. That was a nice thing to do. That was a nice... I liked that. I appreciated that greatly. And I've been on the Silver Sturgeon, which is a big boat, and I think they call it a boat. They call it a boat or a ship. Anyway, whatever it is, it was very nice. And we had dinner on it, and then we went on another boat up to see Sinatra. Yes, but the Thames Clipper is the apparently best way. If only you could learn to spell, life would be so much easier, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's the best way to see London cheaply. Are they big, wide boats? Yeah, I think I've been down to Greenwich on a boat. That's a nice thing to do if you're looking for something. Oh, yes, I've been on one of those. Yeah, the Thames. I also get a discount. I get pensioner discount. How fantastic! I'm telling you, I didn't think there were any advantages to getting old, but believe you me, there are. And the advantage is there's a discount. Well, thank you very much indeed. You just got to show your card, your pass thing. Honestly, I never thought I'd be saying I'm a pensioner. I must be due a pension very shortly, actually. It must be available to me. I should check if the government's going to give me money. Unless they're going to save it for me when I'm really old. So there you go. So pensioners want a bit of fun, and why not? Why not, for goodness sake? Otherwise, there's no advantage to getting old. And I've always said to people, if nothing else, you can learn about your area. Another place is find an old house. Like, we've got quite a few round our way, mansions, which very rich people lived in, like Ham House, and there's all sorts of other places. I can't think of them at the moment, but they have guides inside there, and they mainly tend to be pensioners, and they will say, in this room, this is so-and-so, and that's quite a good thing to do, because it can be as solitary as you want it to be, or you can interact with people going round a house. Yeah. And you go to Hampton Court, they've got guides at Hampton Court. You could do that. In fact, they actually welcome older people because they're sort of far more keen. And you sit there on your chair in the room, knowledgeable, and people come in and you go, hello, hello. And if they speak English, then you go into your patter about this room was where Henry VIII used to dine, and these tapestries here. Because they've got all these tapestries on the wall. And then what they do is they project the colours onto them. So you can see what they look like now, and then they project the colour on there, which is very clever, so you can see what they used to look like. But that's always good for people. There's never any excuse for saying, oh, I can't find anything to do. I mean, the other thing that you can do, which is even easier because it's free, is take your bus pass and just get on a bus. Go anywhere. Get off the other end, have a wander about, and then get the bus back, go and get a cup of tea. It's always something to do. You can always find somebody to talk to in a bus shelter. I've been to Hastings. I know what goes on. People chat to you. But there's always something to do. I never expect anybody to say to me, oh, I've got to 65, 70, Steve, and there's nothing to do at all. Sarah Cottle is the daughter of Jerry Cottle, and she's talking about her father, Jerry Cottle, of which there were many things written about Jerry Cottle. He had a dreadful cocaine habit. I think he spent about £100,000, but which was his real sort of downfall. But he recommended that book about circus. Remember I told you years ago, I had a copy. Somebody said that they sent me one from America, but it never arrived with me. And it's called British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith. And Jerry Cottle told me, said that is the definitive book on circuses in this country. A touring circus many, 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 many years ago, Rico Brothers. And my book, unfortunately, got damaged, water damage. And that was the only one that I had. And so I keep trying to find the blooming thing. But to find a good copy with the dust cover on it, British Circus Life, is nigh on impossible. Impossible. Steve, I bet Thomas is like John Travolta on the dance floor. If only. If only. There's no... I mean, seriously, he is just two wooden feet. I mean, no sense of rhythm whatsoever. The only thing... Is it? I mean, seriously, you don't... Yeah, having a music degree does not make you a dancer, OK? That means you know about music and you can bore the pants off people. But, yeah, and he's in a choir. But, yeah, all you have to do in a choir, you go, you know, are you doing... I will follow him. And that you do like that, don't you? You don't have to do anything in a choir because you can't, because otherwise you'd be knocking the other people off the end of your little podium. So there is no... The only dance would be... That'd be it. Like that. Really sad. Hands in the air like you just don't care, you know, and then turn around. You can't dance, I can tell. I can tell by looking at somebody. Callum, of course, can shake a tail feather with the best of them. I mean, I should imagine on the floor a sensation. Spinning, legs in the air, arms, woo, you know, helicopter, whir. No, I bet he's absolutely brilliant. Well, I bet after he's had a few drinks, he's brilliant. Just call you a coward. You see, I've noted it. Don't worry, it's all going down in the book. It's all going down in the book. It is outrageous how he can treat you like this. Shame on him. It's only because you're little and he's tall, and he thinks he can sort of lord it over you. But don't worry, I've got your back. I'm going to look after you. I shall be here for your chocolate bars when you need them. Poor old Thomas, honestly. Make sure you sit up so I can see your face, OK? Just like to make sure. Growing up in a big family, says Graham, we grew up eating what we were given. Liver, neck end, lentil soup with gammon. I tell the kids now and they look at me in disgust. Love liver and gravy with mash. It is odd. When you think what we ate years ago, you couldn't sit there and go, I'm not having that. Because your mother would say, well, that's what we've got. Because we didn't have the choice. Made us better people, I promise you. Much, much better people. Darley, he can't really be that stupid. Surely not. Surely not. But obviously, yes, based on that. The Wednesday Darley. The Wensley Darley. I mean, I ask you, where do these people come from? It must be a joke. Somebody must have played around with it. Many. Camembert. Yeah. What's the matter with that? Camembert. Everybody has Camembert. I don't like anything, any cheese that's soft or I only like hard. Surprising that, isn't it, really? But I don't like anything that's soft and squidgy. I don't do that stinking Bishop. Cheddar? I've never even heard of it. I don't even do Baby Bello. I don't do anything like that. Although I do like Edam, but somebody told me Edam was quite fattening. And yet I won't eat Gouda. I'd only, really, red Leicester or mild, mid cheddar. Or something like that. No, I call it Red Leicester, like everybody else. Oh, him. Oh, Joe Wicks wouldn't even know what it was. But no, I mean, cheese, but I don't do it. And people go, we used to have a cheese shop down the road from me, I could bear the smell of it. And people would go, oh, and the more runny it was, the more they wanted it. Disgusting. It really didn't look very nice to me. And yet loads of people make cheese. And it's very, very popular. So it's just that I'm a bit of a heathen. I don't eat the thing. I mean, I tell you what I've not had for ages, and I do like it. Garlic bread with cheese on. And I think they only do it in Domino's or one of these pizza places, but garlic bread with cheese on it. Or just failing that, I used to, when I had a halogen oven, I used to put the garlic bread in there. That was I love garlic bread. You just sit down and eat garlic bread. I'm sure it's not very good for you. Sandy in Peterborough says that Steve, many years ago, did a boat trip on the Thames. You got lunch, and your placemat was the map of where you were going. Picked it up near Big Ben, forget how far it went before it turned round. Loved being in the water. Well, it sunk, did it? Imagine love being in the water. Love my bus pass. You see, there is loads of things you can do with these bus passes. I refuse to accept the idea that there is nothing for you to do. Just getting on a bus and going somewhere different. Go to Hampton Court. Well, I mean, my way, of course, different wherever you are. But there's loads of places you can go to. Get a book of, my town, my area, so you learn I know loads of things about Twickenham. Loads of things about Richmond and loads of things about Hampton Court. I just seem to have one of these minds. Sometimes I can't string two words together, but most of the time I absorb everything. Love it. Steve, have you seen the latest clip of Katie Price singing her new single? I think she's drunk. I would think that would be a fair reception. Fair assumption. Sorry, I've just made up my own words now. Yeah, she was in this little pub. Unless it's a different one. But in this pub, she didn't bring in a crowd or anything like that. They weren't queuing outside. It's just, it's a bit tragic for her. It's practically winding down now. Which, is good. It's good. People don't seem to think that they have to do anything in this day and age. I didn't tell you, but the latest one of Towie to get herself up the duff is Lydia Dim. Yes, Lydia Dim's going to have Babby. That'll be nice, won't it? She'll have somebody of her own age to play with. And she's not with the boyfriend anymore, so he's toddled off, and so she's got the baby. Hopefully he will be paying for it. That'd be nice to think, wouldn't it, really? You've had your fun, you better pay for it now. And, of course, so you've been bored with pictures of Lydia Dim with a baby, which must kill the career stone dead, if indeed you could call it a career. Apparently Joe Wicks always pronounces stuff like that. He calls broccoli midget trees. Does that make him interesting or just incredibly stupid? Stupid. Exactly. Steve, is there... Wait. Is there anything more annoying than the vultures waiting staff to reduce the price of sandwiches in Waitrose? Really? I always avoid the bit of these supermarkets where they've got, this is reduced. I wouldn't buy stuff like that. I'm a bit funny about sell-by dates. I know I'm not supposed to be. They go, oh, don't worry, you're covered, you're not going to die. It's not the case of I'm not going to die. It's just that I've discovered my fridge at the moment is so cold, even milk that's 2 days past its sell-by is still fantastic. Which, I don't drink as much milk. I go through phases, I've decided. Everything I do now, I haven't done for it. So I talk about things like the Kentucky Fried Chicken, but I haven't done Kentucky for months and months and months. And I keep meaning to go and get some more of that mashed potato from Iceland. I don't know what to have it with now. Fish fingers? Fish fingers are quite nice, but I've got to get vegetables in. I've got to eat vegetables at the same time. It's the only thing that's helping me out. The Daffodil, this is the boat, used to go from Tilbury and stop off at Southend Pier en route. How lovely. I like that. I watched a documentary on Benny Hill on YouTube. I forgot, says Shane, that the grave robbers opened his coffin, believing that he was buried with money. Do you know, I wasn't sure if that was true or not. I'd never heard of that before. I remember where Benny Hill died because it was down the road from where I live. And he died over a weekend, and it was a particularly hot weekend. And I think something like 20 or 30 coppers turned up. His agent had phoned, there'd been no reply. So they put a ladder up. He lived in some flats down the road from me, and they put a ladder up, and he died in front of the television, surrounded by unopened shirts and some shirts opened and things like that. It was a great one for buying. He used to walk back from Twickenham. He'd go and buy stuff and then wander home because he was only down the road on the river, sort of. And I think about 20 coppers turned up to see Benny Hill, and then they did this documentary. I saw a bit of it as well, and it said that after he died and was buried, grave robbers broke open the coffin to see if he was buried with money. Who else did they do that to? Wasn't that with somebody else that they thought they were going to be buried with all their... That was the Jimmy Savile thing, wasn't it? They thought he was going to be buried with all his money and stuff like that. And now, of course, we have no idea where he's buried, which is quite nice. Steve, I visited Southwold Pier a few times, damaged 3 times by storms and also by a mine, but it's been restored. It's one of the most attractive. It is attractive, actually. I agree with you. Very, very nice. Adrian says, is it a Panerai? A Panerai watch? Oh, no. No, it's a Rolex. And a Patek Philippe. So funny. I've never heard of a Panerai. That sounds like... I thought that was some Italian sort of... like, what's that Italian stuff that they make, which comes in a tin, and it's very nice, and you dip it in hot chocolate. It's like a cake kind of thing, but it's very light. What do they call that? It comes in a... hello? It comes in a tin, and it's Italian, and some come with fruit in, some are chocolate, and then you... Panettone. There you go. You see, you're not as daft as you thought. Panettone. Oh, was it? Well, that's 2 big ups for Connor then today. So exciting, isn't it? New member of the team, hopefully never to arrive again. Anyway, so we got... so what is it called? Panettone. That's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Steve, as you're talking about KFC on Tuesdays, 9 pieces for $5.99. Don't think I think they must do special chicken at that price. Why don't they do it $5.99 every day? I'll go in and buy 9 pieces of chicken. Definitely. Steve, Marks and Spencer's do ciabatta bread. Do they? Oh, is that nice? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had ciabatta. Not really. But just garlic bread is nice. Garlic bread is delicious. And I've got garlic butter at home. I could always cook it in garlic butter, couldn't I? Put it in a frying pan. That'd be quite nice. 20 minutes to 6. I'm only telling you the time. I mean, I'm not really bothered about telling you the time because it's Monday morning, and I know that a few of you will be getting ready to go to work, which is good. The Daily Mirror today, they've got the pictures that we got yesterday of Prince Andrew looking out of Epstein's New York mansion, saying goodbye to a girl. Well, who's that? Who's that? There are questions. He's now issued a statement. It doesn't really tell you anything at all, apart from he's horrified by anything that went on. But that isn't the question. We're not asking whether or not you know. What we want to know is, how do you know these girls? Do you know them? Have you contacted them? Have you been in contact recently? What were you talking about to Jeffrey Epstein as you walked through Central Park? They're only fairly straightforward questions. We're all horrified by what he did, but I don't think most people seem to know what he did. But here is this sex den. Why was the weird setup not a red flag? Well, Andrew has always done what he wants to do. He's so, removed from everybody else. I remember when he was in the 40s, he wanted to be called Sir all the time. There's all the fresh calls for the Duke to tell all on his friendship. You're right, actually. It was only when the press started picking up going, he's a convicted paedophile. Why are you hanging around with him? And, there are those questions which need to be answered. Plus, the heartbroken family of the PC, Andrew Harper, said they'll never recover from his murder, as police continue to quiz 10 suspects. What they've written is, you'll never feel the pain of growing old or of a broken heart. Sleep tight, sweetheart. They'd been married 4 weeks, hadn't they? 4 weeks. But through your generosity, they've raised £100,000 to go to the family. I mean, just absolutely dreadful. Just dreadful. But he's thought to have been responding to a reported burglary at a Victorian house being renovated in Stanford Dingley when he was struck at 11:30. A quad bike is said to have been taken in the raid at the property. Do you know, there's some right pond life out there, aren't there? There really are. Brexiting the worse. Shortage of drugs, fuel and food in wartime scenario. Oh, dear, honestly. I'm losing the will to live, actually, quite clearly. Steve, garlic bread with cheese, had it last week. Look in the M&S freezer section. Garlic bread and cheese, honestly. I'm starving, actually, now this morning. I don't know what I want. I might have to have a bacon roll again. Somebody said to me the other day, I think it was Joanne Webb. She said, you're not having a bacon roll. I said, yeah. She said, it's really bad for you. Packet of cheesy Wotsits. That's not a bacon roll, is it? That's a packet of cheesy Wotsits. I love the way that you pick them all up out there, and sort of as if you were reclaiming them. Do you like them? Oh, right. I've got other things with me. Mainly chocolate today. I've not had any. But have you eaten all the chocolate? Oh, you haven't eaten the chocolate. Do you take it home and sell it? Have you got a shop or something? I have to worry about this. Thomas's Tuck Shop. I thought you had, actually. Did your mum come down and help out sometimes behind the counter? I thought she did. pays for the electric. Yeah. I went to a garden centre the other day, and they had a huge waterfall, but like one that you buy and you take it away with you. And it stood taller than me, with the water gushing down. I thought, God, that looks brilliant. I love water. I've got a little one, I have. Oh, it's my business. And it's on the patio, and it's just a ball that turns round at the top and the water drips through. It's very nice, actually. But by God, have you got to look after them. Because in the sunshine, they get covered in algae. You've got to put tablets in to keep the water clear. There's always something, isn't there? So in the diary today, in the Mirror, talking about poor old Katie Price, still struggling with a career that's going nowhere. Ian Hyland, looking at William and Harry, Princes at War. He says, it didn't take long to work why this royal offering from Channel 5 had been awarded a question mark and a title. So it's William and Harry, Princes at War, question mark, so that you can make up your own mind. They had them... I mean, to be honest with you, we don't know what goes on. The only people who know what goes on are them. However, Channel 5 schedulers had a slot to fill. With a new series of The Crown on its way, they probably thought they could get away with putting this fluff out as an appetiser. Still, says Ian Hyland, he says, we should be grateful for small mercies. At least they didn't wheel out the dreaded body language expert. Because she's on every programme, isn't she? Out she trots. There she is, that body language expert whose name is Judy somebody. Can't remember what her name is. Body language expert, Judy... What's the name of her? Somebody will know. Somebody will know immediately. Because every time you see it, your heart drops. Because we can all do that, don't we? We can all read people's body language. Judy James. We can all read people's body language. I can tell if the producer's upset, angry, miserable, most of the time. Sit up. Thank you. Slouch in the seat. I like to see people's faces properly. This is an audience with Steve Allen. And stop it. But that's all she does. She just says, oh, judging by this, that means this, or that means this. But at least they didn't wheel her out for that one, which was good. Also, George Osborne has been given a metrosexual makeover by Judge Rinder. He's not a judge. Okay, he's just a barrister. The pair pals through Rinder's ex-husband started an image overhaul. So Judge Rinder boasts to the Times, I kind of metrosexualed George. Dear. His career didn't really go anywhere, did it, Judge Rinder? As I say, not a judge. They just give them titles now, don't they? Mylene blanked out during a tricky labour. Why do people have to tell you about their babies and everything else? You're going to be bored witless with Lydia Dim, really. But here is the miracle of Mia. A kidney transplant girl finishes a race 3 weeks after her first steps. 3 weeks after. Bless her heart. Her mum, Danielle, said it was very special. She had severe breathing, digestive problems. She had a mini stroke, so she had one kidney removed, aged 6 weeks, and the second at 12 weeks. She spent 2 years on dialysis until she was able to receive a kidney from her dad, Dion, last August. There's a lovely picture of her doing those last few steps, and you think, bless. But we tend to forget, don't we, that children can suffer the most. And that's why, we always like to mention stories like that, because it's quite nice. Javier says, sorry about that. Sounds a bit odd saying Javier. Javier. Had a 40th birthday cruising down the Thames, picked up the boat at Kingston. Turks launches, stopped at Hampton Court for fish and chips. Great night. It's lovely, isn't it, on a boat? Actually, there's some lovely houses on the way up to Hampton Court Palace. And then the boat turns the corner, and there it is. Henry VIII's summer palace. The one that was locked up for most of the year. And then all of a sudden word came up. He wants to come and visit. He's coming for the weekend. And immediately the kitchens were fired into action. The furniture had the covers taken off there. And 700 people would descend in a matter of hours. And that was the entourage that went with Henry VIII. I don't know any other kings. And it's lovely. You can go and see all the places. Go and see his closet. Go and see his bedroom. You can go and see, all the little... There's lots of hidden doors. Things that you think are part of the wall, and you open it and you go through into a secret area, which is where all the backstage staff would get the food up from the kitchen so they could get it into the rooms without having to wander down corridors. It was all behind the panelling and stuff like that, all sorts of places. I'd love to see the cellars there. I've been up on the roof, which is lovely. Check on the road and the rail this morning. The LBC Travel with Joanne Webb. Go easy on Joe Wicks, says Mike. He sounds like he once pronounced panettone to rhyme with telephone. Got corrected, hence Wednesday. Dally. Wednesday Dally. Wednesday Dally. I mean, seriously, you can't believe it. That's why I thought it was faked. People can do all sorts of things now. Clearly knows nothing about where his food comes from. But quite nice to look at with the volume off. The voice is hilarious. The voice is absolutely... the first time I heard his voice, I thought there was something... It sounded like it was on helium. Dion says, my friend was telling me yesterday there's a peanut butter Marmite in the shops. Oh. Yes, because some people have said to me, they've written it over the years saying, have you tried peanut butter with Marmite? So you put a thin layer of Marmite on and then peanut butter over the top. And I suppose you would then get the sweetness of the peanuts and you get the tanginess of the Marmite. Mind you, not everybody likes Marmite. Not everybody likes Marmite. Sad, sad people. How can you not like Marmite? Obviously, you don't want to put it on really thick. It's not tarmac, is it? You're just putting on a thin ledger. But I quite like the idea. I might go out today, but I don't like to have bread. So what am I going to put it on? I can't just sort of pop it straight on my tongue, can I? That'd look a bit silly. So I'm going to check, actually, about that one. I do need to try it. I do need to try it before I can pass judgment. Because people have said to me before, you know, try this, and I've never got round to doing it. I'm always loath to try something, just in case I don't like it. Lord Mountbatten, I don't know why this one's resurfaced again. This is something very old. It's the FBI files. And they say he was gay, with a perversion for young boys. According to these released FBI files, the decorated war hero... Well, wait a minute, wasn't J. Edgar Hoover a transvestite? He used to dress up as a woman, didn't he? I'm quite sure. He was a cross-dresser. The day before they actually didn't know what cross-dressing were. But he was really peculiar. He was very peculiar. But anyway, the decorated war hero, Lord Mountbatten, who was a valued mentor to Prince Charles and was said to have counselled him on his love life, was under US surveillance for more than 30 years. What for? What to do with them? Mind your own business. One source described the Earl and his wife Edwina as persons of extremely low morals, with him being an unfit man to direct any sort of military operations because of his sexual taste. I mean, you know, most of the FBI told lies. They just sort of made it up, I think. I mean, it was just absolutely ridiculous. They say he's unfit to direct any of these sort of things. He had a fetish about uniforms, and he used to enjoy going to brothels. The FBI, they're so funny, aren't they, really? You only have to laugh at them, because it's just very odd. What's this? So it's stealth fighters. Yeah. Do you know they're doing a big drive at the moment to recruit people to the RAF, which is good. They should do that. The uniform's much nicer than the other ones. Plus, you've got a week at the zoo. This is the thing on Channel 5 at 8 p.m. this evening. And again, they always have loads of presenters on these things. So, in other words, you've got Helen Skelton and Nick Baker. I mean, why can't you just have a presenter? Why does it have to be two presenters? In this case, Helen Skelton and Nick Baker. And then Strictly stars Jeanette and Aljaz looking after the elephants at Blackpool Zoo. Susan Calman, not again, assisting a safari park in Stirling. The Yorkshire vet Peter Wright making friends with a tapir. And J.B. Gill helping with some hippo dentistry. God, blimey, I'm bored already. Far too many presenters. Far too many presenters. And I'm sure I read Henry VIII was the first to have a stair lift, says Tina. Are you on tablets or something? Why would he have a stair lift? He died years ago. He died years ago. I'm trying to think where he's buried. I'm trying to think where Henry VIII is buried. I know that his coffin is in St Paul's Cathedral in the crypt. I think you'll find Nelson's buried in it. I think I'm pretty certain Nelson's buried in the coffin, because they didn't have anything that was ready. And this was a nice coffin. It's a marble coffin. But where Henry VIII... Is he? Henry VIII is at St George's Chapel. God, what a vile person. He gets buried in St George's Chapel. Same place as Charles I, isn't it, I think? He's also buried there. And Jane Seymour's there as well. Mind you, want to go to St Peter ad Vincula inside the Tower of London. I mean, they've got everybody. Everybody who was executed inside got buried, and whether they actually buried them or they just put bits in, I've got no idea. There's loads over the road as well, the common people. Apparently Hampton Court is haunted by Henry's beheaded wives. What do you think? I think it's a load of old rubbish. Load of old rubbish. No such thing as haunted. It's like Jade Goody's mother. That shows what years of drugs have done to her. She said, I couldn't ever leave this house because I see Jade's ghost on a regular basis. I thought, no, you don't. No, you don't. Miller and Carter do the best garlic bread with cheese and a medium rare steak for die for. I don't think we've ever been to Miller and Carter. I don't think so. It doesn't feature around our area. So is it a regional thing? Could be. It's true. Marmite peanut butter. 100-gram jar, about £2. Yeah, but is it which peanut butter is it? I can only eat Sunpat. I've tried all the other ones. I've tried the so-called healthy peanut. Not there's anything like healthy peanut butter. But I was thinking to myself, it's if it's Sunpat peanut butter with Marmite in it. I've had Marmite with champagne in it. I couldn't taste any difference at all. No difference. No difference. Andy says Marmite on hot cross buns. Oh, no. Hot cross bun is just butter. You toast and then butter. Nothing else. You shouldn't add anything. That's sacrilege. And then Scott from Godalming says Marmite on digestive biscuits. That sounds vile, doesn't it? Digestive biscuits. I'll tell you what I do like. Butter on Weetabix. That's quite nice. That's very tasty. Very tasty. Grace says you woke me by checking your blood sugars. Never mind. I had a very good night's sleep. For a change, I was given a jar of olives, but as you said, too salty. They shouldn't put salt in a jar of olives. I know that, in fact, they have got even higher levels than you think. So I was sort of thinking maybe... I mean, I have eaten olives, and my family like olives, but I'm not particularly bothered by stuff like that. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, we're still watering the hanging baskets, which is good news, isn't it? Somebody says... Oh, here. So, definitely not Hampton Court. I don't think Hampton Court is haunted at all. I'm pretty certain it's not. I don't know why. There's loads of other places that are haunted. Why would somebody... I mean, they have a very clever thing there at Hampton Court. When you walk along a corridor, you can see a shape that walks in front of you. And it's a projection, but you can't find it. It's supposed to appear every so often, but sometimes it doesn't. And then all of a sudden you go, there! Or you'll see a face at the window, and then it disappears. But it's all projections. It's all very clever. Everybody thinks you're mad, I know. Because the corridors are wide. They had to be for the women's skirts. And also the size of Henry VIII, who was about the fattest bloke you could ever find on the planet. He just ate and ate and ate. And because he had all these problems, he had ulcerations on his legs and, oh, God, he was oozing pus all over the place. Must have been a nightmare. Nightmare. Because they didn't have, the NHS. Even still, there's the Kingston Hospital down the road he could have popped into. I'm sure that would have been open at that time for him. Could have got him in there, couldn't you? Nice little operation. I wonder what they look like. I did see somebody being dressed up as Henry VIII once to see all the different layers of clothing that they have to put on. Must have taken ages to go for a wee. I mean, you take lift this up and then that down and this round here and all the other bits and pieces. Terrible. Anyway, coming up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning on LBC. It's been cold in here this morning, although it's going to be nice. And then this afternoon, the rain's coming down again. Just what we need, isn't it? Just what we don't need, especially as we're being told it's a heat wave. Hong Kong, the protesters defy the weather. The girl labelled racist for criticising halal meat in a religious exam. She's vegetarian. She doesn't like the idea that people... It's Monday, the 19th of August. Beginning of the week, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. It's nice to have your company. Hope you had a good weekend. Paper's full today of Prince Andrew. Again, he's now issued a statement, but he hasn't actually said anything. Apart from the fact that he finds it abhorrent, everything that was going on. Not that we know what was going on, that's the trouble. But now we've got these pictures of him inside the mansion, looking out to see if he'd been spotted. I mean, you do hear stories, don't you, of people who sort of think... I mean, so somebody, wait a minute, is outside of the mansion filming this all these years ago. This must be in 2010, something like that. And Prince Andrew's inside. Or was it even before then? It must be even before then. So, and then somebody's kept it. Somebody has kept the footage, which I find even more unbelievable, as if somebody was sort of trying to protect themselves. So you've got Andrew inside with a brunette. Then he says goodbye to her, but we don't know who she is. We've got no idea. It's all, he hasn't really said anything at all. Also, Naomi Campbell is part of it. I mean, she seems to turn up at all sorts of strange people's places. Somebody says here, I think this particular teenager who claims that she was a sex slave said she met Naomi Campbell at a birthday party on a yacht in France. She was a real bitch to me. I think she's like that to everybody. I don't think that's unique. But interesting that these allegations made against Prince Andrew as part of a 2015 Florida court filing, but a judge threw out the claims and ordered them struck from the record as immaterial and impertinent. But then, could this be said that Jeffrey Epstein was so big and powerful that they could literally afford to sort of cover things up? Didn't get him very far, did it? Because he was in prison. But inside the mansion, they've got pictures of bare-breasted women. I mean, what was Prince Andrew doing inside this mansion? I mean, they were friends. There's no two ways about it. No two ways about it. Even after he knew that he was a paedophile, they're still seeing each other. And then the moment the press picked up on it, it was a case of they actually couldn't distance themselves fast enough. Sarah Ferguson had to distance herself as quickly as he did. Whole thing was an utter disaster, PR and otherwise. Terrible, really. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, the meat protesters will be running back to the shires with very high voices when the Smithfield workers come. I wouldn't actually want to risk anything with the Smithfield meat workers. These are big butch blokes here. We're not talking about the flower market. Not that I think the flower market doesn't have big butch blokes in it, but, you know, it's Smithfield. They're going to picket. And there are only 2 entrances, as far as I remember, into Smithfield, and so these people are going to protect. So you've got these blokes who literally are working with hacksaws and machetes and everything else. There's going to be a few people turning and go, meat is murder, and it's just going to interfere with somebody's day-to-day working. And I don't think they're going to put up with it. I really don't think they're going to put up with it. It's a case of you can go that far. If you come any closer, you're in trouble. So they might be running back to the shires. I don't know where they come from, actually. I heard them talking to Andrew Castle yesterday on LBC. And they don't appear to be... They just appear to be stretching the police's resources. We have precious little police. Although, did you see that thing the other day? The policeman driving the car, and they'd got 2 little motorbike tow rags. And the car went straight into them. One got thrown over the bonnet. Both got arrested, both in prison. Fantastic. I tell you, it's what you call a result. Steve, one of my girlfriends many years ago claimed to have been the mistress to Lord Mountbatten. Had herself photos with both the Mountbattens in the West Indies, says Anna. Yes. I don't think he was particularly interested in women. Not that much. I think he did. But I think, to be honest with you, the FBI files that are coming out, it was always known. I always thought that Mountbatten played for the other side. I don't know why, actually. That was just one of those stories that you knew about years ago. Mind you, we've heard other stories about other members of the royal family. We're still not too sure about them. So I'm not sure whether or not Lord Mountbatten would have had a mistress. I think actually his wife might have had a mistress. You just have to accept the fact that people in different bits of society behave differently from the rest of us. There's a Miller and Carter steakhouse in Ottershaw near Chertsey, but you need to remortgage the house to go there, says Bob. Well, they'd be standard prices, wouldn't they? It would be fixed throughout the chain. There's obviously a few of them. Proper way to eat a hot cross bun is hot, buttered with a whole hard-boiled egg inside. The bun encloses the egg and the flavours blend lovely, says William. That's why you live in Newcastle and we live in London. There's no way I'd be having a hot cross bun, hot and buttered with a whole hard-boiled egg inside. It sounds disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That's like those people who go into the fish and chip shops and they buy one of those hard-boiled eggs sitting in a jar of vinegar on the counter. I've never had one. I always look at them in trepidation. And also, what's that other stuff? Roll mop. Oh, disgusting. But I always look at it just on the off chance that I might at some point be eating it. But so far, I've resisted, which is just as well. Strictly Snogging scandal. Dancer Katya Jones has split from husband Neil. Blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. Does it really make any difference? Also, I mean, they've actually done 3 pages on it. They're going, it's the curse of Strictly. Louise Redknapp, Ben Cohen, Stacey Dooley, Joe Calzaghe, Brendan Cole, Georgia May Foote, and Flavia Cacace. Cacace, something like that. I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't heard of half of them. But that's the thing. And so they broke the news. You know, as if they're of any interest to anybody. So a couple who've been together split up. Who gives a 4X? As our fans and loyal supporters, you are really important to us. Oh, go away. I can't even bother to read it. I'm going to be sick. Canada furious. UK dumps Jihadi Jack. Yeah, we don't want it. He's got dual personality. He's got dual nationality. Mind you, might have the first one as well. And so I couldn't care less where he goes. As long as it's not here, and he can take that Shamima Begum woman as well with him. That'll do us all a favour. Thank you very much indeed. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. 3 is the latest firm to switch on its 5G network. So I don't know. I've got 4G, but at the moment I haven't got anything. Doesn't help, does it? Really? I wonder why. You go certain parts of the country. I was in this flight thing the other day. Flight Club, and I didn't get a signal where we were playing darts, so I moved into the entrance. I got signal straight away. Jason Manford and his stories in most of the papers for this morning. Very interesting. I think they will be having an arrest very quickly. And a boy of 6 left covered in blood when a dog lunged for his neck. Lucas Nichols needed stitches to wounds in his shoulder, collarbone and hand. He was on his bike in a park in Basingstoke when the pit bull crossbreed went for him. The dog's owner will be questioned by the police. I should blooming well think so. Somebody said if it had been a bigger dog, it probably would have killed him. Absolutely. It's these stupid owners of some of these dogs, and it is the owners. It's never the dog. It's the owners, thick people who don't bother going for puppy training or anything else. Daytime telepresenter makes all the papers today. This is Martin Roberts, losing an appeal against his conviction for not providing the police with a drink-drive breath specimen. He claimed he was unable to blow due to chronic asthma. Load of old codswallop. He might have chronic asthma. But anyway, they threw out his attempt to overturn the ban. I think the original charge, I think, was about £3,000. But and then £520 cost this time around. He said afterwards, it's a bad day for me, but also a terrible day for asthma sufferers. No, I think drink driving, actually, mate, goes right to the top of the list. Right to the top of the list. You know, it's just a bit of an excuse, and that's what the people decided in the court. Also, the balcony romp. What is it with these people? They go on holiday. In this particular case, it's in the south of France. And it was a couple who, well, they're not sure whether they've been drinking or taking drugs or a combination of both. And they started having How's Your Father on a balcony. So passionate was it, they fell off. Admittedly, they only fell 12 feet. And I think she landed on top of him. So it was a height of 3.5 metres. No indication anybody else might have been involved. The villa is built on a slope with balconies overlooking a pool area. People do that, though, don't they? We've heard lots of people have, jump from balcony to balcony. Mad people. Seriously mad people. You know, you don't do things like that. But when they're all a bit drink and drugged up, they do just about everything. A trucker who drove his 18-ton HGV the wrong way up the M1 had to be tasered by police. Court heard that Richard Lynch careered the wrong way around a roundabout, left a tail of destruction, despite his tyres being shredded by a police stinger device. And he had cloned plates on it. A rather stupid man. No fixed address, but he's driving a truck anyway. He's also no insurance and driving whilst disqualified. So he's been jailed for 21 months. What an idiot. What a sad little Richard Lynch there. Not the brightest penny in the box, is he? Also, who split up? Jamie Foxx's 6-year relationship with Katie Holmes is over. They don't last 5 minutes, these relationships, do they? Every time you read something in the paper, they go, and so-and-so has split up, and you think, that's all people do now. More on the FBI. They're loving this one in the papers. 40 years after the IRA murder, Mountbatten, Charles's uncle lusted after boys. Well, he liked uniforms. Can I tell you? What can I tell you? I remember when they did him on This Is Your Life. And he was Admiral of the Fleet and all the rest of it. And Eamon Holmes, the bloke who did the programme, collared him. And he, what is this? He obviously didn't know what This Is Your Life was, but they'd had to change all the chairs so they were all gold and they all looked a bit posh and everything else. And he came on, and he quite clearly didn't have the faintest idea. We're going to be doing a celebration of your life. Oh, what is a programme, is it? Hilarious. Steve says, Finbar, I also went to Flight Club for the first time on Friday, thought it was brilliant. Even for somebody such as myself who's less than proficient at darts. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, if you're a youngish person, not necessarily my age, because it's quite loud, the music, go there, you'll have a great time. Seriously. Do you remember when fish and chips was served in a newspaper? Well, I told my goddaughter, she thought I was mad, says David. Yes, I remember it being, because you could read the paper whilst you were eating your chips. Used to taste much better, I'm sure. Something to do with the ink that they use for printing. I remember somebody telling me that the combination of Steve, eggs in a hot cross bun, almost as bad as bacon in a brioche roll. Wait a minute, somebody does bacon in a brioche roll, don't they? It was fashionable. Artisan, I think. Tabasco make a chili stuffed olive, which is delicious with rare roast beef. I couldn't eat rare roast beef. I do like roast beef. I do like it. I could quite happily eat that inside... just a crusty roll, actually. Crusty roll would be lovely. Refood what's eaten mess, says Susie. Oh, come on, please. What are you, 3? You've never heard of eaten mess? It's like saying what's sausages and bangers and mash or something. What would your last meal be? I've got no idea. What, the last meal before I was executed, or the last meal that I was ever going to eat in life? I don't know, actually. What do I like? I'm not sort of particularly fussy about anything. Occasionally I like a pizza, but I've not had pizza for ages and ages. Perhaps I should have a pizza today. But then I always think, no, that's wrong. I shouldn't be eating a pizza. Because they're sort of very, very fattening. So I don't know, actually. Why not try Marmite on crackers if you don't want to eat bread? What, you think crackers are better for you, do you? I think not. Try not to eat anything till 8 o'clock. Oh, you've got ages to go yet. Ages to go. I'll try and do that sometimes. I think, right, I don't want to eat too early, so if I go and get a pizza, then I'm going to be, and I might, I don't know, they do I'm going to have a vegetarian pizza. So the 40 years after the IRA murders Mountbatten, not just Mountbatten, but children, and they knew that they were murdering children, and they really didn't care. Now, it says that he lusted after young lads, and there was another one here, biographer. Oh, they were saying there was a young officer in a flat. He set him up, and it was we tried to seduce a 17-year-old sailor. Wen says the naval rating was lined up to go on a picnic for two with Mountbatten when he was visiting Malta, and so it went on. But author Andrew Lowney says Mountbatten's sexuality drove him to the top. His sense of inadequacy in his private life found an outlet in his determination for public office. Yeah. And to be honest with you, I mean, I didn't know enough about him. I knew that he was mentor to Prince Charles. I knew that. Oh, there was somebody else. What did I have here? Well, I've lost it. Well, there was a story I just had a minute ago, which I remember thinking, oh, that's quite a nice little story. Hackers. Do you know that hackers can steal personal data by listening to people type? They can hear somebody typing and they can tell what they're typing. Scientists detected what was being typed with 41% accuracy. It's not bad, is it? Oh, this is the reason I saved this one here is because an RAF chef who won a bake-off special has been booted out of the military after failing a drugs test. Sources say Corporal Liam Grime, awarded an MBE for catering achievements, tested positive for an unknown narcotic. He was captain of the winning military team on the TV cookery show Crème de la Crème professional special in 2016. He's known for creating intricate sugar-filled treats, but aside from being a dab hand with eggs and flour, he's also rumoured to be a bit partial to a bit of Colombian marching powder. First time I've seen them write that down in a paper. There's zero tolerance for drugs in the armed forces. They had loads, didn't they? Down at Windsor Castle threw out a load. There was a bit of a drug problem down there. But they did a random drugs test, and he was kicked out in June. The RAF said drugs misuse is incompatible with service life, and those found to have misused drugs can expect to be discharged. So there he is, out. Out, get out. Do not bring any more shame. Thank you very much indeed on the group of men that you work with. Ridiculous, isn't it? Here we go. It's Jamie Oliver, Living on the Veg. Bit of a play on words. Enjoy it while it's there. Picnic pasta salad. His cauliflower tikka masala. Do you know, cauliflower features in a lot. In my local M&S, they sell grated cauliflower. And so it's like cauliflower rice. He does crispy cauliflower katsu. Sounds lovely. Bread-topped biryani. Sweet leek carbonara. You have to get the book or get hold of the paper. I like silky courgette bow ties. That's that pasta that I like, the one that's shaped like a... He's heard it with me. Probably not. Easy pea and spinach samosas. I love a samosa. Just get one of those sandwich makers. Get some bread, put it on there, and then put some pea and spinach, which you've sort of mashed together, in the middle of it. Put it down, and you've got the best samosas you ever have. Or just failing that, stick peas in or anything else that you want. It's lovely. It's a lover. Perhaps I should get a sandwich maker, but then that would encourage me to eat bread. And I don't want to eat bread. God, you can't win, can you? AJ Pritchard and his brother Curtis set to use the power of dance. They're joining Lorraine Kelly on her ITV show to surprise viewers who are going through a tough time. Just what you need, isn't it, really? And what have we got here? This is it's Andy Hall. And he says, the closest I get to baking is buying a croissant hungover. So the prospect of doing so under the eyes of Paul Hollywood and Prue Leith gave me cold sweats. So he did that one. Plus, a fairy godmother falling in love with the baddie. It's not the typical fairy tale, but it seems to have worked for Strictly's Shirley Ballas. You can always read all about Shirley Ballas. And who have we got here? Oh, yes, we love holes with exes like Gwyneth. Yeah, a lot of people are doing this now. So you've been with somebody for ages and ages, then you split up, but yet you stay friends. Doesn't work for everybody. Doesn't work for everybody, but for a lot of people it seems to work, and it seems to work quite well. On here, let's have a quick look, see what we've got here. They're obsessed with people splitting up, aren't they? All the newspapers. I mean, there's pages and pages on the dreary pair from Strictly. She played away from home, and now he says they've split, but apparently the smooch had nothing to do with it. Fine. But you're worried about the fact that we care. And I don't think we do care. I don't think I'm remotely interested in people's relationships. I don't think I really am, actually. Andy Murray and Amanda Holden have both won Rear of the Year. I didn't know Andy Murray had won it, actually. I had no idea. Also, Miss GB has Purple Poppy role. Miss Great Britain, who is Kobe Jean Cole. I didn't even know who was still running these competitions. Apparently she's going to spearhead this year's Purple Poppy appeal in aid of military and horse charities. That's quite nice, isn't it? Quite like that idea. I bet a load of people have no idea who she is, but she's Miss Great Britain. Here we go. Boris has won, says Leo McKinstry. It's time to give us what we voted for. Honestly, if you read the paper, they're all prophets of doom, aren't they? It's all going to be absolutely terrible. And Jupiter, hit by a planet 10 times bigger than Earth. This impact 4.5 billion years ago. How do they know? How do they know? It absorbed the speeding planet, fundamentally altered the core of the gas giant. They say the impact would be like a bullet that goes through the atmosphere and hits the core head on. Before impact, you have a very dense core surrounded by atmosphere. Wow. I mean, how do they know? I mean, it's vital, they say, to humanity, as without it, asteroid hits like the one that wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago would happen more frequently. So that's what they say. They wiped out... How can they do that with an asteroid? How can an asteroid wipe out all the dinosaurs unless they were all sitting in the same area at the same time? And how big is this asteroid that came down? We've seen some, haven't we, where they've gone into the desert, which is quite lucky. That can you imagine if they hit London? A huge asteroid just... Yeah, a lot go to the water. But I mean, imagine if one hit London, you could take out thousands of square miles quite easily. There's one in the middle of a desert, and you think you're looking into the crater of a volcano, but in fact it was an asteroid that came down, and they just went and blew it all out. Fantastic, isn't it, really? I love it. I've just seen a big programme on Egypt again, and this time looking at the Temple of Karnak and looking at the first pharaoh, who was a woman. She wanted to be known by millions, so they've restored this temple, which was to her. She wanted to be worshipped and adored. Don't we all? Don't we all? Steve, just buy a big bag of samosas from Costco's. £8 for a huge bag, says Peter. How lovely. Dr. Oetker do a range of Quorn pizzas, says John. I've never had Quorn. Is it Quorn? Yeah. I've never been interested. It sounds a bit... Is it okay? Passable? Yeah. That's why you eat meat now, isn't it? Because you... Is it pretend meat? Is it sort of... Right, it's not pretend meat. Is it soft and squidgy and you fry it? What's it made of? Do you know? Is it sort of made of... You don't know anything, do you? You're supposed to eat this stuff. I ask you, what's it made of? And you don't know, and yet you've eaten it loads of times. But you fry it, do you? Does it come in cubes? Or does it come in... Cook it like any other meat? Okay. But it's not any other meat, is it? So sometimes it can. So can you put it with sort of meat juices? Or would it... That wouldn't work. Oh, well, I'm just wondering, because you eat meat as well, so I'm just trying to work out whether or not it would make any difference. Right. Could you have it side by side with meat? Steak and Quorn. Something like that? That wouldn't... Okay, it wouldn't work. You see, every opportunity you get to try and do a little bit more, he thwarts you at every turn. David says, you ever had Marmite on steak? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have had, as my arms testify, peppercorn steak. I used to go to this restaurant in Epping, and they used to do this wonderful green peppercorn sauce, and it was just to die for. It was the one thing you would go in there, and it was absolutely fantastic. It really was. Right. What do we got? We've got the news coming up very shortly. We'll take some more of your texts and emails. Also, fans shout more. Lulu rolls back the years. 70. 'Tis not possible. Still on QVC, selling her creams. Also, Formula One legend Sir Jackie Stewart has vowed to use his winning streak to find a cure for the dementia that has struck down his wife, Helen. So he's joining the race. Wouldn't that be the most perfect thing you could ever... Morning, everybody. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on LBC. And coming up this morning, Downing Street is reportedly furious about a leaked dossier detailing shortages of food, medicine and petrol in the event of a no-deal exit from the EU. Does that change your mind on no deal? We'll bring you the latest on that 6-year-old boy who's missing after falling into a river in Kent on Saturday. And the Canadian government has accused the UK of offloading its responsibilities after stripping dual national jihadi Jack of his UK citizenship. Is it the government's responsibility to accept jihadists radicalised in the UK? No. Fairly straightforward answer on that one, I think. More on these sugar contents in top chocolate bars. But that's what gets you going, isn't it? That's what people like. That's why people eat chocolate. It's the sugar in there. Because I think for some reason people think if it's not white, it's okay. It doesn't really do you any harm at all. But in fact, if you actually look at how much sugar is in, I mean, dairy milk, fruit and nut is the worst one. Gone up from 32% to 54.5%. The flake bar, just a love of flake, 47% to 55.5%. Do people check on sugars now? I don't think they do. I really don't think that they do. I think people just think, oh, it isn't going to affect me. Mind you, I've been with people before who seem to be able to eat just about anything and it doesn't seem to affect them at all. Jo Swinson accused of going soft on crime as her party was set to debate conference motions to only send the most violent women offenders to jail. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, there you go. That's a winning vote, isn't it? Not. Ms Swinson was also criticised over radical plans to scrap prison sentences for knife crime. Fantastic. Well done on that one, Jo. My God, you've really hit the nail on the head, haven't you? Not at all. Not at all. Other stories, the daredevil who smashed the bike speed record. 174 miles an hour. What, on a bike? 174 miles an hour. Good Lord. It's a £15,000 bike released from the back of a Porsche as it hurtled down a runway. Oh, my God, I can't even think of how dangerous that sounds. Can't even think about it. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Other stories in the papers. There's a lovely story of Rob Alderton. Rob Alderton, big fan of the film Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And so he couldn't actually afford to own the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car. I think it was about £1 million of the film from 1968 with Dick Van Dyke. So he built his own. This dad of one spent 6 years working on the flying car with the help of a specialist engineer. It's a £200,000 car. It looks identical. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And they have the same number plate on there, Gen 2. It's powered by an electric motor. It does 30 miles an hour and carries 4 people. Hired out for parades, weddings and theatre shows. You'd never know. You'd seriously never know. I'm sure I must have seen him in some parades at some point. And people there sort of say, oh, that's the car from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And think, took him 6 years to build the blooming things. He's done really well. Shane says, do you believe Jack the Ripper had something to do with the royal family? I can't remember what they said. Was it a member of the royal family or was it not? It was obviously somebody who had a great workings, or they knew exactly how human anatomy worked, because they were able to literally, dissect these people. It wasn't done at random. It was done specifically. Some of the things are horrendous. If you see the pictures, and there were photographs of Jack the Ripper's victims. Awful. Somebody says, Steve, Lulu at 70. Marvellous. Yeah, I mean, no two ways about it. Marvellous. And Prince Andrew appalled over the sex scandal claims against his former friend, Jeffrey Epstein. But of course he would be. But it hasn't told us the answers. I mean, we can all say we're appalled over the sex scandal claims. That's not telling us anything. If I was Prince Andrew, I'd be thinking, perhaps that gets them off my back. No, people want to know, what were you doing inside the mansion? Who was the girl you were saying goodbye to? Was that a girlfriend? Who is it? What about the 17-year-old who came over here and you pictured with? Who are these people? Have you spoken to them since? What else went on? I mean, if they managed to find Ghislaine, and she decides that she's going to tell people everything, she's had enough of being hounded or all the rest of it. I mean, are we going to get some more surprises that we're not aware of? I don't know. Are you in contact with her? I mean, you must have been, because you were all friends together. I don't quite see how it doesn't work out, really, but it's that picture of him in the mansion looking around the door. You would think if you were slightly worried about something like that, you wouldn't be appearing around a door, would you? That would be far too dangerous. The Dunkirk veteran, well done to him. He didn't want to glorify war by asking for his medals, has finally got them. So it's taken him till 100. and he's got them framed as a gift from his son, who's 73. His son is 73. Hilarious. Doug from Bolton got the Defence Medal, the War Medal, the 1939-45 Star, the Africa Star, the First Army Clasp to Africa Star, the General Service Medal 18, Palestine 45-48, and the Italy Star. At Dunkirk, he spent a day on the beach when the Germans kept coming over and having a go at us. He escaped aboard a commandeered French ferry and survived an explosion outside of Dover, and so they persuaded him to go. He actually, after the war, drove buses and coaches. He's been married to Nora for 76 years, and he's got 12 great-grandchildren. He looks in the picture of health, this young man here. He said his birthday party last Friday was a lovely day. He said, I didn't know I was so popular. And he gets a card from the Queen because he turns 100. His son Mick says he never spoke much about the war. I don't think he wanted to glorify something when he lost so many of his comrades. He was quite moved when we presented them to him. I think so too. It's a nice thing to have, isn't it? Nice thing to have. But you're right, we weren't there, and you can't imagine the horror that was on the beaches. You can't imagine, unless you've been in a war situation, what it would be like. We really can't imagine. You can watch films about it, and it just washes over, doesn't it? We don't really understand at all. Quorn, says Kate, I reckon eating it would be like eating chicken feed. I don't know, somebody said it's made out of a fungus. But I don't know, you see, because I'm not vegetarian. I wouldn't be. I told you once I went to a macrobiotic restaurant. The most boring time I've ever had in my entire life. Pulses and lentils and stuff like it. Really was. It was quite dull. I think my accountant at the time thought it would be a brilliant place to take me. Wrong. Darren says, have you had a warm currant bun with butter and melted cheddar cheese? Yes. I like actually a piece of cheddar cheese on top of a crumpet. I do like a good crumpet, but they take forever to cook, don't they? Crumpets, very slow, very slow. Steve, a chocolate's getting smaller. I remember when wagon wheels looked like a wagon that Ben Cartwright rode around in. Well, I mean, I think they're a bit smaller. I think most things are small. I'm sure a Cadbury's Flake was big. I'm sure you could get your hands round it. And it was quite an impressive sort of thing to hold. Not at the moment. Everything's shrunk, but that's probably good, isn't it? That is actually probably good. I think the idea of having sugar in things, we have to cut back on them. But they actually tell us that, as you heard a minute ago, that some of the manufacturers, they seem to be adding sugar, supposed to take it out. Perhaps it's a substitute. Lots of stories about not the first couples we've had, throws of passion on a balcony. Luckily, it was only about 3.5 metres that they fell. Which is terrible, really. I was trying to find out, actually, how much Martin Roberts was charged first time round for not providing a breath specimen. He's failed to get his conviction for not providing it overturned, despite blaming it on asthma. He's 56. He presents Holmes under the hammer, arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. He denied failing to provide a specimen of breath, but in March, magistrates in Bath convicted him, fining him £3,461 and banning him from driving for 23 months. He said he couldn't provide a breath specimen because of his chronic asthma and said he tried several times to give one. But I thought that what happened on a situation like that was if you can't provide the breath specimen, then they can do a blood sample. They can take a sample of your blood. Anyway, police accused him of sucking rather than blowing, and after one successful test, which showed him to be almost twice the limit, they charged him. He maintains the readings could have been contaminated by the asthma inhaler. God, he's got a load of old excuses up his sleeve, hasn't he? But anyway, they didn't overturn his sentence or conviction, so they imposed another £520 costs. They say, we accept the appellant suffers from asthma, but not to an extent much greater than many other sufferers. Absolutely. So he's banned. I mean, they must have thought it was serious enough. They banned him for 23 months or whatever it happens to be. And then this is David Harper. This is David Harper, who's very irritating on the television. He's an antiques expert. He seems to go around with a truck picking up a load of rubbish, which they then sell for inflated prices. But they call them antiques experts now because he seems to know about it. It's quite a nice skill to have. But he's got a privately educated daughter who became a punk rocker. She's then had tattooed on her chest her alma mater. And it's words of wisdom. It's in Latin. When you are steeped in little things, you shall safely attempt great things. So he's written to the school saying he should get a discount because she's advertising the school. I didn't think he was that mad, but no, he obviously makes quite a lot of money. Well, he must do. privately educated daughter. Hello. Obviously some money there. All the people saying the same thing. It's Prince Andrew, the paedophile Epstein, and a jaunt to Balmoral with a young model. It's time the prince came clean about friendship with Epstein. Well, he's obviously he's issued a statement. I shouldn't imagine he's got anything else to say on the matter. Depends what happens. Also, John Humphreys, he's done a whole page on the story, which was done about a week ago. The day I took on a burglar with a pair of secateurs. And Carrie will meet the Queen. She'll be the first unmarried partner of a sitting PM to stay at Balmoral. That's what they do every so often, isn't it? Why be surprised at Prince Andrew? Remember Koo Stark, says Karen. Poor old Koo Stark, honestly. She came in for a right lot of stick, didn't she? She was the soft porn actress, and the press made such a big deal about it. And it was just one of those things. I mean, Prince Andrew's had a very checkered life, very checkered. That's why they called him Randy Andy. They didn't call him that for any sort of new reason. They've just deciphered, well, in fact, with the help of a computer, the almost impossible to read handwriting of Isambard Kingdom Brunel. They've designed a software program so that they can try and read his diaries. Apparently the computer is becoming proficient. It can read 65% of his words, providing an insight into the work and theories of the 19th century engineer. That's the man best known, I suppose, for designing the Clifton Suspension Bridge in Bristol. SS Great Britain has around 65,000 pieces of Brunel memorabilia. Good God. Instead of checking each in triplicate, as happened under the old system, this new intelligence software has built a programme of his handwriting. So now they can start reading off the things which they couldn't even decipher before, which is fantastic. Birthdays today, we forgot to do Matthew Perry earlier on, and Jenny Bond. Yes, Jenny Bond, the BBC's former royal correspondent, married to Jim Keltz, who used to be LBC's head of news. And good luck, I could always tell him, "Hey, Jim Keltz here." Used to talk, and he did a Celts country programme on LBC. I know, mind you, we did have a hip-hop show as well on LBC. We had some very strange programmes on LBC over the years. But Jenny says, "I always thought of it as a frilly and frothy job. It's not even that I'm interested in the royal family. Basically, they pay the mortgage." There you go. Although the funny thing is, when you get sports reporters, they actually love sport, don't they? That's why they do it. You never find somebody going, "Oh, I'm just doing it as, something to do because I can talk about sport." You have to understand sport to be able to talk about it. It's not like being a royal correspondent where you don't actually need to like the royal family or know too much about them. You just have to sort of trail about with them as they go off around the world. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So front page of The Sun, Kissing Katja does the splits. God knows. Please tell me we're not going to be bored witless with these two drearies telling us about their 11-year marriage and how it's all gone pear-shaped. Jamie Oliver's talking about Veggie Heaven. I think it's his first ever vegetarian cookbooks. That'll be nice. A killer dubbed the Costa Cannibal after boasting that he ate his girlfriend is back on the streets of Britain. He's living in East London in a block of flats. Tower Hamlets, they say. They've got a huge picture of him. Somebody's going to recognise him immediately. He's got, he's chatting away on the telephone. He's now 60. He's an old 60. He's in among neighbours who are unaware he bludgeoned his lover, Karen, to death and then boasted of eating her. That'll be nice, isn't it? That's our next door neighbour. Don't worry. They'll all be making some sort of complaint about it. Daily Mail today. Doctors ordered to stop half-day closing. I wasn't aware that doctors did take half-day off at all, but apparently a lot of them do close for half-days during the week. 722 practices close their doors for at least 4 hours at a time, including lengthy lunch breaks or midweek after. Well, they're going to have lunch. You know, if you're a doctor sitting in there, and what do we get each? Is it something like 10 minutes? To go in there. I'm always in and out in 10 minutes. I'm having a blood test. In which case, actually, I'm pretty certain they can still get me in and out in 10 minutes, which reminds me, I must be due a blood test at some point. The public pledge, they've got more than £120,000 has come in for the wife of that tragic PC. I mean, it's peanuts, isn't it? It really is peanuts. For somebody's life, that's what it's worth, but it's better than nothing. And presumably, well, I don't know, will there be a police pension? He'd only, I don't know how long he'd been in the force. Would he qualify for something like that? Either way, it's the family have already said today, they made a statement and said, it's just completely devastated our lives. And I can well imagine. Project Fear bid to block Boris. This is the front of the Daily Express. talking here about Downing Street hitting out at Remainer ex-ministers for an astonishing Project Fear leak warning of a no-deal meltdown. It's all not looking very promising, is it really? The Daily Mirror, Andrew inside Jeffrey's Epstein's New York mansion. What was he doing there? That's all we want to know. I'm not interested in him being shocked and, telling just how dreadful everything that went on was, because I don't know the ins and outs of it. All I know is he's inside this pervert paedophile's mansion. What's he doing in there? Saying goodbye to a girl. Is she the cleaner? I think we should be told. If he's in and he's in up to his ears, then we should be told about something like that. It's no good just issuing a statement saying what the rest of us are saying. They want to know what he was doing inside there. And then he peered round the door to see if anybody had noticed him. I mean, I heard some stories a while ago about something, but I can't repeat them because I don't know whether or not they're true or not. But it came from a very, very good source. But it just seems odd that sort of Prince Andrew, Vicky Hodge, Koos Stark, the nickname Randy Andy, he was known for sort of, basically having a fun time. And you think to yourself, what is going on here? What were you doing inside the mansion? Did you nip in to value some antiques or something? Come on. Doesn't cost much to tell the truth nowadays. That's what surely your parents would have taught you. The Daily Star, the Strictly Cursed strikes again. The end for Neil and Katja. Who cares? Here we glow, folks. They say a 3-week blast of summer to start the holiday weekend. I reckon it's going to be a bad winter. Will Guyatt thinks it's going to be a bad winter. And I'm on his side. I think it's going to be bad winter this year. I think we'll have a little bit more heat. I don't want that dreadful stuff. But I've had to start wearing a coat. Well, not a coat, so like a jacket thing, just to try and get over it. Give us a break. TV viewers face more ads. We've got to pay for things, haven't they? Also, first for football, Leicester spoiled Frank Lampard's return to Stamford Bridge. It's not looking good for old Lampard, is it? And then poor old Chris, my ex-producer, Crystal Palace. They got pushed back a bit, didn't they, as well? Not so good. Also inside, watermelon dishes satisfy vegan hunger for red meat. I love, love, love watermelon. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Daily Telegraph, very interesting. This helter-skelter is provided by George Irvin. George Irvin's company run fun fairs. He's run them for years and years. He's been on my programme, big fan of fun fairs, as you know, and it's their helter-skelter. I think it's the one that they've used up at Winter Wonderland. It looks of that sort of calibre. It's got nice with the lights around it. Although I didn't agree, of course, with putting a helter-skelter inside a church. Duke of York reacted for the first time to the Jeffrey Epstein sex scandal. He said he was appalled by recent reports. Yeah, well, we're all appalled by recent reports, but what we want to know is that there's a couple of questions. Who is the girl you're talking to whilst you're inside Jeffrey's mansion? Who is the other one who you're pictured with your arm around? How much do you know them? Where did you meet them from? Were you introduced to them? It's not complicated. It's not complicated. I think we should be told, because they're not going to let it lie. Because you bet your bottom dollar, if this diary ever gets published, which is highly likely, it could be produced, somebody will be sitting on that like there's no tomorrow. He actually kept a diary. Even more bizarre. On the Eye, Gove plays down leaked crisis plans for Brexit. And on The Guardian this morning, Tory divisions over Brexit deepen amid row over no-deal dossier link. Video game addicts left to get help overseas. I didn't realise I do know people who are complete addicts for these sort of games. Not for me. And hundreds of thousands of protesters marching in Hong Kong despite recent clashes. The rally passed off peacefully. I mean, I don't think the Chinese government could do anything. I don't think they can do anything at all about them. They're all very peaceful. There's been no sort of nastiness. I think they're marvellous. I seriously do. I think they're taking their life in their hands. You know what the Chinese government are like? They seem to be massing tanks and lorries and all sorts of things out there. What they propose to do, God alone knows. I have no idea. But that, as they say, is it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Good start to the week. I thought we'd taken all your texts and emails. Just before I go, coming up on my free podcast today on The Little Bit Extra, as it's called, Katie Price has her millionth surgery in her pursuit of perfection. Never going to happen. Meghan and Harry jet off yet again. They really are the biggest hypocrites. Cheryl, removed from Madame Tussauds. Sadly, it was only the waxworks. And is Harry Styles past it at 25 years old? I know the producer is.